Wow, it's early results are showing Laurel County is flipping a little bit towards Harris. It's interesting to see. Obviously, not clear how that's going to go yet. Oh, what's up, Philippe? You're here? Let's go. Okay, yeah. So really, the first results are not always going to be the most interesting. Indiana, Kentucky closed the polls at 6 p.m. I'm not entirely sure why they do it so early because a lot of people just get out of work at that time. But it does give us a lot of information. I always like to compare 2020 data or like the previous election to go immediately in comparison to the new data in 2024 to see how they compare. So currently I'm using the New York Times maps because usually they use the best electoral data, and we could compare results. It's best to see the results that are the highest amount of votes in, so we can get like an actual understanding of these results. So 63% in Dubois County here. As you can see, Dubois County in 2020, it looks like Trump won at 69 to 28. Currently, that would mean it seems that with 63% of the votes in, it's 68-30. So we don't really know if these are absentees or if they're in-person votes, but that's holding strong for the election being very similar to 2020, which is something that Harris would want, because if the numbers match how they did in 2020, Harris is going to win the election. And this is also a key Midwest state. Another thing to see is to check if turnout is any different. It doesn't really look too different in terms of turnout as of right now. It's hard to parse apart that information. Fort Wayne, that'll be an interesting one. 50% of the votes in, 72-27. Let's see how it voted back in 2020. Fort Wayne. What county is that? Whitley? Okay, Whitley County. That's good news for Harris. It might just be the absentees are coming in, but her margin is already better in a Midwest state, Indiana, by 3%. Obviously, this is early. We can't extrapolate too much of this information this early, but that is an extremely good information. For the people who are coming in, I did send it to a few different groups, but obviously not everyone's going to come up and join in. But if you have any questions or if you want me to look at specific data, I will go over that and look at it. I just want this stream to be more based on, analyzing results and looking into what's going on from that end of it. The early information won't be that interesting. Let's see. So as of right now, I'm just going to use New York Times for right now, but if there's any other information from another website that seems to be more reliable later, I will flip to another website. I'm also going to send it to a few more people for right now, just to see if we can get more people in here. Also, I will have my sister's website up for Bridge, Michigan. That's where she works. It's one of the best newspapers in Michigan. So if there's any Michigan results, I will make sure to be using this website for Michigan just to promote my sister's journalism. As long as I can find the results tab. I haven't pre-screened all these websites. But it looks like a little bit more is in Indiana, so I'm going to dip into that right now. Let's see. 63%, 52%. We want to see the counties that have the most percent of votes in and then compare them together. So for right now, my assumption is that, okay, that's the top line, but what's Wells County 77-22. So Wells County, it looks like Harris is performing slightly better in Indiana, which is a very good sign for Harris as of right now, because all of the Midwest states are going to vote in pretty similar voting patterns. So what we have available to us now, it looks like Indiana is going to be a little bit closer than what we thought, at least the rural counties that are just coming in right now. Now that can easily change very quickly if this is just the mail-in votes being counted, not the early in person. It's best to just have the highest amount of percentage in for these counties available before we make big conclusions. Kentucky, it doesn't look like any counties over 50%, so it's not really intelligent of us to just rush to conclusions based on these results. Ultimately, it does look like a lot of these elections in these counties are going to be close to what they were in 2020. It's matching pretty closely at around the same margin. This is Trump's heartland right here, so you would kind of expect quite similar results as the 2020. Another thing I want to go over is what states we're really going to have a clear understanding of what we're going to see tonight. So between 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern time, we're going to have a pretty good understanding of how the results are showing in Georgia and North Carolina. Those are going to be two extremely close elections. I would say if Harris is up in either Georgia or North Carolina, it's going to be looking very good for her. If Trump is winning both, it's going to be looking good for Trump, especially because Biden won Georgia in 2020. The next states that are going to be coming in are going to be Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. My understanding is Wisconsin and Pennsylvania will not be as a lot of the results won't be in as much as in Michigan. So Michigan's going to release a lot of the results today because they changed their law on how they release results. So we'll have a pretty good understanding around midnight on the results of Michigan. I have heard reports that turnout was extremely high. We'll have to see how that goes as we get closer to the election, or as we get closer to the end of the night. And as more polls start to close. But from what I can see now is the turnout was pretty similar to 2020 in Indiana, at least. And we're going to use this as a barometer county, or barometer state. Let's see. Lawrence County, 64% is in Lawrence County, and it was 70 to 25 in 2024. In 2020, 74 to 23. So it's hard to tell if this is just the mail ballots being counted, but Harris is seemingly running at a margin of around 2% higher than Biden in the state of Indiana. That's bad news for Trump early on, because if Harris is running in the Midwest 2% higher than Biden did, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania could all be states where Harris pulls to an easy lead, and then she would easily win the election at that point. That's also important for the Senate elections. There's Senate elections in Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. All these elections could be pretty close. So the Ohio election could be a little bit closer if Harris is running a higher margin in Ohio than Biden did. And Sherrod Brown is an incumbent Democratic senator. Any path to 50 for the Democrats, they're going to need Sherrod Brown to win this election. So keep a close eye on Ohio when the polls close at 7:30 there. New York Times is giving us a lot of information on when we can expect polls to close in each state. Really, a lot of these eastern states, polls are going to close at 8 p.m. The early states are going to be states like Virginia, where polls close at 7, 7:30 in North Carolina, 7:30 in West Virginia. South Carolina, it's going to be 7 p.m. Georgia, 7 p.m. Florida, 7 p.m. Alabama, 8 p.m. Tennessee, 8 p.m. This is the Eastern time zone. So pretty much all these results are going to be available to us in the next couple hours. Obviously not all the results, but the initial trickling of results. It does kind of seem like Indiana and Kentucky are trickling in a lot slower than I was kind of expecting them to be, but it is interesting. Nothing really out of New Hampshire yet that would make it interesting either. Let's see. Comparing results, Sullivan, 74-23, 71-26. This is another example of a county that seems to be trending a little bit more toward Harris. Knox County, 71-28. That's a 2.5% shift towards Harris if this result continues to hold. My speculation is this is the absentee ballots that are being counted. So that could be a reason for that. But we're going to have to wait and see when the 100% counties come in, and then we'll be able to make direct comparisons. Anderson County, this is kind of a suburban county, if I remember correctly. Let's see. Yeah, there's no way that's going to be representative of the general electorate there. So we'll have to wait. A lot of these early results don't really give us much. The biggest things to watch for now, I guess we could check the top lines. It isn't really that important yet because there isn't even a representative sample. For those who are in the chat, do you have any questions that you'd like me to go over early on for right now? This is the Hill. I don't really like the Hill's platform, but they might have some other information that New York Times doesn't have available. Let me see if I can bring more people in. And I'm just taking a break. Oh, which states have already stopped voting? So yeah, it's Indiana and Kentucky. For some reason, they have really stupid laws in these states that only make it so people can vote until 6 p.m. Eastern time, which I think it's voter disenfranchisement. I think all states should be open 8 to 8, a full 12-hour shift. People from any walk of life should be able to make the opportunity to vote on election day. And Indiana and Kentucky are the only ones that really. Oh yeah, no problem. Indiana, Kentucky are the states that close early, and I do think that is part of the reason why Indiana is a little bit more red than other Midwestern states. Part of that, I would say, has to do, at least historically, maybe not as much now, but historically is a result of kind of voter suppression. Because when you have these states and they're not allowing people to vote past 6 p.m., it drastically reduces turnout as what you'd expect. So Indiana has one of these laws essentially where it closes closes the polls at 6 p.m. and it keeps people from voting. However, As an electoral analyst, it is always interesting to see results before and at different intervals. So I really like watching results as they come in different states. And it is interesting to have these early bellwethers to kind of be able to tell how it compares to 2020 or how it compares to 2016, if I so choose to pull up the 2016 map. As of right now, I don't want to really do that because I like seeing the direct comparison from 4 years ago. And I think this election is quite similar to the election 4 years ago. So we're going to be doing that for the most part. It does appear that Indiana is a little slower in counting than I would have expected. So we have a lot of different areas that have big vote sinks, but we have to be careful when we analyze this specific information because, like I said, I don't want to jump to a conclusion too early if this is just the absentee ballot information. So, I mean, this is a 2% shift towards Harris. That would be pretty huge for the Midwest if that's 100% of the county. Just in general, regions do tend to shift electorally in the same way. Really recently, an example of that, recently, Iowa, there was a poll from one of the most esteemed pollsters in the United States, Ann Seltzer of the Des Moines Register. She released a poll that was indicating that Harris was actually winning the state by 3%. No one predicted that Iowa would be a swing state this election. All other polling was indicating that Trump would be close to his 2020 margin of around 7 to 8%. That was a very big shock poll that made a lot of people think that Iowa could be a lot closer. I personally don't think that's the case. I think Trump still wins it by at least 5%, but we'll have to see the results as they come in. The other thing that's interesting about Iowa is it is a state that, because of that poll, it's a state that is very close to Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Michigan in some ways. And if there's a general shift there in the results of the election, you can speculate that there'll be a shift in these other Midwest states. So we'll have to wait and see. As the other people are joining in right now, so kind of what I've been analyzing is the results as India and Kentucky are coming in. This is going to be interesting because we'll be able to directly compare the results from 2020 that I have right here from the results from New York Times in 2020 when the results came in. And we'll be able to directly compare counties as the votes pop in. Most of what we've seen so far is that there's around a 2% shift in between Indiana rural counties from what it was in Indiana in 2020, 24 to 2020. That's a 2% shift in the favor of Harris. My speculation is, good news for Harris so far. My speculation is, as a result of that, has Iowa ever been a swing state historically? So first, I'm just going to comment on the first one. Good news for Harris. In terms of the turnout numbers I've seen, it seems like the election had pretty high turnout, very similar to 2020, maybe even higher in some states. That's really good news for both campaigns. But I'm not entirely sure at this time who that benefits. In terms of the very early results, I would say it looks good for Harris because she's outrunning Trump in these counties by 2%. One is Steuben County. This is an example. Trump won it 70 to 28 in 2020. He's down 67 to 32. What this could be is early vote data, which early vote absentee ballots being counted before the early in person or election day voting. So we don't know yet what results this is displaying, but if there's a general 2% shift towards Harris in most rural Midwest counties, this election's already over. And then let's see. Has Iowa ever been a swing state historically? Well, we can briefly go into the results of Iowa. I'll just pull up the Wikipedia results. Iowa 2024 Iowa election. So yeah, we can see this here. In 2020, it wasn't really expected to be a swing state. It was expected to be a closer. Biden was polling within a lot of margins of Trump. But as you can see, Trump pretty easily defeated him by around 7 to 8%. In 2016, Iowa was considered more of a swing state, but Trump completely blew Clinton out of the water in that state by over 10% of the vote, or 9% of the vote. In 2012, Obama actually won by over 5%. So Iowa is a pretty swingy state in terms of its history. It's always been kind of a big politics state because it's the first primary state. So they get to see all kinds of different politicians from all over the country. So they always have big fairs where a lot of people show up to political events there. And it was historically, it has been a very important state for both Republicans and Democrats. So it's definitely happened before where a Democrat wins Iowa. It's definitely not a reach or anything like that. The other thing is in 2008, it looks like Obama won by around 9 to 10%, blew McCain out of the water. It was a very big swing state in 2004. It was one of the key states that Kerry lost that caused him to lose the election and led to George Bush's reelection. In 2000, Al Gore actually won Iowa, which was a pretty key thing. Even though he lost the election, he still won Iowa. Clinton, I'm pretty sure he won Iowa handily, both elections. Yeah, you can see here. So it has been historically a swing state. It's expected to be more of a red state now, but you never know with that poll. I would definitely say, as of right now, I would not expect Iowa to be a swing state in this election, though. I think it's going to be Trump plus 5. But let's see as we get more results in. Hamilton County is the first blue county to report in the election. This is a huge result. And this is definitely a sign of a large suburban shift. Now, I don't want to rush to any conclusions right now, because like I said, this is probably a result of early in-person voting and mail ballots being counted first. But this is a pretty big result to be analyzing in the beginning. This is 65% of the votes counted. Or 65% of what's expected coming in. This is a flip towards the Democrats. As you can see here, Trump won at 52.4%, Biden got 45.6%. If these numbers were to hold, you're looking at Democrats flipping by around 5% of the vote. A very key county in the Midwest of a suburban county of a major city. If Democrats are flipping suburbs by 5%, while at the same time flipping rurals by 2%, making these states closer, that was a huge sign for Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Pennsylvania. Because a lot of these the demographics in these states are quite similar, and they vote pretty similar. So as we get more results from Indiana might be like the key to deciphering what the election really is going to look like later. And this is, I would much rather be Harris right now. I am not sure, though, if this is indicative of absentee voting. So I'm going to try and check that actually really quick. Does Indiana count? Live research. I'm used to pre-researching for videos, not live researching. Does Indiana count absentee ballots first. This is a national article, so I don't think this is actually going to be that useful. Why Ohio knows its results. Nearly 1 in 3 Indiana registered voters made their picks early. Let's see. They must be returned by 6 p.m. on election day. Okay, this is from 2020. I don't want to use that then. Okay, this is going to be really helpful. It's a CNN Politics article telling us when each state counts ballots. So really, as you can see, which states are going to have a red mirage with early in-person ballots being counted last. Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Alabama, and Mississippi are 4 key states that are going to have that red mirage effect. All of that is going to be pretty important. Wisconsin and Pennsylvania are probably the 2 most important states in this election in terms of the value of those ballots. So we might not get results for those states until tomorrow, especially with how many that were sent in. It'll take a lot of these ballot officials a long time to count. So that could be a problem. We might not know Pennsylvania or Wisconsin tonight. Something that's not going to be a problem, though, Indiana. Let's see. They count these ballots as they come in. So my guess is all of the ballots that are being counted right now are early votes. So I don't want to make any conclusions based on any of these counties until I see something closer to 100% of the result in. Then I can make a conclusion about turnout, and I can also make a conclusion about how this election is supposed to swing. Yes, thank you, everyone who's saying that it's good coverage. I'm doing my best. I don't have the budget of Steve Kornacki, so I'm trying to do my best. But this map, I'm gonna definitely refer to this. I'm gonna keep this article open because this is gonna help us as results come in determine how these ballots are being counted, because it's going to be really key as we're watching the results as they come in to know which state is reporting like the early in-person votes first, or the early in-person, the absentee ballots, which means mail-in, or the election day voters, because some states are going to have a red mirage effect, and some states are going to have a blue mirage effect. So it kind of what it appears that we're seeing in Indiana right now is what's called a blue mirage, where the results that we see right now are the mail ballots being counted first. And as we know, Democrats and Democratic leading independents are more likely to vote by mail in most states. It doesn't happen in every state. Each state has completely different election law and election policy, and different electoral behaviors of their population. But at least in Indiana, it seems like more Democrats voted in mail ballots than in election day, which will cause some of these counties to swing. But one thing that is pretty interesting here is, let's see, these 4 counties are all in with over half of their ballots in. So I'm going to make a direct comparison. Wells County, 77-20. Actually, I want to be able to pull data from this, but I'll just ignore that. Okay, 77-20. So that's a 2% margin for Harris, which is good for Harris. Huntington County, 72-27. Yeah, it's the same type of thing. It's a 2% swing in each state, or in each county. 72-27. So yeah, my guess is the election results are going to look very similar to 2020 once we have a full picture of all the ballots that are being counted. Allen County is going to be pretty big because this is one of the big kind of like cities of the Midwest that we have available to us. Obviously, Indiana doesn't really have that many big cities, but Fort Wayne, Indiana is a historically red area. Well, at least in 2020 it was. And it does look like that suburban shift, or like, you know, at least urban shift when it comes to a city like Fort Wayne is happening for Harris. So we'll have to see when the election day results come in if that trend is holding. 10% in Indiana so far, and in Kentucky it looks like they're counting their ballots pretty slow, so they're not really giving us any good indication on what we should expect later. But it's going to be interesting to just compare directly. So Floyd County, it's kind of on the eastern part of Kentucky and the coal belt of the state. 75 to 23, 79 to 20. So let's see how Kentucky counts their ballots. So essentially, if you wanted to vote absentee in Kentucky, you would have had to vote before the November 3rd, and then it needs to get to the post or get to the election ballot counting office by November 6th. My guess is either this county is swinging a little bit more towards Trump, or they're counting election day ballots first in that county. But it's a low amount of results, so we can't really make a full prediction. Pulaski County, another mining town. Looks like Trump is favored a little bit there as well. So it looks like while Indiana has a 2% shift towards Harris with the early results, it's a 2% shift towards Trump in the early results of Kentucky. The exception of Franklin County, which is kind of expected because that's a suburban area that's trending blue. Okay. Do you guys have any questions about where should we start looking? It does appear that we're going to start getting results in about 20 minutes from a larger sample of states. Virginia and then Vermont are two states that close at 7 p.m. Eastern time. So we'll have more that we can analyze. Georgia and South Carolina and Florida. Florida is one of the quickest states that counts their ballots. So we'll really be able to get a lot of predictions on what we should be expecting there. Pretty much by 8 p.m., they'll have a very large amount of those ballots tabulated and counted. From what I've seen from early votes, Donald Trump is very favored to win Florida. He could win it by as much as 10 to 12%. Now, I haven't really kept tabs on how the election day voting has been going, and it's really unclear how undecideds are voting, or independents that are registered independents in that state are voting. But registered Republicans are voting way more than Democrats in Florida. So that could be indicative of a larger shift. Let's see what else is going on here. Want to see if any other coverage has results than New York Times, because I do know that New York Times has the best map, in my opinion, but I do want more results as they come in. So let's see what Axios has to offer us right now. They're even more behind the New York Times. So we're not going to use Axios today. See what the Hill is doing. Yeah, the Hill is even slower than New York Times. I don't really want to be using them then. DDSQ, their DDHQ is a pretty good website for election results. I'm just really not a fan of their formatting. So I'll keep this site open because I do know a lot of people like this site, but I'm not sure how I want to use that one. I can pull up the 538 average so we can get a look into what swing states the final 538 average is showing. So let's go into that pretty briefly. National polls. I don't really want to look into the national polls very long. In the end, it kind of showed that Harris was +1 or +2. Ultimately, the national top line won't matter that much. If Trump wins the popular vote, it's pretty much going to be over for Harris, in my opinion. But anything between, Harris being up 2% to maybe even as high as 4%, she could still potentially lose the Electoral College. But my guess is if she eclipses 4% to Biden's level, or if she does well and anything above 3%, she should be pretty close to the results there. Oh, Puerto Rico? Oh, shit. Did Philippe, you can message in the chat. Did Puerto Rico finish counting their ballots? Let me pull up Puerto Rico. I'm kind of pissed that New York Times doesn't have Puerto Rico. But let's see. Puerto Rico election results. 26% is in. That's going to be really key. Not to really analyze anything important for Harris or Trump, but it's going to be interesting because that is a huge election between three different parties. There's the pro-statehood party, kind of the which actually historically was a subsidiary of the Republican Party, and their candidate actually endorsed Trump. You have the pro-Commonwealth Party, essentially, which is historically the Democratic affiliate. And then you have a kind of independence party, but I think he appeals to a broader coalition of people than just purely independents. I kind of want to get just a live result. I don't want to find an article specifically. If anyone has a link just to the results, please send it into the chat because I do want to just read the results. I don't want to hear random reporters' hot takes about this election, and I want to just see the results. They've really killed Google in recent years, and you don't get exactly what you type for. I just want sources that are providing election results, but instead I'm getting Newsweek articles about the statehood referendum. So, okay, thank you, Philippe, for giving me that link. Perfect. And okay, yes, this is pretty big. So the new Progressive Party candidate, a Trump endorsee, or yeah, she endorsed Trump, essentially, is winning in Puerto Rico, but it's a very divided election. The three main candidates, I'm not entirely certain what these two, stragglers support, but the Puerto Rican Independence Party, this is a huge result for Juan Dalmau. This could really mean big changes for Puerto Rico. Obviously, the New Progressive Party supports statehood and will continue to advocate that. But historically, the debate in Puerto Rico was just between statehood and I don't know what term they use, but I think Commonwealth kind of makes sense here to remain a territory. This election is finally what it appears to be the breaking point of that, where the two choices are going to be really statehood versus independence. That debate will continue in Puerto Rico. To give my personal opinion, I think the dignity of Puerto Rico probably leans, if the people so choose of it, Puerto Rico probably should be an independent country just based on America's history with Puerto Rico, and being kind of like a victim of American imperialism and to some extent colonialism. But ultimately, it'll be an interesting result to see. I think Puerto Ricans have continually voted for statehood, though, and if that's the will of the Puerto Rican people to vote for statehood, the American government should grant them that statehood and enable them to have all of the economic protections of a state and the other, guarantees that they have a state, that real political representation that they lack. But yeah, this is an interesting result. Also, San Juan mayor, it looks like the person who's winning that one is, wow, they have horrible translations here. I will eat. I don't even know what that means. Please, someone who speaks Spanish in the chat, tell me what city this is supposed to be. But San Juan is going to be key. It looks like the person who's winning right now is the Republican Party statehood affiliate. So that'll be interesting. Another thing about the New Progressive Party, I have said that they are historically the affiliate of the Republican Party. However, they still have a lot of Democrats. The incumbent president of or governor of Puerto Rico, same type of thing. Incumbent governor of Puerto Rico is a Democrat, but he is a member of the New Progressive Party. They kind of don't really split along U.S. traditional political lines of Republican Democrat. They also had a statehood issue. They voted for statehood like several times. For right now, with the translation, I can't actually tell which one is the statehood result. But if let's see if it's somewhere here, government plebiscite, yes, plebiscite. So it looks like with 10% of the results, majority clearly want statehood. The historical People's Democratic Party line, it's pretty embarrassing. They're getting completely clobbered in this. The polls didn't really indicate this, that they would get beaten this bad. No one really wants to continue as the Commonwealth territory. Obviously, they're either going to want the benefits of being a state or to liberate themselves from the United States. So you'll see this debate continue in Puerto Rico. My guess is the independence side is going to gain over time, but ultimately, I think the statehood part of that debate is going to win in the future. But that is subject to change. Let's see what Philippe said here. Yeah, more people are radicalized in favor of independence. And also, I think the PDP, which has historically been a pretty powerful party in Puerto Rico, has been caught with their tail between their legs, trying to deal with the fact that the new debate is around statehood or independence, two things that they're not in favor of. So I think that's not going to benefit them in the future. And I think Dalmo becoming the second place finisher in this election, or potentially first place, is going to solidify that future debate. Now, we don't really have the full results of Puerto Rico, though, and let's see if there's more results that have came in Indiana and Kentucky. My New York Times is slow. Let's see. No, it looks like nobody's counting. All of the Indiana counties are counting at the speed of Nevada ballot counters right now, which is a shame. In context, in Nevada, in context, the Nevada ballot counts were extremely slow, and it took them like 3 days to count all the ballots. But thank you, Philippe, for providing me updates on that aspect of it. Let's see what else is going on here. Yeah, no new results really analyzed from Indiana or Kentucky. I don't want to rush to conclusions in any of these counties because with only 50% of the vote in, historically, I would have been able to make predictions based on this just early, but because they haven't counted, they might be counting absentees first, or they might be counting early or election day ballots first. It's really impossible to tell how the race is going to swing from this 50%. This is another county where it's seeming that Harris is doing better, a 1% margin. I don't think Kentucky's really going to be that different than in 2020. There hasn't really been a concerted effort of either campaign there. There hasn't really been that much of a demographic shift. People are just going to be voting on their opinion of Trump there again, and it'll probably be pretty similar. And that's what we're seeing track. I'm not going to pretend to understand which or where they're counting ballots in Puerto Rico right now, especially without a map. But my guess is this is a horrible result for the People's Democratic Party, a great result for the Puerto Rican Independence Party, and kind of what you expected out of the New Progressive Party. Really not a good day for the People's Democratic Party, though. People don't want Commonwealth status. They either want statehood or independence, and that's going to continue to be the debate in Puerto Rico. And now I'm going to shift back. Officially, the AP has called it. Trump has won Indiana, Trump has won Kentucky, and Harris has won Vermont. None of this should be really that interesting. They called it based on the exit polls alone in all three of these states. None of them are close. Florida results are in. Oh, wow. Let's see what's going on here. They just have the top line. They're not showing the itemized results. 56-43. I don't know which counties that is, but that is not really the best sign for Harris. That would be a 4% shift from 4 years ago. That would not be a good result there. But I don't think that's indicative of the final result. Yeah, no, they're not reporting the counties yet, just the top line. Really nothing out of Vermont yet. Let's compare the Senate results in Florida to the presidential results to see if they're outrunning it at all. It's taking a little while for these maps to load. It doesn't look like Trump is outrunning Rick Scott that much based on these results. It's only 1% difference, and I don't think that's going to make any difference in the long run. Republicans have already maintained the Indiana Senate race. Bernie Sanders has won again in Vermont. Nothing too special there. We haven't seen any results out of Virginia. But I will say the fact that they haven't called it yet, just based on exit polls, is probably a bad sign for Harris. She's going to want that state called as quickly as possible. Florida is 19% in. That's with 70% of Broward County in. That's one of Harris's best counties. This is only going to get worse for her, in my opinion. 66% of Jacksonville. Let's see, 5% different with Miami not Miami, Broward County. Miami's in Miami-Dade. And I don't expect that to get any better for Harris either. I expect that to actually flip to Trump. Let's compare counties. with only 70% in, pretty gargantuan amount of turnout in Florida. But 61-39, that is a horrible result for Harris. Minus 3% from 4 years ago. As we expected, Florida is trending red. Jacksonville looks like a 1% worse result for Harris in Duval. Clay County, 67-30. Looks like a 2% difference. So ultimately, as you look in each county, it doesn't look like Harris is going to completely get blown out of the water in Florida, which is something that a lot of Democrats were scared of. Now, in the rurals, she might be getting beat. Let's see, in Flagler County. Yep, 3% shift in both ways. So that's ultimately a 6% shift. Osceola County, 56-42, and then 51-48. So yeah, this is a pretty bad loss in Florida. I can try to compare it to the 2022 results, but let's see. I want to actually send a few more people than I'm doing the stream. Give me a second. I have to get my link here. And then I'm just going to take a break for a couple minutes just to send people that I'm online. As the Florida results are really coming in, though, it is not looking good for Harris. 51-49, actually. Let's see. What is causing that? Tampa just came in. Okay, let's see how Tampa compares. 50-49. Ooh, that is Pinellas County. That's actually really good for her. If she maintains that. If she just breaks even with Biden in Florida, then that will be a good sign for her. But 51-48 is not where she wants to be right now, especially with all of Broward County counted, essentially. Orlando's counted. Let's see how Orlando compares. 58-41 in Orange County, 61-38. That is not a good result for Harris. 40% still needs to come in, but it looks like that she's getting blown out of the water in Florida, as we expected. A 5% shift in Osceola County, though, that is bad. And that looks like a Democratic turnout issue. Doesn't look like enough Democrats are voting in Florida. If Florida is any indicator for the other elections, that would not be good. However, I don't think Florida is a good indicator for these upcoming elections. So in Georgia and all the other states. So we're just going to continue analyzing here. First big county to come in Georgia is Twiggs County. Let's compare directly. I heard there was huge turnout in Georgia, exceeding the 2020 numbers. Let's see, Twiggs County, 53% to Trump in 2020, 46% to Biden in 2024 or 2020. Now it looks like it's 54-45 with 51% of the count in. And it looks like there's still a lot of ballots to come in. So that is a 2% difference between 2020 on Trump's favor, which is exactly what he'd need to win the state of Georgia, just to run up the margin on these red counties. Exactly what he needs. If that's an indicator for the rest of the state, that would be bad for Harris. What the hell has happened to Florida politically? Oh, there's a lot of things that have happened to Florida politically. We can get started generally with the fact that I think Cubans as a demographic are not like a completely reliable demographic for Republicans, but some polling has them at 60-40. Others could be as high as 70-30. And as more Cubans get naturalized in Florida, they're going to continue to exercise their right. And if they believe that Republicans are the best advocate for them on their foreign policy desires, that is going to be how they exercise it. And they'll continue to vote for Republicans. However, Florida has also seen a lot of like interstate migration. Well, the other thing, Florida is historically, it's the retiree state. Older people move there when they move from the Midwest or New York, or even like Oregon or Washington, people will move to Florida. So people retire and they move to Florida. People who are retired are more likely to vote conservative. Yeah, that's generally how it is. So you'll always have an influx of retirees moving in there. For all the people that pass away, there'll be around the same influx of retirees that will replace them, and how they vote. Other things about Florida that have caused it to change so much is, Democrats have really kind of lost their enthusiasm there. They've lost so many elections in a row. In 2018, it was so close between Gillum and Ron DeSantis. It was kind of just the straw that broke the camel's back. And, Democrats have no enthusiasm in Florida anymore. And they've been continually losing elections. They got blown out of the water in 2022. Actually, I would say, we can compare 2022 results, and you could actually, in some ways, say this is good for Harris. Let's do the Senate. I think that was closer than the governor. 22 Senate, Florida, New York Times. I just kind of defer to the New York Times because I prefer their maps. But yeah, let's see. Marco Rubio, 57-41. If Harris is up to about 45 at the end of this election, that would be good for her, just based on how bad the Democrats got destroyed in 2022 here. Let's see, Broward County, 59-40. She's beating the Broward County margin. Let's see, this Brevard County. She's beating the Brevard County margin pretty significantly. So she's not getting obliterated in Florida compared to the 2022 bench. Let's see, Jacksonville actually went red in 2022. She seems to have kept it blue as of right now. Now, this could just be, votes in her favor being counted. That could be the case. Tallahassee looks like she ran up a bigger margin there. Not enough to win the state by any means, but Democrats got obliterated in Florida in 2022. This is kind of reversion to the mean a little bit. I expect Democrats to do worse in 2024 than they did in 2020, but I don't think that's really a big indicator of other states. First Virginia results, doesn't look like they have any itemized results yet, so we'll have to wait and see. Vermont, we have Washington County. I'm not even going to pretend that result matters right now. Georgia, we got some pretty key counties. Rockdale County, 68% of the votes are in. Let's compare it to 2020 right away. Rockdale County, 70% for Biden, 31,000 votes. Trump, 13,000, 29%. Looks like it's 76% for Harris and 24% for Trump. That is not what that's very good, actually. That's the sign of a shifting suburb. They got more votes to count there. That is horrible news for the Trump campaign, that they're losing 5 to 6% in these suburbs. they're really going to have to hope that they're running the table in the rural counties. Let's see another county with a lot of votes, Douglas County, 66-34, 71% of the votes in. So that's pretty indicative of how we should expect. 61-36. This is really the suburbification of, Democratic Party voters. A lot of these suburbs of Atlanta, a lot of these suburban counties are swinging huge towards the Democrats. That is a very large margin. 61-36 versus 66-34. That's a 4% swing towards Harris from 2020. That could be increasing, turnout and everything. If this suburb result is indicative all across the Atlanta metro, that would mean that Harris has Georgia in the bag. But it's much too early to make any election predictions. Let's see another county with a lot of votes in McDuffie County, right next to Augusta, 59-40, pretty much like a pretty split district. 59-40 versus 67-33. So this is the reverse side of that, where the rurals, it looks like Trump is running the table. Now, Georgia is a very unique state where any precinct could drastically flip results here or there because it's a very segregated state, and votes black voters in Georgia go to Democrats around 90%. White voters in Georgia go to Republicans around 70 to 80%. So it's a very hard to analyze results without a full 100% accounting in. But that is a bad sign for Harris that she's getting obliterated in the rurals compared to Biden. Let's see Greene County. This is another state, another county that would be pretty important. Greene County, 62-36 in 2020, 67-33. So that's a little bit of a shift away from Harris in the rurals. That's going to be scary for her to make up that margin because it was so razor thin in 2020. It does seem like a lot of people in the rural counties that were sad that Georgia went blue are coming out and voting for Republicans. And I don't think she's getting the margins that Biden did in the rurals for herself. She's getting that large suburban shift that she wants, but we'll have to see what happens. Brantley County is somewhere where she's not going to expect to get any votes, but it's looking exactly like it did in 2020, so there's no story to be said there. Camden County, 67-32. It looks like Trump's running a little bit better there than he did in 2020. So that should be interesting. Good for Trump. Burke County, we don't have enough results there. Okay, Florida, we have 53%. 53-46. That's a 7-point victory for Trump with 50% of the votes in. Now, West Palm Beach and Miami, I don't think Harris should really expect them to be really in her favor, but that'll probably make the margin. But what my biggest worry, if I'm the Harris campaign, you do not want to get the full brunt of the panhandle right now. That is going to swing at another 2 to 3%, if not more. Let's see if there's more results being counted here. Collier County, 65-34, 62-37. So that's like a general 3% shift. Biden did lose Florida pretty convincingly. That's a 3% margin, really, 3.5%. I expect Harris to lose it by 7 to 8% right now, if not more. She's still got some of her good counties to be counted, but she's not running the table in any of the cities. It's not going to be a victory for her in Florida, if anyone was actually convinced of that. Does anyone want to analyze a specific state? I think I'm going to briefly go over to Vermont here just to see the margins here to see if they mean anything. I don't think they really do right now. Miami-Dade County is red. Yeah, that is horrible for Harris. That is probably one of the worst things that worst results she could see. Let me compare it from 2020 and 2024. Now, this could kind of be, maybe they're not counting, maybe like maybe the precincts that are most favorable to her are the ones that haven't been counted yet. That's the only thing that she has in her favor. But that is just a pathetic result for her. Trump, it looks like Trump is really only getting his margin he did in 2020, but Harris just isn't getting the votes that she needs, that she had in 2024. That is getting obliterated in Miami. Let's see what happened in 2022. It looks almost exactly like what happened in 2022. It looks like more Republicans and more Democrats are voting. But yeah, that is a horrible result for Harris. No other way to put it. Anyone that was saying that she was going to win Florida is complete fraud. That is, she has lost Florida by a lot. 53-46, 7% margin with 54% counted. That's not even counting the Panhandle. I don't even know what areas of Florida that'll still go for her right now. I mean, Palm Beach, she won't sink any votes, in my opinion. Maybe, a couple thousand. I mean, Broward is still pretty populated, so she might net a few hundred, like maybe 100,000 more votes there. Yeah, I would expect 100,000 more votes there. That might kind of limit the power of the Panhandle, but that is really not a result you want to see for her. It's looking pretty good for, let's see, Tallahassee. Yeah, she's not even winning cities in Florida as much as Biden did, so I expect that to be a bad day for her in Florida. In Georgia, we only have 3% of results. It doesn't look like anything new, really. Really, the most counted county so far in America is Greene County, and that is a bad story for Harris. But Rockdale shows the opposite of that with a good story for Harris. So anyone's game in Georgia. One thing I have heard is these northern rural counties have really turned out for Trump. And let's see an example. So this is Union County, ironically named for Georgia. 81 to 18, 81 to 19. So that's actually a bad result for Trump. It doesn't look like he got as many votes. I mean, he still has 15%. So it's going to be give or take the same. He's not really running the table in these counties. And it looks like Harris actually is doing better than Biden did. Gordon County, another state, another county here, 80 to 18%. The exact same result from 2020. So we're not really going to learn anything about North Georgia here. Okay. Indiana's 16% in. Indiana's is going to tell us less about this election than Florida is right now. Florida is kind of what we expected, though. Florida is a state that's not really. It's not really an indicator of other states. It's very much its own thing. I don't really expect any of the Florida results to have that much of a weight anywhere else in the country. Okay, we finally have some votes in New Hampshire. This is kind of important to see how the Maine 2nd district could go, because that's kind of a swing district. And it might also just indicate a little bit more. But it just doesn't look like we have enough counted. There's no way to tell. A lot of these northeastern districts, these counties, there's a bunch of cities mixed in, a bunch of rural areas, and they swing very heavily. So there's nothing that we can really tell out of these counties right now. much different from what we could tell in like Indiana, where like Fayette County is going to be exactly the same all throughout, with the rest of how the demographics will vote. Virginia is counting their ballots slowly. Let's take the most voted county and compare the Virginia result. Virginia is what originally made me convinced that Hillary was going to lose early on in 2016. I didn't think she was getting the margin she needed to win the election, and she didn't, and she lost everywhere else. So let's see, Matthews County, 77-22 versus, yep, it looks like Trump is, well, it's too early to really say, but if that's the case for the rest of the state, Trump is going to really run the table in Virginia and make it a close election. And I would be scared if I was the Harris campaign. Let's see, Prince George County, 58-40, 57-43. That's the exact opposite result there, where Harris is outrunning Biden there. So I would say that's a good result for her. Norfolk just came in, 71-28, 28% of it. Almost exactly how it looked in 2020. So that's a good result for Harris if she's meeting the Biden margins. Let's see. Florida is still coming in. Now, as you can see, a lot of these panhandle counties, they don't really have anything in them, but there's a few that have a lot, and they are really going to look bad for Harris. One specifically is Bay County. That is a massive vote sink that hasn't even hit the Harris campaign yet. My guess is she could lose by 8 to 9% in Florida. One of the last good counties for her just came in, Alachua County, 62-35 in 2020, 62-37. So she's meeting the margin. Atlanta's not even counted. With this results, Harris could easily win Georgia. I think it's too early to say what could happen in Georgia, because you have this one county. If McDuffie County is how like all these rurals are voting, that means that Harris is running under Biden in the rurals, and there's enough rural areas in Georgia to completely overturn high metro Atlanta turnout. We'll have to wait and see with Georgia for now. I don't want to make any definitive statement on it. But if she meets everywhere that Biden did, that'll be fine for her. South Carolina has its first result. South Carolina really doesn't matter at all in this election. I guess maybe to determine if like Georgia's closer or not. That's a good result for Trump, but we don't know how these votes are counted yet. 62-37 versus 39. Yeah, that's within 2%. Chesterfield, let's see, the same thing. It's a general 2% swing towards Trump in these counties, but it doesn't look like he's running the table. A 2% shift nationally would probably be enough for Trump to win, but I don't think South Carolina is really indicative of the rest of the country. Let's see if I can get more people in here. If there's any big result changes, let me know. Florida is really what we know. Harris is within 7, a 500,000 vote difference. There's still there's several million votes to count still, but not good for Harris. Can't find who I needed a message. Crap, I don't have my link anymore. Let me pull it up. Let's see what else I can bring in here. Let's see. I still have a lot of people I haven't even told that I was streaming the results, so I'm just going to send it in to a few different people. They're giving results for Jill Stein still. Oh, Reuters. Let's see what Reuters. I like Reuters international coverage, but oh no, West Virginia just got called. Who could have guessed? Okay, election results. I want to see how much Stein is getting. That actually is kind of interesting. RFK got 8% in Indiana. That's a little bit lower than I kind of thought he'd do. I was expecting around 2%. Yeah, 2% in Vermont with the early results. Michigan and Wisconsin, that 1 to 2% that he's taking from Trump could easily change this election. So it is pretty key to see. Let me bring in some more people here. Does anyone have any? Can Alaska be interesting? Yeah, Alaska will be interesting. I don't think that it's going to be good for Harris, but the House race is going to be interesting with Mary Peltola. I think she's going to win. Even with Trump on the ballot, I think she's pretty popular in Alaska. But I think Harris is only going to lose between 5 and 10%. I can compare the 2020 number in Alaska. Yeah, it was a 10% loss for Biden. I think it's going to be 5 to 8%. That's my prediction. Alaska is trending Democratic. I don't know how long it's going to take, but it is a trending state. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Now that I've sent that, so we now have 71% of Florida, 9% lead for Trump. That is pretty much the worst I kind of expected for Harris. I could say she might lose by a million votes in the end of this counting, which would be pretty bad. But it's not nearly as bad as 2022 in Florida. And Florida has already proven to be a state where here's the 2022 Florida results. Florida has already proven to be a state where sorry, I was getting distracted by something. Florida's already proven to be a state that isn't really indicative of other states. It's very much its own thing. I don't expect results in Florida to really affect much of the other results in the election. What this is bad for is down ballot candidates in Florida. I expect that to maybe be bad for Democratic House candidates that were running in competitive districts. One specific one I remember, there was a Cuban American congresswoman who was in a close race. I don't think that's going to flip to Democrats. I could be wrong, but not with the presidential margin being 9 to 10% for Trump, and that's without the Panhandle being counted yet. These results, if they look bad now, they're probably going to get worse for Harris. Really bad Miami numbers, like. I don't know. I definitely think she could have ran some Spanish ads. She could have tried to appeal to Cubans more. She could have tried running an issue-based campaign for them. I'm not entirely certain, but I mean, she's losing in Jacksonville. Just a general 4% shift in the state of Florida, which is not good for her. But ultimately, we know Florida's trending red. That'll probably be the biggest trending red state, with the exception of maybe New York. We don't know yet, but let's see how other states are voting. Georgia is really putting down its votes. Now we can start comparing some of these early results here. Douglas County, 62%. That is a really good result for Harris in Douglas County. She's running up the suburb by a 4% margin than Biden. So that's something to keep in mind. Whoa, Floyd County. That's too early to say anything here, but looks like she must have had a vote sync in the first precinct to report. Like I said, with Georgia, a lot of these counties, if you have less than 50% of the results in, they are subject to heavy changes. Oh, we already have some North Carolina results. I'll have to analyze that quicker pretty soon. But let's see, Bartow County, 75-25, 80% of the vote is in. So we can directly compare that. That's going to be pretty close to the final result. Bartow County in 2020 was 74-23. So it's pretty much the same, a little bit better for Trump. But Harris is also meeting the margin exactly. I think some of the independent candidates in 2020 got more votes in Georgia. So in some places, both Trump and Harris will increase more. If Reuters is showing how the third-party candidates are doing, that'll be interesting. It looks like the Libertarians are doing horrible pretty much across the board. Less than 0.5%. Jill Stein is beating the Libertarian in some races, which is pretty surprising. But she's also being like Virginia only getting 0.7%. That's probably bad for Harris, but I'm still not that convinced that all the Green Party voters would have voted for Harris, even if Jill Stein wasn't on the ballot. So Jill Stein being less than 1% is probably better, like good for Harris generally. But let's see. Chase Oliver, 4%. RFK getting 1.6% in Vermont shows that in the states that he is in, he could affect the election a little bit. 0.7% in Kentucky and 0.8% in Indiana. That's not going to really swing too much. You would have if it comes down that close, there'll be some indicators that we'll see later. Okay, so let's see. With 10% of Virginia in, looks like we just got a big vote sync for Virginia. So let's look here. Fairfax County, where this is where a lot of government workers live. It's right next to DC. No surprise that this is a very Harris friendly area. Let's see how it voted in 2020. 70-28. Looks like it's 69-30. That's slightly better for Trump, maybe about 1-2%. But with the results we have now, only 40% in, it's really hard to tell. Ultimately, anyone that was convinced that Trump was going to win Virginia, this is kind of what you need to see here. He's not running up the margins in the rural areas, and it doesn't look like that much of a difference. Now, in Virginia, you have counties that do go like 80-20. Let's see, Rockingham, how it votes. With only 21% in, Yeah, I think there's probably some more Democratic vote sinks there. It's hard to really tell. I don't like to analyze results before it has 50% in. So I'm going to switch to another state for now. North Carolina. I mean, I can just check if the margins are close. Ohio is in. And Warren County, Ohio. Let's see. I'll do North Carolina later. Warren County, Ohio is 54% in. I would say, just like what I was saying with Indiana, you got to be careful before you jump to conclusions on counties like Warren County, because this is 54%. I would guess a lot of this is the mail-in balloters. Now, if Warren County is shifting, this is the sign of a Midwest suburban shift. If there's a Midwest suburban shift of 3 to 4% towards Harris, that is going to be horrible for Trump, and it would be a sign that he won't win in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. So we'll have to keep checking those numbers as they come in. Stark County. Let's see how it compares to 2020. 58 to 40 for Trump then. 53 to 46. What's up, Stella? Welcome. 53 to 46. Oh, what's up? We got more people coming in now. But yeah, 53 to 46 in Stark County. And then for everyone who is coming in, really what I want to do right now, as we get these early election results, I don't want to analyze a lot to do with turnout. I don't want to analyze a lot to do with like how I expect the election to go. What I want to see early on is the election results that are coming in as they compare to counties in 2020. So we can try to make predictions more based on how they'll look in 2024 in the final results. So let's see with Stark County. I think that was like a 5% shift toward, it's a 6%, 12% total shift, but a 6% for each candidate. My guess is this is definitely mail-ins, but if the exurbs in Ohio are trending towards Harris, that is a really bad sign for Trump. We can look at the Senate elections now as compared to the presidential line. Sherrod Brown is going to need to outrun Harris by around 7% in order to win the election. Maybe less if Harris's top line's closer, but as we can see right now, the split ticket is only showing a 8% difference. So that's pretty much exactly what he'd need if we're believing the polls that Harris is around 7 to 8% down in Ohio. Sherrod needs to be up 8% in order to beat Bernie Moreno. With these numbers, I would say that's looking better for him. It looks like in Virginia, Tim Kaine completely is wrecking Hung Kao. That's kind of what I expected. It wasn't going to be a close race. Wow, West Virginia. I didn't expect that to be close anywhere, but that's going to go to the Republican. There's no way. They're not even showing results because West Virginia is a very red state. Let's see. Florida, you have 75% of the vote in. And really, the only thing you can really say about Florida is that it's a pretty big loss for Democrats in the long scheme of things, because Florida was always a swing state for decades. And now it does seem like it's trended red. And I think, like what I was saying earlier, what's caused that is, number one, as more Cubans naturalize, Cubans are more likely to vote Republican than Democrat. It's probably around 65-35 to 70-30 how Cubans vote. So that's one sign that Florida is trending red. Another sign, I think a lot of the cross-state migration benefits Republicans, because people who tend to be Republican from Michigan, Pennsylvania, New York, maybe even California, who move to Florida for warmer weather or that type of thing, or if they're retirees tend to be more Republican. They're moving into the state, so that makes it more of a Republican vote sink. And I think Democrats, just the way that they've lost elections, they're a little demoralized there. Let's see other things as they're coming in. Oh, wow, that's not good. Apparently, live breaking news. Someone just broke into the Social Security office windows that I work at. So that's not a good thing that people are damaging government property in California. But I guess that is happening. Okay, New Hampshire is coming in. Okay, so let's see. Looks like they're counting ballots that are election day first, and it's slow counting. I don't want to make any predictions off of this because it's only 20% of the votes, and Merrimack County varies throughout the state. But it looks like Harris is outrunning Biden right now. So we'll have to check back on that later. And that would be really bad for Trump if he's getting clobbered by Harris in some of these counties. What state do you guys want to see next? Put it in the chat. I can analyze any of them. 22% Indiana. I haven't checked it in a while. Let's see how a blue county in Indiana is doing to see if like the Midwest cities are coming in more. Adams County, 73-26. That's got to be that's definitely an error. I think they accidentally flipped Trump and Harris there. You're going to see plenty of allegations that voter fraud is occurring in Indiana just based on this completely obvious error that Harris is accidentally in Trump's spot in Adams County, Indiana. You will see so many allegations that there's voter fraud in. That is it's going to be funny. It's unfortunate, though, that they're reporting information improperly. They need to. This is really important, and they're making mistakes like this. I don't think it's the New York Times doing this. I think it's the county official when they report it, they accidentally mix up the data or something. Really bad to be doing that. That or Harris is just randomly blowing Trump out of the water in some rural county in Indiana, which is not happening. I guarantee you, it's not happening. Voter fraud in Adams County. You heard it here, folks. You heard it here first, folks. Lawrence County. Yeah, it looks like the 2020 margins are pretty similar. There aren't any counties with too much in. Let's see Sullivan County. This is going to give us an indication on how we might expect Michigan to vote. Yeah, this is bad for Trump. You can see this county is a rural county in Indiana. Harris is beating out Biden's margin by around, let's see here. No, opposite. It's good for Trump. Trump is running up county by around 3%. So that is good for Trump in that tiny county. But let's see if we have another one. Pike County, which is a very red county. 75-22% in 2020, 77-22% in 2024. So it's another county. Trump is doing a little bit better there. What that could actually be is the lack of a competitive libertarian candidate in 2024. Republicans could be doing a little bit better in states like Indiana as a result. But Indiana is not really a swing state, so we won't really be able to tell till later. 76% in Florida, Georgia, 12%. Let's check Ohio. Mahoning County is blue. Or what state is Mahoning County? Oh, yeah, here, Ohio. Yeah, no, I don't believe this 1 second. I think that Ohio is just counting their mail-ins first. This same thing happened in 2020, where it was like looking like Biden was going to win Ohio. Because they counted like Columbus first or something. And people were like, oh, Ohio is going blue. It was not true at all. Trump won Ohio by 8%. that is just it's just a result of them counting mail ballots first. So don't extrapolate too much. Going to briefly check Puerto Rico. I don't expect things to change much in Puerto Rico. This is exactly what the polls were indicating there, that Dalmo would do better, but he wouldn't really compete against Gonzalez. So the PNP, how much is in this election? Let's see if I can find the percentage of how much it is. Well, I don't have the exact percentage, but my guess is PNP wins this election handedly. I'm calling it right now. I don't speak Spanish. Let's see, translate to English. Let's see here, results for the, oh, wow. Wow, Puerto Rico is really voting for Harris with only 10% in. San Juan, ooh, it's looking like a close election between Citizens Victory. Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, I was messaging someone. So yeah, San Juan is going to be a close race between Citizen Victory Movement and New Progressive Party. If I remember correctly, this is like a center-left party. Philippe can probably provide more context of that. Oh, independent. Oh, it's an independent party. Yeah, that's not surprising to me. That it's really close there. However, it does look like the New Progressive Party is really performing well in Puerto Rico. Let's see. I don't even really want to look at the Ohio results because I think it's just going to give us a false impression of how the final election is going to look. A lot of this is the mail-in ballots, and you can kind of see with the map I had earlier. Ohio is a state that is going to be counting the mail-in ballots first, and I think Democrats, just like in 2020, are more likely to vote by mail than they were in 2020. Okay, and then no one else is having trouble with the comments, right? I had someone message me that they're having trouble putting in a comment, but let's see. Yeah, I don't think I have any restrictions. Or I'm gonna take the restrictions off chat if there were any, just so people will be able to provide context. Okay, yeah. People are saying they worked. Okay, got it. More people are saying Trump. More people are betting on Trump that he won. This is really too early to tell. Florida is not going to convince. Florida going more to the right is very isolated to Florida itself. And I think a lot of people are making a rush to say that Trump won, but I think it's pretty dumb to, bet all your money on Trump right now. In fact, you could probably get some money betting against that, but obviously don't election bet. Let's see. It's too early to tell. It would be stupid to throw your money at the election right now. Virginia, 20% in. Let's compare that to the 2020 Virginia results. So we have here 54 to 44. That is almost exactly what it looked like in 2020, on down to a T. if the election is a 4.5% win for Harris, just like it was in 2020 and nationally, she's going to win the election. Just because Florida moved towards Trump really doesn't mean much for the fact that the rest of the country is not Florida. In 2022, we saw Florida go heavily towards the Republicans, and it was just Florida and New York. Every other state kind of stayed pretty similar to what they were in 2020. So we'll continue to analyze that. I can see this getting worse for Harris. This is 9% and almost 1 million votes. That's pretty bad for Harris in Florida. Obviously, she didn't need to win Florida to win this election, but she's still down, and we're going to have to wait until Bay County and these Panhandle counties come in. Santa Rosa County is another big, and Escambia County, that's another one. These are going to continue to push the margin down for Harris. Broward County still has to put in some ballots, so she'll maybe net another 50,000 there. But she's really lost all of her vote nets, and she's getting pummeled in these areas that have already voted, and then the Panhandle still has to come in because I think they have an extra hour to vote. That's why we don't have their results yet. So, I mean, a 9% loss for Harris in Florida could be as high as 10%. It's like a 6, or yeah, really if you count, really like a 6 to 7% loss in Florida. However, from 2022, we do have the results here. If you compare, she's doing around 3% better than Val Demings did in 2022. So that's kind of, I'm dressed like a youth pastor. Thank you, Alison. I'm just in the same outfit I went to work in. But I appreciate that. Okay, let's see. Okay, we finally have Clayton County, not Fulton County, but Clayton County, which is part of the Atlanta Metro. Let's see how much Harris is running the table there, and I'm going to see if that's going to be enough to really make a difference. 85-14. It's really looking almost identical to 2020. She's not running the margin more than what you'd expect, and the raw votes look about the same. So from what I expect, it's going to be hard to tell. Cherokee County has 80% in, 70-30. Let's see how it went in 2020. Yeah, Cherokee County looks like it's a little bit better for Trump. So a lot of things that people were predicting that Trump was going to run the table in the rurals here, it looks like he's doing that. Another county here, he's getting another 1% higher in Pickens County. That might be just enough to win. Rockdale is that one county which is kind of showing that reverse suburban shift, though, for Harris. But I just don't think there's really enough raw votes to really be indicative of much. Let's see how the Athens suburbs are going. Oconee County, 67-32. In the past, it was 65-32. So, yeah, I think Trump is benefiting from there not being a key third party in Georgia. I kind of want to see a results website that has the 2020 third party results. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, the Libertarians got 1.2% of the vote in Georgia. That took a lot of the vote, and it probably is a key part in why Trump lost Georgia. So the fact that the Democrats don't have that extra cushion of potential libertarian voters that are voting Republican now, or that the cushion they expected Kennedy to bring, that could be the difference of like 1% that could lead to Harris losing Georgia. Ohio is coming in. Like I said earlier, do not think that Harris is going to win Ohio. That is not what's going to happen. These counties have a lot of people in them. They're going to all vote. But right now, they're only counting mail-in ballots, and they're only about 40% of the ballots in most counties. They look better for Harris, but the election day votes are going to be much worse for her. And so you can see right here, Columbus, no way that Harris is outrunning Biden by 10% in Columbus. No way. So right now she's winning in Ohio. She's not going to win Ohio. There's no way that that's going to happen in any way, shape, or form. You just have to wait for the results there. They count their E-Day ballots later. Now, granted, it is kind of funny to see Harris just running the table as compared to 2020. If this was the actual result, there would be no question the election would be over. Harris would win if this is the final result, but it's not. It's going to shift, I would say, 5 to 6% throughout the state. The rural counties are going to start coming in, and it's going to be pretty similar to the 2020 result, in my opinion. Putnam County, 82. Yeah, it's pretty much the same. Indiana has 28% in. We can kind of check if Indiana has a lot of counties that are fully counted yet. Lake County, Harris is underperforming slightly, but there isn't a full result amount. Let's see, Daviess County is one of the first fully counted non-Florida counties. Let's see how it compares. 80 to 18, 81 to 17. So almost identical to how it voted in 2020. I would say, Trump netted like 50 to 100 votes there. Not really indicative of anything in the broad scheme. Lawrence County is another one, 74. Looks like Trump netted a couple more votes than he did in 2020. Dallas County is in. Any associated Dallas County, Texas? Holy shit, you're getting Texas results. Okay, let's see. I'll wait for Texas for now. I did hear that Texas turnout was high. I think that it's just not happening. Harris is not going to win it. I mean, Allred might be closer, but if Florida is any indication that the Senate election is the split ticket's going to be less, Debbie McCarcel Powell already is declared lost, and she lost by 1 million votes. There's not much you can really say other than that was a big loss for Democrats. It's exactly kind of what I expected to happen. Maybe I thought that Florida would be about like 8% instead of 10%, but it's just indicative of how much Florida has shifted relative to the rest of the country. It also is an indicator that Harris doesn't exactly need to win as much of the popular vote in order to win the election. Because if Republicans run the table in Florida, that could shift because Florida is a pretty big state, probably 0.4 to 0.5% of the national vote margin that Harris needs to win in order to win the election. Really, she just needs to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Speak of the devil, Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh is reporting in 25%. This is just the mail-in ballots being counted. Or wait, I don't know if mail-in ballot. No, this is E-Day ballots, I think, because mail-in ballots are getting counted late in Pennsylvania. So I don't really know what this is, but if that's indicative of what the election is here to come, 72-27 is running Trump out of the water in Allegheny County. That's crazy. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Ohio's blue, but that's the exact same thing that happened in 2020, or both 2020 and 2022. They count their mail ballots first. I'm gonna call it now. I've seen enough. Virginia is gonna go. Tim Kaine is gonna beat Hung Kao. That's gonna be an easy Democratic, not pickup, just incumbent staying in charge. Let's see the margin. Casey's outrunning Harris, though, in Pennsylvania. That'll be interesting. 72-26, 72-26. It looks like there is not much split ticketing occurring in Pennsylvania. Texas, we do finally have Dallas County, 63% of the votes in. Let's kind of see. This is not going to be that indicative of the broader election. That is not a good number for Harris to have. 61-38. It was 65-33 in 2020. So this might be the wrong batch of ballots to the final result, or maybe there's certain precincts of Dallas that are more pro-Democrat. But let's see these suburban counties around it to see how much that compares. Rockwall County, 71-29, 68-30. So yeah, Trump is running up a little bit in Texas. I expect Texas to now be probably Trump +6, Trump +7. It's going to be actually going to be a +1 or +2 shift towards Trump, which is something that'll be very good for him nationally. But it doesn't mean the election's over by any means. Allred, how much is he outrunning Harris? He's not even outrunning Biden. Allred, I think I've already seen enough. If that's 10% of Texas's votes, and they're not running the Dallas Metro nearly what they need to do in order to win this election, I think I can call it right now. Allred lost the election, except for Kaufman County, I guess. Wow, that's a 10% shift towards Allred. That's pretty big. I guess it's a little too early to make a definitive statement, but it doesn't look good right now for the Democrats, to say the least, in Texas. They might get some pickup House races, but I'm not entirely certain. Let's see if there's been any big House races that have been called yet. Wow, Dennis Kucinich ran in Ohio 7. That's probably really bad for the Democrats that he ran. But yeah, no, that I don't think that's going to flip to the Democrats by any means. Oh, Michigan's coming in. Holy shit. Okay, let's see what Michigan results are. Okay, we have Oakland County. Probably the mail-in ballots. That is insane. 77-22. But we're just getting started. There's going to be a lot of more ballots to come out of Oakland. So you can see in the stream here, Oakland County did vote 56.4 to 42.3. I kind of expect Oakland County to get bluer regardless of what happens in this election. Oh, it's getting darker in here. I'll be right back. Got to turn the light on. Okay. So the light is on here now, but this is not going to be indicative of the rest of the state. Oakland County is a suburban shifting county, but it looks like, oh, that's funny. It's very good for Harris right now. in Michigan to see that result, even if it's just a small amount of ballots in Oakland. It's indicative of a greater shift, I believe. Let's see. The Cleveland mail-in ballots are in 71-28. Yeah, no, that's all mail-in. It's too early to make a prediction in Ohio. They're not counting their election day ballots yet. One thing that's pretty bad for Harris is the fact that they haven't called Virginia yet. Some of that could just be that none of Richmond is in, and a lot of the votes just haven't been counted yet. But if you're Harris, you're kind of wanting to have that 10% victory solidified, and you're also going to want Virginia and New Jersey to be so close or so big of a victory for you that they get called right away. She's not getting that. Texas, looks like a couple more votes just got counted. I don't think Democrats are going to give that shift that they were hoping for in Texas this cycle. Looks like very similar results to 2020, if not a reversion to previous elections. So Texas is not going to go blue this election. Georgia, Atlanta came in, Fulton County. Let's see the margin from 2020 to 2024. 72% to 26%, 71% to 28%. That is not what you want to see if you're Harris. It's about the exact same as before. Maybe in raw votes, turnout will exceed that, but it's not really indicative of who's going to win Georgia yet. But Georgia was won on a razor-thin margin last time, and I'd expect it to go to a razor-thin margin again. North Carolina is 55. Let's see how much different the North Carolina governor race is versus the presidential line, because that might be an interesting result to see how much split ticketing is actually happening. So yeah, 60-35 in the same vote pool that's voting 53-45. So that means Josh Stein is outrunning Harris by 14%. So Mark Robinson was a really horrible candidate, and he's losing in North Carolina. But this is pretty crazy to see a race where the split ticketing is a 14% difference. 14%. And it looks like a lot of Republicans chose to vote for other right-wing independents instead of Mark Robinson, but they still voted for Trump. So North Carolina is going to go down to the wire. No way to predict it yet, but we can see some of the results that are in pretty heavy. Orange County, let's compare it. 74 to 23 versus 77 to 21. That's really big. If Harris is running up margins by 4 to 5% in counties like Orange County, she's going to win North Carolina, and this election could be over. I don't know if that'll be the case, but we'll just have to wait and see for that. But it looks like she's really close to exceeding the raw vote margin from 2020, and that's a good result for her. Let's check some of the rural counties. So like Surrey County is an example. Went 78 to 20 in 2020, and now it's 76 to 24. with a 4% general shift in North Carolina, that is really bad news for Trump. Some of this might be his ballots just aren't being counted yet, but I would be a little bit worried if I was the Trump campaign. You can't lose North Carolina. That will be one of the most important states, and all you would need, Harris could lose Pennsylvania, but win Nevada, North Carolina, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and the election's over. So we'll have to wait and see for that. Okay. And if anyone wants to see specific states in the comments, feel free to comment something. Brief Puerto Rico update. Yeah, nothing interesting in Puerto Rico. Same results that we talked about earlier. Let's see, Georgia, Richmond County. This is a really good result for Harris. This is a 6% shift towards, or no, actually, it looks like in some places Trump is meeting his 2020 margin because of the lack of third-party votes. What's the difference between dark blue and light blue? Light blue is, so this is the 2020 results. Light blue would mean that Democrats won in 2020, but not by as much as the counties that are dark blue. So this is an example of a county that was won 84-14, and then this is an example of a county that's won 59-7. It goes the same for light red to dark red. Okay. Goodbye, Mohammed. Get some rest. Okay. Hopefully we'll know the election results by the time you're awake. Texas. The more results we're seeing out of Dallas is really bad for Democrats that were hoping for Texas to flip. It's just not the results and the margins they need. I mean, Biden won Fort Worth last time. Unless they're counting mail-ins last, this is not what they need. They're down another 6% in those areas. Ellis County looks good for Democrats, but that does not nearly cover the margin they need for some of these other counties. Hood County, let's check that. 81-17, 84-16. So yeah, Trump is running up the margin a little bit in counties that Democrats would really need to be doing well in order to win Texas. So we'll have to wait and see, but that is not good results for Harris in Texas. Oh, Illinois. The only county that has come in is McLean. Not really that interesting. These are mail-in ballots being counted first, so it isn't really a direct one-to-one for how we should expect the results to go. But Democrats are doing good there. Macomb has a couple votes in. Wexford has a couple votes in. Virginia is looking close, but that's just because all the rurals are coming in before the cities. Let Let me see if I can compare counties. This is one I was told about, Loudoun County being closer. So this is a pretty bad sign for Democrats nationally, because this is a county we have a lot of votes in for. It looks like Democratic turnout in Virginia was low and Republican turnout in Virginia was a little high. Because that is a swing of around 6% towards the Republicans in Virginia in this one county. That's not good for Democrats. And it might just be enough for the election in Virginia to be close. But, also have implications for Pennsylvania, which needs to be much better for Democrats than that. Let us see. Georgia is still toss-up margin according to the New York Times. Let's see some of these big counties that came in. Clayton County, 72% is in. 84-14, 85-14. So Harris is doing what she needs in these counties. Let's see, like a random rural county like Rabun County. It's the exact same as 2020. Nothing really interesting to see there. Grady County, 68-32, 65-33. So there's a couple counties where Trump is leading his 2020 margins in the rurals. So that is something that Harris is going to need to have to overcome. But for right now, really too close to call in Georgia. Kansas, I don't think Kansas is going to be that interesting this election. The fact they haven't called some states is kind of an indicator of the election. They have not called Virginia yet, which is bad for the Democrats. They haven't called New Jersey yet, which is bad for the Democrats. And on the flip side, they didn't call Kansas or Missouri right away. So that could be a sign for big swings later. Florida's 91% in, and really couldn't have gone worse for the Democrats in Florida. That's a 13% loss. Maybe Harris has some more vote sinks, but that's a 10% drop from where she was in 2020. That is a horrible loss, or where Biden was in 2020. Horrible loss. Trump could get as many as 6 million votes there. But one thing that I am noticing is it looks like less Democrats voted in Florida than in 2020. Just the continuation of just Democratic demoralization in Florida, even as the population grows, it's just not as many Democrats are voting. Republicans probably could net up to 6 million votes here, but it's probably a little too early to tell the top line. Okay. Virginia is looking a little closer than it would be expected on the top line, but I still think there's a lot of votes to be counted. Richmond hasn't really been counted yet. Alexandria has more of a vote sink. The big Democratic vote sinks still haven't came in for Virginia yet, whereas a lot of the rurals are already counted. Washington County. Let's see if there's been any House flips that were pretty key. It doesn't look like Republicans won any seats or stole any seats in Florida from the Democrats. Let's see. Yeah, this was expected to be a potential flip for Democrats, but as all the ballots get counted, it's a 10% win for the Republicans. So the House races, they aren't really showing that any different from 2022. That's probably a good thing for Democrats nationally if they're not worried about losing any elections in the House, where they very much could be. I think that shouldn't be a problem for them. Let's compare the House results in 2020. Or actually, the maps are totally different. We'd need the 2022 House results. Let's see, House results. Yeah, the House results look very identical to 2022 in Florida, which I would say nationally is I would expect that to be fine for Harris. What I would worry the most for Harris is that what I would say the biggest problem for Harris is that she's not doing well in Florida or Texas really, and Georgia is looking more like it's going to go Republican. So you have three big states that she isn't running the table in, and that's pretty bad. Ohio, it's coming in. Let's see the Senate race in Ohio. Sherrod Brown is still leading. I think that he might still do pretty well here. So we'll have to wait for the final result. But there's that. North Carolina could still go either way. Let's see how it compares in some of these counties. New York Times does have it looking more like North Carolina will swing to the Republicans, but it really can go either way right now. So as more votes came in Oakland County, it returned it back to the mean. Harris is still doing very well there, but it's a lot closer than what we expected. Eden County just dropped a lot of ballots, and that looks better for Trump. That's probably election day ballots being counted, not mail-ins for right now, but we'll have to check on that later. Philadelphia just dropped a bunch of ballots. Let's see. It must be early in-person voting, I would expect. I'm not entirely certain, but it's a more Democratic leaning vote share right now. So we really can't tell the results as of right now. New Hampshire's indicating it'll go to the Democrats, but that's not really a swing state this election. Georgia's looking much better for Trump than it did in 2020. But what really carried it was a lot of late ballots for Democrats in the very end in 2020. So we won't really know. Ohio's definitely going to swing a lot more to the right. Let's see what the Senate race there looks like. Let's compare the top line. We really can't tell with Pennsylvania yet. There's another call for Arkansas. That was kind of expected. Let's compare Kentucky final results. 63 to 36 with 61% in. Fayette County looks about identical. Looks pretty similar. Texas is about 50% in, and that's with a lot of the big counties coming in. Austin just came in. Let's compare 2020 and 2024. Austin actually swung a little bit towards Republicans. This is another example of just it just not seeming like Democrats have the upper hand in Texas. Houston is closer to Republicans. Pretty mediocre results there, and they would have needed to do a lot better if they wanted to win the state. A lot more votes are in Pennsylvania, but these are a lot of these early mail-in ballots. It's not going to be that interesting until later. Okay. Let's see North Carolina. Still not a lot of ballots counted. Could go either way. Let's see like a rural county comparison. Cherokee County 78 to 21. 77 to 22. So it's a 2% shift in general towards Republicans there. Graham County 81 to 18, 75 19. Another 2% shift. North Carolina is looking interesting. It'll be a close election. Georgia's going to probably get a lot tighter, but it's really hard to tell right now with nothing at a DeKalb. Much more of Atlanta to come. They just called New Jersey. Yeah. In my opinion, that's not what you want if you're a Democrat, for them to call New Jersey an hour after the results come out. That's kind of an indication that it's a little bit of a reversion from what you want. The top lines are showing that it's been a 2% shift in general, maybe 2 to 5% from 2020. And a lot of this is Trump eating up old third-party votes that didn't vote for him in 2020. So it'll be interesting to see more. It also could be Stein, but I don't think she's really affecting the election much. Getting a 0.5% in Pennsylvania could absolutely be enough to flip it, though, if that maintains. Jill Stein getting 0.8% in Michigan is pretty big. She's outrunning Kennedy, at least in the blue areas. Really, I would say this is the thing that makes me think that it would be much better to be in Trump's shoes right now than Harris's. Virginia, while it's going to look much more blue later as more votes get counted, this is really not good for the Harris campaign because it's closer than it was in 2020. Loudoun County is not where you want to be in a general shift. You can see in 2020, Loudoun County was easy 61.5 to 36.5. Now it's 57 to 40. So that isn't enough of a shift Trump would need to win the state of Virginia. But if it's that big in Pennsylvania, then the Democrats are going to lose the election. We're waiting in on a lot of ballots to be counted in Georgia still. DeKalb hasn't even reported. Atlanta still hasn't reported. It's full bulk. Henry County still hasn't reported. But ultimately, with the top line numbers, I'm thinking that Trump is favored to win this state easily, just because of how close it was in 2020 and how he's running up margins in rural areas. Just that 2%, 2,000 votes in these small counties makes so much of a difference in the top line. And he's doing it in a lot of these different counties. It's not as close as it was in 2020. So I think those 2% shifts would be enough to win over the state unless they have bigger metro Atlanta turnout. The thing that you'd really need for Harris is Rockdale. The counties like Rockdale to really come out in favor of her. But there isn't enough raw votes in those counties. You'd need DeKalb to look good too. They just called Illinois for Harris. Pretty slow to call that one, but Illinois is a very reliable blue state. Looks like it is again. The most blue Midwest state. There it goes. Looks like it'll be similar to the margin it was in 2020. Let's kind of analyze Indiana as more votes are counted. Over 50% of the votes have been counted there. Generally, the Trump campaign should be pretty happy about what they're seeing right now. I know there's a lot more to be counted, but if Indiana is indicative of anything, a 4% shift towards Trump is exactly what he needs to win Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. If you're Harris, you're not going to want to see a 4% shift in Indiana away from you. But granted, they didn't campaign much there, so it's hard to really tell. Kansas is not as close as some margins predicted, so we'll have to look into that a little bit more. Let's see here. Really, if I had to say my hunch right now, if I had to say my hunch right now, I would say that Trump is more likely to win the election, but we still really have to see what North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, and Pennsylvania look like. Just based on the Virginia numbers alone, I don't think Harris is doing enough to win in Virginia. She's going to win Virginia, but to win the national election. And Florida is one thing. I mean, Florida, she really got blown out of the water. 13% is terrible for a Democrat to lose by that much in Florida. But Texas, it also seems like she's going to be down more. What you're seeing right now is all of the big Democratic vote sinks have already come in. I mean, maybe El Paso hasn't. But if you're seeing San Antonio only 55 to 45, that's not nearly enough. Harris needs to win. Texas, not nearly enough to even run with Biden in Texas. And just generally a 4% shift in Texas is not what Harris needs. 4 to 8%. I'm going to call Texas right now. It's going to go to Trump again. The Senate race is also going to go to Trump again. And that would mean the Senate is going to go to the Senate is likely going to go to Republicans as of right now. Sherrod Brown might be able to pull out a win, but it's too early to tell. Democrats definitely don't have to worry about New Jersey or Virginia. Pennsylvania is going to be a lot closer, though. The New York Times has it pretty close, but their needle kind of is showing Trump winning North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Georgia, really taking it away in Georgia. Michigan is looking like it's going to go to Democrats, but if she's only barely winning Michigan, based on the Arizona early vote numbers, I don't think Arizona looks good for her. And she's going to need to win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania 100%. And right now, it doesn't look that good for her. Pennsylvania, too early to call either way. but we don't really have the full results of Indiana, Ohio, or some of the other states to really know. Let's check the House again. It doesn't look like any swing districts have been called. They've been pretty conservative here in their estimates. But nothing is really showing that much out of hand. New Jersey has a lot of close congressional districts. Almost looks like a Republican incumbent might get taken out there. Be a very big Pyrrhic victory if the Democrats won the House but lost the presidency, and that is one of the possibilities of tonight. If anyone wants me to look at specific results anywhere, feel free to make a comment. They just called Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island all for Harris. So it's now 71, 101. One of the key things, they still have not called Virginia for Harris. My guess is Virginia 100% is going to go for her, but this is a state Biden won by 10% of the vote. It's not a state that Harris is going to want to lose nationally, or not going to want to lose 5% from that margin. North Dakota, nothing interesting. We can compare a North Dakota county to see if there's been any rural shifts here. Foster County has 90% of the vote in, 78-20. Foster County in 2020. That's more for Trump by about 2%. So it looks like nationally in a lot of the counties I've looked at least in rural counties, it's a 2% small shift towards Trump. Let's see rural counties in Indiana. A little bit of a shift up towards Trump in Owen County, but Harris also got a little bump, probably from the lack of viable third-party candidates. One thing that's pretty crazy is seeing how little RFK is getting. Jill Stein, as of right now, a lot of these ballots are in blue areas, so it's hard to tell. Jill Stein is beating out RFK, which is not something that Democrats would want to see in the third-party votes. Grand Rapids, there's not too much in right now, so I don't want to make any conclusions out of that. Eaton County is much more red than it was in the past. That's a pretty bad sign for Harris if that margin stays the same. Wow, Wayne County, they have like one precinct that's red that just got counted. That's not going to happen for the rest of Wayne County. That's where Detroit is. So ultimately, for right now, it's pretty clear that more of Georgia still needs to be counted. I need to see DeKalb County, but I think Georgia's going to flip pretty easily. Texas is going to stay red. I don't know why it hasn't been called yet. Kansas is surprising it hasn't been called yet either. I would call that right now. Oh wow, Harris is winning in Kansas? Only because they counted the most populated cities there first. Virginia's been really slow to count their ballots, but let's compare some counties in Virginia to see that general shift. This would be pretty key to indicate if Harris has won or if Harris has like lost the election. Because Virginia isn't a swing state, but it's a pretty important state for Democrats to run the table in. And you can see right here is an 8% shift towards Trump in a county, Prince George County. Not a big county, not very indicative of a larger trend. Trump getting the exact same amount of votes he did in 2024, Harris getting around 1,000 less in 2020. That's just a turnout problem. Let's see if there's some more counties that are in Powhatan County, 74-26, 71-27. So that's a 3% change. So yeah, Virginia is a lot closer. I would say that's going to be probably 6 or 7% to the Democrat. And if that's a 4% shift in Virginia, I think Pennsylvania is going to look pretty close. The margin in Georgia shrunk to below 5%. Yeah, that's just because DeKalb County came in, but you're going to need way more votes to make that margin differential. I mean, let's see here. Democrats will probably net another 80,000 votes there. In Atlanta, they'll probably net another also 80,000 votes. That's only 160,000 votes, and Republicans are still getting votes everywhere else in the state. I think that it's very easily called for Georgia. Trump is going to win Georgia. There's way too much information to the contrary that for the Harris victory there. They just called the North Carolina governor's race. Josh Stein is winning. That is not surprising at all. He is outrunning Harris by 14 points, 14%, 13 to 14%. That's pretty bad for Harris. That she's not getting enough split ticket voters to get that margin closer. I would call the Virginia Senate election for Tim Kaine right now. There's no way Harris loses Virginia, and Tim Kaine's outrunning her by 4%. Let's see how much Bob Casey's outrunning Harris. He's actually not outrunning her at all right now. So 67-31 compared to 67-32. So the Bob Casey is not outrunning Harris as much as polling had indicated in the past. So that's pretty interesting. One thing that's very different about 2022 and 2024 is you kind of had a lot of localized massive shifts in results. So, I mean, in 2022, you had like governor's races that were all throughout the country. Katie Hobbs is a big victory. Georgia, Stacey Abrams got blown out of the water. Harris doesn't have to worry about getting blown out of the water like that. But she still won't win Georgia with these results. I'm 100% convinced of that. Kansas, that was lucky. Maine, there's that. Whitmer, this is a really key victory, and I just don't see Democrats getting this margin in Michigan. So while Florida switching 10% over to Trump is localized, and Texas switching like 2 to 3% over to Trump is localized there. Michigan might not flip 3% over to Trump, but just 1% is enough for potentially Pennsylvania to fall. The 2020 margin in Pennsylvania was very close, 50 to 48.8. That's a 1.2% margin. So all Trump needs to do is to get a 1.5% switch in Pennsylvania, and then the election's over right there, because he's already won Georgia. I won't for Stein outrunning Harris by that much. I just can't see Harris winning North Carolina, especially when she's not doing better than Biden did in a lot of these other states. She's getting really beaten bad in South Carolina. That's a 6-7% shift. Trump might win the popular vote, which is not something a lot of people predicted. But I think with these numbers, Trump could very well win the popular vote. I think a lot of the data that we're seeing is pretty accurate. The New York Times Siena polls showing Florida up 13 is very much like what we thought. Texas being around 7%. Texas being 7% is also something close to what they had. Now, they did have Harris doing better in Pennsylvania and Michigan. We still have to resign to the fact that really this election will be decided between Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. There's no way to tell how those states are going to vote as of right now. But I don't think that Democrats' hopes of winning North Carolina are very founded right now. I think that Georgia's definitely going to go to Trump, and then North Carolina is also likely to go to Trump. Another thing that's pretty key is the abortion referendum in Florida failed. It only got 57% of the vote when it needs 60% of the vote. So Florida has historically been a blue state on policy, red state on candidate, and this is an indication that Florida is going much more into a red state. Now, 57% for abortion still is pretty big, but probably one cycle ago, that would have been as high as 65%. So Florida is very quickly becoming more of a red state. Now Ohio is starting to report its results. Harris 100% has lost Ohio. I don't think that there's really anything controversial about that. Anyone have anything to comment? Any interesting results that they're seeing? Changes? Nothing? Okay, got it. Let's see. Yeah, Virginia is definitely still going to go to Harris. The results in a lot of the big cities still haven't been counted yet, but it's not by as much of a margin as she needed to really convincingly win the election. Pennsylvania, really unclear. Oh, New Hampshire. Yeah, New Hampshire is a pretty convincingly big win for Democrats. I mean, it doesn't matter that much because it only has 4 electoral votes, but New Hampshire is kind of Democrats' Florida, just in the sense that they took a swing state and ran away with it. Colorado probably is more of that, but it's a lot more important to win a state like Florida in a state like New Hampshire, because New Hampshire really doesn't matter that much in the grand scheme. But there's still a lot of ballots to be counted there. It might just be off the national trends because they're counting mail-in first. And I think New Hampshire is one of those states that counts mail-in first. So it probably is going to tighten a little bit. I don't expect Harris to actually win by 11% there, but it's going to be a victory for Harris there. But everyone expected that not to be a swing state, and it's correct that isn't a swing state. But New Jersey, let's see how much. New Jersey, Biden won it by 16%, and Harris is only winning it by 10%. That is not what she needs. It might get a lot. It might get better for her later. I don't know what type of ballots they're counting right now, but it doesn't look great for her there. Pennsylvania is right next to New Jersey. So if there's anything like a 4% shift there, that would be a bad sign for Pennsylvania. But just the nature in which how campaigns work, no one's campaigning in New Jersey outside of the fact that you might get like ads that are meant for people in Pennsylvania. So the national shift in a state like New Jersey may be different than a state like Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin, where they've seen both sides ads nonstop. One thing, the Democrats hope that Georgia would be a demographic shift state, that once they won it, they would have kind of like solidified victories there. That definitely didn't occur. The demographic shift helping them in Texas over the long run also didn't occur. It just got called for New York based on the exit polls alone. But I will say, if Harris was going to lose in New York, the election would be very much over. So there's that. Let's see the shift map. This is going to be the thing that's probably the worst thing for Harris right now. I'm going to maximize this and see if I can zoom in here. So some counties in Indiana have shifted left. That's a good sign for Harris, because that could be a sign that the Midwest might have some areas that'll shift left for her. Kentucky in general shifted right. That's not really that important, but in the grand scheme of things, probably isn't good for Democrats. Virginia is generally shifting between 3 and 6 points. Some of these suburban areas are shifting a little bit towards Democrats, but for the most part, you're seeing big shifts towards Republicans, and that is not good for Democrats. Georgia's seen a few different shifts, but you see the rurals are shifting really heavily towards Republicans. So, yeah, this isn't good for Harris, and this is 100% why I called Georgia how it's going to go. North Carolina, the shifts look smaller, but I don't think that Harris is going to win a state that Biden didn't win with the current numbers. So I might go on a whim and just say she's not going to win North Carolina as well. Florida, I don't think anything about Florida is really indicative of the greater election, but that was a pretty big shift towards Trump there. Bernie Moreno leading in Ohio. I would say I wouldn't be worried about that right now. There's a chance that Harris loses the election and Sherrod Brown still wins in Ohio. There's still a lot of votes in Cleveland, a lot of votes in Toledo, a lot of votes in Columbus that haven't been counted. I don't think that Sherrod Brown has lost it at all. Harris is down 6 in Ohio, which is kind of a good sign for her. It might go further to the right. I'm not entirely certain how that's going to go. Polls closed in Iowa. Did tighten a little bit in North Carolina, but I don't think Harris is getting the shifts she needs in the cities to win. I mean, North Carolina in 2020. Let's see. I have to minimize this now. Get rid of this by winner. I just want to check a couple North Carolina counties. Wake County, which is where Raleigh is. This is good news for Harris. She is outrunning Wake County numbers. She can net more votes here. It could make a difference. She also won Orange County by more. Durham County hasn't came in, and that's a big blue county with probably 100,000 net votes sink. You have the area of the country that's right next to Virginia. She's not winning those by as much as she should be, though. It's that general 4% shift that you're seeing. I would probably be worried that Pennsylvania is going to have that same problem for Harris. And if she loses Pennsylvania at this point, it's over for her. I don't think she's going to lose Michigan at this point, but only 10% is in, and Detroit's not even being counted yet. And you haven't counted any of these rurals. One thing I would say that Democrats could have a problem with in these rurals is there's a lot of Democratic voters in this area that could just not turn out. Like this, Missaukee County. One thing about Michigan is you don't really have any counties that are huge Republican, like 90-10 counties. You still have, a few thousand Democrats in every northern county in Michigan. This is kind of the demographic that Trump was shooting to win over. So you can see like 6 to 7% swings in these counties from 2020. That's going to be a bad problem for Harris in Michigan. But that might be made up by her numbers in the suburbs and in the cities like Detroit. Virginia's still a little close, which is bad for Harris. She shouldn't be that down in Virginia. North Carolina is looking more and more like a Trump win. I think with all that in the bag for right now, it's definitely you'd much rather be Trump, but anything can really happen. We don't know the full extent of the turnout in like Philadelphia. Pittsburgh does look better for Harris. Pretty big swing, but that's probably just mail-in ballots being counted right now. A lot of people were talking about like a Democratic firewall based on the mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania, but I don't think there's anything like that of the sort. There's so many election day voters in Pennsylvania. Any firewall that a party established won't mean anything. And if anything is indicative of if Harris is kind of hoping Nevada saves her here, I don't think that's going to be the case. If she can't win Pennsylvania, she's not going to win Nevada. Arizona, from my understanding, a lot of the early results was saying that she's doing well in Arizona. Or no, that Trump's doing well in Arizona. And that would track with some of the other states here. It's now 9% Trump in Texas. That's a pretty huge swing. That's a 4 to 5% swing from 2020. Kentucky looks like it swung like a little bit towards Trump in the end. Maybe not enough to really prove that Trump's going to win the election, though. Same thing with South Carolina. The counting in Pennsylvania is going to take a long time. Let's see the Senate race in Ohio. Yeah, Sherrod Brown not leading. I would say the top line in Ohio, it being +9 for Trump, that could get a little bit closer, or it could stay the same. Sherrod is probably running 7 points over Kamala. So if it stays that much of a margin in Ohio, it might not be good for Harris. So we'll really have to see what happens, or it really might not be good for Harris or Sherrod Brown. Iowa, yeah, anyone that thought that the Seltzer poll was going to really indicate much about Iowa, I think it was just a standard outlier. Wisconsin's going to come in. One second here. In terms of paths to victory, Trump is going to need to get Pennsylvania or Wisconsin. That's very doable for him, considering how close it was in 2020. In terms of paths to victory for Harris, she's going to need to win Michigan, Wisconsin, 100%. There's no other states that she can afford to lose more than these two states. And then Pennsylvania, it's a for sure going to be the bellwether state on who wins the election. If she doesn't win Pennsylvania, she doesn't win. I mean, maybe if she does well in Arizona, Nevada, but I don't think that's happening at this point. Nevada could still go to her, but Arizona, I think it'll be a little close. It was close in 2020, only 0.3, and I think it's going to shift more towards Trump. So definitely not what she wants. Minnesota, I don't know how that's going to look. It'll probably be a little bit closer than we expected. So I'm not sure. I would say Harris wins it by about 5%. Oh, my screen here. Yeah, Minnesota. Okay, yeah, I would say Harris wins at about 5%, but that's not going to be something that is going to be that important to the election. The New York Times forecasting has the needles on these individual states, and in the states that have more details in, they're saying that Georgia and North Carolina are pretty reliably lean R. There's a chance that, late ballots in Atlanta change Georgia. I don't think that's going to happen. I think Trump made up his margin that he lost in 2020 already and some, and there's no way to come back from that. North Carolina, I find it hard to believe that Harris would win because it just doesn't look like the national environment is favoring Democrats this election. So there'll be a lot more contracting in the states that Democrats have already won. There's a chance that there's a local shift, but just because of how much split ticketing is happening in that governor race, Josh Stein is outrunning Harris by 14%. The idea that there's this reverse coattails, someone down ballot is going to make people vote for the presidential ticket more likely. That just isn't the case right now. I'm going to pull open the governor race in North Carolina right here. I might already have it. No, I don't. I'll close some of these tabs. I'll just pull it to this one. North Carolina. So you can see the governor race. Josh Stein won by 13%. He's outrunning Harris by at least 14%. And the other thing, a lot of these Republican votes that are voting against Robinson are getting consumed by the Libertarian candidate, the Constitution candidate, or even the Green Party candidate. That 14% that Stein is outrunning Harris by is getting even starker for Harris because a lot of the people that, Trump is outrunning Mark Robinson by 21%. Yeah, 10, 11, 22%. So a lot of those votes are just getting sunk into Republican third parties. Republican-leaning third parties, I'll add. Another thing that Democrats may have hoped that Kennedy would still win a lot of Trump voters. It just doesn't appear like that's the case. The Libertarian in 2020 might have won more votes than Kennedy is winning. Kennedy's not really getting anyone to vote for him. In terms of the states like Minnesota and Wisconsin, Minnesota's still going to go to the Democrats. It's not a swing state. It'll get closer, and it won't look that good for Harris, but especially considering she picked Walz. but I don't know if that's going to make that much of a difference. If Harris loses this election, winning Michigan, Wisconsin, and then losing Pennsylvania, a lot of people are going to say she should have picked the Josh Shapiro, the Pennsylvania governor, as her VP. I mean, that might be the case, but I just find it hard to believe that it would have affected places outside of Pennsylvania. But I mean, we can look into 2022. The Pennsylvania results in 2022. It's a very different picture than the national one. Fetterman won and beat Oz by almost over 5%. That's a huge win. We can compare this to the numbers. Like Fetterman is the baseline. Josh Shapiro won by even more. But let's switch to the by winner. And then just the top line for Pennsylvania right now. Yeah, we don't have enough results in Pennsylvania yet. But in the end result, if it's even close, that could be really bad for Harris. Harris leads Iowa. Iowa is another one of those blue mirage states. They count the ballot, early ballots first. I don't think that Harris is even going to get more votes than Trump in Iowa, even with a localized blue wave for like people that are, voting against the abortion ban that happened there. This margin in Des Moines, that's just early in person or mail-in ballots. That's going to go down in Polk County. I think it'll be much more similar to the 2020 results than people imagine. The poll that was saying that Harris would win Iowa was just an outlier. We have 50% of the votes in North Carolina in. We still have to get some of the ballots, so it's hard to really tell how it's going to swing. But from what I can see right now, Harris is not running up the margins as much as she needs to in order to win the state. I mean, if you look at a county like that's actually one where she's improving her margin with. But let's see. Orange County has 95% of the vote in, and she's doing better than Biden did in that single county. But that doesn't make up for all the counties that Trump is either equivalent to 2020 or doing better in. And one of the things that made it so close in 2020, North Carolina so close in 2022, was you had third-party candidates. Let me look up the 2020 North Carolina. You had third-party candidates eating into the vote. I mean, you had, let's see the final results here. Jo Jorgensen got 0.9% of the vote. The Green Party got a good 1%. Maybe not as much as I thought, but it made it a lot closer in North Carolina as a result of that. And I just can't see the whole statewide shift being enough for Harris to win North Carolina when Biden didn't win it in 2020. What is the Puerto Rico? Another Puerto Rico update for those who are still watching here. It looks like the pro-statehood party has won another governorship, but the Independence Party surprised everyone in getting second. That's kind of been the major news story out of Puerto Rico. We can also switch this to English. Yes, always translate Spanish. And check on the Harris versus Trump plebiscite, or no, this is just the statehood plebiscite. 56% of Puerto Rico votes for statehood. And then it looks like 70% of Puerto Rico voted for Harris. That's a pretty big margin. That might be enough. If Puerto Rico was a state, it might have been enough to flip the election. It's kind of a shame. We have to remember that the people of Puerto Rico, despite being a territory of the United States, their votes do not count towards the presidential election. They do count in presidential primaries, but not in the presidential election. Same thing with the people of DC. They don't have Senate or House representation, but they do get 3 electoral votes. Doesn't appear like any of the ballots have even been counted in DC yet. The polls close at 7 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, they should already have called that race. I'm not sure why they haven't. Okay. Whew. It is kind of funny to see Kamala winning Kansas with only 40% in, but that's because like none of the rural votes have been counted yet. Colorado is kind of how we expected it to be. Colorado is the blue state that kind of got away from Republicans. We can compare how different counties, 50% of Denver is in, and it's exactly how it looked in 2020. Really no changes there. Maybe a 2% shift towards Trump. So the popular vote is still kind of showing that Harris will win the popular vote. Another reminder that we don't have elections by the popular vote. We elect by the Electoral College in a way that benefits very specific states and their electoral college votes, and limits certain states and how much they really have leverage, both like red and blue. Really hard to tell as of right now. Just like we thought, the most likely tipping state is Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania will be the important state to look at. Another big result, I'm going to call this right now. A lot of people thought that incumbent Governor Larry Hogan, maybe not incumbent governor, former governor of Maryland, Larry Hogan, would be able to run in the Senate election and win. It's looking like he's getting blown out of the water by the Democrat. Another example of state politicians failing to be able to translate to national politics. If you're a Republican in a blue state, you're not likely to be able to win in a federal race like you would in a governor race. Same goes for Democrats in red states. To give a general synopsis of like how the results look right now, it'll come down to Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. But with the general shift in every single county throughout the country, I'm saying it's much more likely that Trump comes out on top of at least Pennsylvania. I don't think he comes out on top of Michigan. Wisconsin, really anyone's guess right now. We don't have enough ballots in, but we'll have to see. It looks like Waukesha County is coming in pretty heavy, so we can look at that. This is the Senate race. I want to switch to the presidential. If Harris loses Wisconsin, the election's over. So this is an important race to look at. Looks like 60-38. That is not a good number for Trump, really. He should be running the table in Waukesha. But Democrats are kind of hoping to gain here, and it doesn't look like they are. Dane County is a big vote sink for Democrats. 2020, 75-22, 69-30 right now. That probably isn't, all of Madison being counted, but that's if that election result holds to the final result, the election's over. Harris needs to get exactly what Biden got in Dane in order to win. Milwaukee hasn't reported anything yet, so yeah. Georgia has about 76% counted. You still have a lot of votes in Metro Atlanta to count, but it's getting to the point where no matter how these votes go, you have to net 200,000 votes to win this election if you're Kamala. Where are you going to find those votes when a lot of these, actually most of the rural counties have 100% reported. There might be a couple that aren't that high, but you're going to need to net all your votes in Atlanta. You're going to find 200,000 somewhere in DeKalb, Henry, Clayton. Clayton County is almost all counted. I can't see a single path where she wins. I mean, maybe Savannah, but Savannah's not that populated of a city. She might net 20,000 votes there, another 50,000 in Fulton. It's gonna get closer. I think Trump only wins Georgia by 2%, but with the current results we have, I can't see Harris overtaking a 5% lead right now. North Carolina, it's a 3% lead for Trump. That is what he needs to be at for the rest of the counting, really, if he wants to win. I don't think the state is going to flip to Democrats if the entire national environment isn't showing them doing very well. The other thing is, if Harris won North Carolina instead of Pennsylvania, she would need Nevada if she wanted to win the election. It's going to be crucial she wins the big three in the Midwest. Now, I haven't really been seeing anyone else's takes on the election right now. Let me look a little bit. "30 minutes ago, there was a report that Harris has a 51% chance to take Pennsylvania. And that's what it's going to come down to. There was just a projection that Harris won Virginia. It didn't come from the New York Times, but Virginia's too close for Harris right now for it to be that good. I think it's going to be more like 4 to 5% in the end, but Virginia is extremely indicative that the election isn't going Harris's way. Right now, Iowa's showing that Harris is winning Iowa by 15%. That would be hilarious if that was the final result. Missouri, same thing. Missouri and Iowa are these blue mirage states where it looks like Harris is doing better, but in the end, she's not. Trump just pulled away in Ohio. He's now up 11%. I think that's going to crater a lot. A lot of his rural votes have been maximized, and you don't have Columbus, Cincinnati, Dayton. Well, Dayton's already in. You don't have Toledo, and you don't have Cleveland. You don't have nearly as many ballots. That's going to crater back to about at least 9%, I think. What does that mean for the Senate race there? That's right going to be on the margin. And I think Sherrod Brown ran a really strong campaign against Bernie Moreno. Bernie Moreno is probably a horrible candidate to run against him. Another thing is libertarian vote sync. A lot of people, maybe they don't want to vote for Sherrod Brown, but they are voting for Don Kissick instead of Bernie Moreno. So that's going to be a saving grace for Sherrod Brown. But the other problem is they might be voting for Don Kissick, but they're not voting for Sherrod Brown. So just because Bernie Moreno doesn't get 50% in the end, Sherrod Brown might not get enough to beat him, especially because Harris kind of pulled him down. That's an example of coattails maybe putting someone over the top that wouldn't normally win. If this happened in an off-year election where Trump wasn't on the ballot, I'm fairly convinced that Sherrod Brown would have won that election. But now it's going to be down to the races. For the rurals, this is pretty crazy. Dan Osborne is beating Deb Fischer. The problem is we don't have enough of the rural votes. What do you mean Kamala flip? Oh, just with the, that's just because Dane County came in. Let's go to the presidential. Yeah, no, Harris is showing that she's winning in Nevada. I don't think Osborne won it, folks. It just doesn't look like it. He's getting killed in the rurals. He's running with Harris in Omaha, really. I just can't see Osborne, the independent, winning it. Yeah, I guess he's running, 12% ahead of her, but that's not going to matter in Nebraska. I'll check on that race later. The fact that Colorado hasn't been called yet is bad for Harris. The fact Maine hasn't been called right away is bad for Harris. It doesn't mean that she's going to lose those states. It just means that it's going to be closer. Does anyone have any questions or things they want covered right now? In Pennsylvania, we do have a lot of results coming in. Harris is going to need to win Pennsylvania. The thing that is most worrisome right now is the majority of the results that are in are the best results Harris is going to get. And they're going to crater over time. New York Times flipped Virginia to likely D. They're taking forever to count the ballots in these Democratic areas. But we do have a couple. Let's see the swing map. This is what is really going to be bad for Harris. She got demolished in these swings in the rurals. Biden did much better in the rurals than Harris did. And she's only swinging a little bit in suburbs and cities. So yeah, it's a general like 3 to 4% swing across the state, which is not going to be good for her if it gets extrapolated to Pennsylvania. It does look like there's a 2% rural swing. Maybe Harris was able to maximize the margins in the cities, but I wouldn't bank on that right now in Pennsylvania. Not a single ballot in Detroit has been counted, just a couple of Wayne County suburbs. Oakland County cratered a little bit. Let's see what the comparison is. Oh, I just clicked the same thing. If anyone has any questions, just put them in the chat. I'm just chatting with some people here. Let us see how everything is going. The New York Times isn't really changing their margins on the Rust Belt states. This is going to be the place where Harris is going to have to win. Really, any of them could go Republican or Democrat right now. I was pretty convinced that, Tester. Oh, there's no way Tester has a chance right now. Unless he pulls off a Susan Collins, there's no way Tester has a chance. The polls are looking pretty accurate this election, so none of the polls had Tester looking good. He's gonna get blown out of the water. Sherrod Brown still has a chance, but I wouldn't bet on him personally right now because he's down 3 in Ohio. Remember, they still have to count all of Cleveland. They still have to count half of Columbus and half of Cincinnati. So none of that's going to really be Republican votes, but there's a few counties here and there that are still counting Republicans. Sherrod Brown might win it, but it's going to be very close. Texas, yeah, Ted Cruz won that, and he won it by more than the margin that Biden did. In the beginning in this election, I did think that Texas could crater a lot more towards Democrats, but I do think ultimately a lot of the momentum Democrats have been gaining in states like Texas was a result of especially in 2020, not being the incumbent. I think demographic shifts changed a lot in 2016. It was also just a much different election and where people were politically. But the general democratic shift in Texas, I think, got postponed by this election. Florida, it's definitely no longer a swing state. It's almost a 1.5 million vote margin in the Senate race, at least. 500,000 votes in Texas with 60% in. And that's with a lot of the rurals not even in. There's not much you can do about North Carolina at this stage. I don't think North Carolina flips to the Democrats. Let's check on Dan Osborne. Dan Osborne's interesting because he's an independent. He refuses to caucus with either party. If Trump wins the election and Dan Osborne wins, that is going to be a very lucky break for Democrats Because I think if Trump wins the election, the House pretty glaringly goes to Republicans, and then the Senate is going to be like 51-49 or 50-50. And if Dan Osborne somehow pulls through in Nebraska, he will be kind of the face of like an independent voice that isn't Democratic or Republican, and he has a chance to like really, you know, rile up the Senate that way, being that like swing vote. But in terms of all of Trump's appointees, the Senate favors Republicans very heavily, and if Sherrod Brown loses, it's 100% going to swing to the Republicans. And then you don't like you have Murkowski in Maine, and you have Murkowski in Alaska, and you have Collins in Maine, and they're like the two moderate Republicans. They might block some of Trump's, more unpopular picks. They might not vote for all of his legislation, but they're quintessentially still Republicans. They're just a different type of Republican, more from the 90s. In the House, we can start to look at House results. I haven't really been. Doesn't seem like there's been really any shakeups in the House. Democrats surely aren't gaining any where they wanted to. But they're not losing them. So they're sticking right where they wanted with the 2022 margins in the House. No flips in Florida is pretty huge, and it's good for the Democrats for how much of like getting hammered in Florida they did. New York is going to be pretty key to watch because New York might have several flips just based on how badly the Democrats ran in 2022 in New York. New York District 17 is one of those districts that you really should be expecting Democrats to be winning, and it doesn't look like the Democrats are going to win that one. That's Mondaire Jones, a former representative in New York. Pat Ryan seems to be taking his district. 24, Claudia Tenney has that on lock. This one is pretty big. New York District 2020 or 22 looks like the Democrat is blowing the Republican out of the water. So that could be big. Another one, Laura Gillen could be beating Anthony that is a very Italian name. Despacito, that's pretty funny. Okay. And you also have Josh Riley beating Marcus Molinaro. This could be a blue mirage effect because they count a lot of the mail-ins first, but that's kind of a sign that Democrats might actually win the House and lose the presidency, which would be a really embarrassing thing for them, and not something that would be expected. Let's see. We have a lot more results to look into. Pennsylvania has now cratered to a toss-up, looking more like Trump has the advantage as more votes get counted, but could go either way. Michigan, toss-up, could go either way. One thing that is really looking bad for Harris, though, is it looks like a lot of Eaton County is in, and that is a massive swing there. That is enough to say right now that it's a pretty good chance Harris loses Michigan. I'll pull up the shift from 20. Oh, they don't even have it. But Yeah, it doesn't look that great for Harris. Ultimately, despite 4 years have changed, there doesn't seem to be that much of there hasn't been a real localized shift other than Florida. A lot of these elections are pretty similar here or there. Tennessee has a lot of their votes counted. I can check how a lot of these non-swing states are voting. 61 to 38 versus 65 to 33. So yeah, I mean, Harris is really underperforming Biden in a lot of these states to the point where I could probably call it right now. Even in the states where it seemed like there was nothing more Trump could gain, like West Virginia, it's just that much more, like 1 or 2%, that I could probably call Pennsylvania as a flip. Michigan, I still don't know. Wisconsin, I still don't know, but I can't see Harris winning without Pennsylvania right now. As of right now, I am thinking Pennsylvania is going to flip because a lot of these numbers right now are looking very favorable to Democrats. So that means they counted probably early in-person votes first. As election day votes come in, it doesn't look like that demographic is favorable to Democrats at all. And, you still have 40% of Pittsburgh to come in, but that lead is cratering. And ultimately, it just comes down to statistics. If Harris is doing 5 to 6% worse in Virginia, then she's going to do at least 3 to 4% worse in Pennsylvania, even with all the money being spent there. And if that's the case, I don't think she wins the election. Michigan, I think she still can win Michigan. I don't know though, in just how much it's changed. We can look at the Senate margins, but a lot of the Senate races haven't been counted that much yet. I would assume that Slotkin's outrunning Harris a little bit. Tammy Baldwin's definitely outrunning Harris in Wisconsin. Bob Casey, you would think, would be running Harris. And then in Ohio still has the Cleveland, Toledo, Columbus, Dayton, all to count. I mean, one thing, if Trump does pull out this election, I do think a silver lining for Democrats would be the national environment was kind of swinging against them. Like 2022, they got pretty lucky and they didn't lose the Senate. But I do think if Democrats had won the presidency in 2024, 2026 would likely be a big Republican wave year against them. And if Trump wins, just by the sheer nature of the past his first presidency, it's very likely to kind of drum up a lot of support in the opposite direction. So it could fundamentally change a lot of what we consider to be competitive in elections everywhere, and also you just have the sake of not really knowing who the Republican nominee will be in 2028. And they may not be able to carry the same coalition that Trump did. But as of right now, it's really kind of an indictment in how bad it's looking for Harris that you have to find silver linings in the next election for the Democrats. Does not look that good right now. We're going to have much less of what we saw in 2016 or 2020 with that red mirage effect. in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, it may still happen where you have the very, last ballots of the big cities, Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, to be counted tomorrow. But as of right now, that's gonna be hard to see. If Trump runs up the margins in the counties that are able to count all their ballots, could kind of create a little bit of a problem, as like Trump could declare victory before the election is complete, and it could create a little bit of a problem like in 2020. But I don't know. I think it would probably be smart of him if he does win this election to kind of just wait out the result till the end, because the general shift that we're seeing across the country all throughout from 2020, at least in the reliably red areas, just indicates that he would win. I mean, I don't see how the election shifts like 3 to 5% in most counties in North Carolina and South Carolina, and then doesn't in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. So it does look much more likely that Trump will win, but there still could be, a close race in Pennsylvania. We don't know yet. We can look specifically into what the percentages are. I mean, 40% of Pittsburgh is in. Democrats still have a lot of ballots they can net out of that, but it's not going to be that beneficial to all of the rurals that still have to be counted. Philadelphia still has a lot of votes, but the thing, the New York Times has a pretty reliable, manner in which it projects results. So the results could be anything from Harris 15 to Trump 16. I don't think it's anywhere near those extremes, but the range of estimates points towards Trump 1.2. That could mean, in my opinion, the real range is about Harris +1 to Trump +3. And Harris could eke out a victory in Pennsylvania, but if she doesn't do that, it's pretty much over. There's expected to be 475,000 votes in Philadelphia. For the people that are still listening, it would be nice to have a few questions if you have something available. But yeah, we can pull up New Hampshire. I think it's going to crater a little bit, but I still think Harris wins at least by 4 or 5 there. I don't think that'll be that close. In Maine, it looks 100% like Trump won the 2nd district, so he'll net that electoral vote, but he's going to lose the 1st district in the state. I don't see Harris blowing it in Maine. Nebraska 1st. Yeah, it's looking pretty heavily like Harris won Nebraska 1st, just on the Omaha and Sarpy County results alone. So Harris doesn't have to worry, or I think it's the 2nd district actually. But it does look like Harris doesn't have to worry about that one extra electoral vote she needs in Nebraska in order to win, the tri-state path. Minnesota is going to be closer than, projections thought. It's pretty crazy how much the Dakotas are shifting even further to the right, but I don't think the full elections been counted in either of those states. There's a lot of little blue cities here and there that still need to be counted. Oh wow, that's hilarious. Wyoming. Harris is winning Wyoming. Stop the count. Stop the count right now. Harris has netted the 3 electoral votes of Wyoming until they count literally any other counties. What's crazy is there was an exit poll in North Carolina where 51% of voters said Trump is too extreme and 46% said no. But in the same election, you have 51% of voters voting for him. Maybe it'll get a little bit tighter as they count votes, but that is funny that at least like 5% of people are saying Trump is too extreme and then still voting for him. I think that's kind of like the main takeaway of this election. Despite Harris having better favorables than Biden, I think she was still of an unknown factor going into this race. And maybe a lot of people still tied her to Biden in a way that made her less likely to win and hurt her in a significant manner. Arizona releasing results. Arizona is going to look really bad for Harris. I don't think anything about Arizona releasing results is going to be good for Harris. In terms of any hopium and any chance that people have hope that Harris still can win. I mean, Pennsylvania, we really don't have enough votes in to know. The thing is, I don't really think I'm going to pretend that Pennsylvania is going to be different than every neighboring state. This is just how elections tend to work. If there's going to be a 2% shift, Indiana kind of shows hope that Michigan might not be totally lost because the suburbs are still shifting. But we're seeing the same trends that each of these rural counties are shifting about an average of 2%. And all Trump needs to win Pennsylvania is 1.2% shift. It's going to go down to the wire, but if he gets that 2% shift, he wins Pennsylvania by less than 1%, wins the election. It's over. Virginia, it's looking like most counties shifted around 4 to 5%. Harris only wins that by 5 or 6. It just makes it look like Pennsylvania doesn't have much of a chance in terms of going that direction, more towards Harris. Now, you do have the fact that, it's a swing state, so there's more money there, and maybe Harris's campaign is doing better there, but I can't see that happening. There's also North Carolina. I wouldn't say it's 100% over, but it's looking like it's over. Democrats did tap into Gallego leads. Democrats sure as hell better hope Gallego wins that election. It's looking pretty bleak. I mean, Democrats could get throttled in the Senate. Yeah, 36% of the votes are in, and all of this is just Pinal County. Let's show a comparison. This is going to be bad. I know Arizona is going to be bad compared. Pinal County went 57.9% versus 40.6%. Actually, that's not too bad. Maybe that's just the mail votes, but actually, I mean, yeah, Arizona's not over yet for right now. Harris is getting the margin she needs in that specific county. So maybe the early vote expectation wasn't as much as what we thought. Okay, we just got another big drop. Phoenix, Maricopa County. Harris is winning Maricopa County. She's going to sure as hell need to win Maricopa County to win this election. My guess, though, it's mail-in ballots, and that's going to just be an unfortunate loss for her because my guess is with only 54% in, that's going to go down for her. There's still 1 million votes to be counted there. Let's see how much Gallego's winning. He's going to need to outrun Harris by around 3 to 4%, I think, in order to really solidify his chance. Here we go. Oh, Gallego, 100% is going to win this election, without a doubt, unless this is all mail-in. That's a lucky break for Democrats on a bad night. Polls are still open in California. There's some polls that close at 11 p.m. What the hell? So if I didn't vote, I could totally still vote, but yeah, it's a shame that I don't get to vote in the state that I actually wish like I could vote in right now, which is Michigan, where I actually feel more of like a person like from Michigan, but that is what it is. Iowa's still looking strong for Harris, but this happened in 2020 as well. You can't rely on the mail ballots. But wow, maybe there was something with the Des Moines Register. No. Polk County was showing much better for Harris earlier, and now it's not. She's gonna lose Iowa by more than what she lost in 2020. And more than what Biden lost. I'm not seeing too much other takes right now. One thing that Seltzer is not the. This is the biggest miss the Seltzer poll has ever made in Iowa. She's going to lose Iowa by 8 to 10. I do see some people saying that it's the closest election since 2000. It might not be the closest election since 2000, really, just because, if Trump does completely win the Rust Belt, then, it won't. I mean, it'll be close in the end, but it'll be a pretty substantial win for Trump. The New York Times estimate officially put Michigan 0.06 to Trump. I don't think I would really feel comfortable putting any estimate out until Detroit comes in, but as of right now, yeah. I mean, Oakland County is looking worse for Harris. 2% is all Trump needs to split that difference, and he's getting that 2 to 4%. Ann Arbor is looking horrible for Harris. She is hemorrhaging votes to Stein in Ann Arbor. I mean, if I pull up the Reuters coverage right here, yeah, 1.4% of the vote in Ann Arbor went to Stein. This is going to be kind of the key area. I think one thing a lot of people were saying is, I mean, that, the Democratic Party's, support for, Israel, generally Biden, supporting Israel kind of in what many perceive to be a genocide or at the very least some type of, ethnic cleansing in Gaza. A lot of people have kind of made the comment that would really hurt Harris, particularly in Michigan more than in other states, as a result of Michigan having a large voting Arab population, Arab American specifically. And I think that was kind of true in the sense of like lowering her top line in key counties that she was going to run the table in, or that Democrats have been running the table in, and that's Ann Arbor, Washtenaw County, Oakland County, and Wayne County. But we don't really have results of Wayne County yet. So that definitely did hurt Harris, but I think that goes hand in hand with generally the rural losses that she's seeing across the country. The idea that Democrats couldn't bottom out in the rurals was not true. Definitely, they're seeing bigger rural shifts. I'm not entirely certain if this is just bigger turnout in these areas as of right now, or if this is just Democrats flipping to Republican or not turning out. But let's take like a single county in Tennessee, Giles County. Yeah, this looks like it's a big turnout election, and it's just both more Democrats aren't coming out, and then Trump is running up his numbers. So people who didn't vote are more likely to vote Republican. One thing that I guess you could kind of predicted a lot of this was the registration numbers were looking very good for Republicans in a lot of these states, maybe among young voters and among, first-time voters. People may have been, convinced to vote for the Republican Party, maybe if, they hadn't been personally affected by politics in the past. They may have felt like inflation was an issue that they wanted to vote on. Ultimately, regardless of, what people are voting on, like someone could say that, inflation in America wasn't as high as in most other countries. That's just how people are able to exercise their right to vote and vote against a party that has power, and that happens all the time. And this is just an indication of this. I think Trump was probably the best candidate the Republicans could have nominated this time around, just because he's already been the president, and also because I think if they nominated Haley, it would have had to have been some type of outside event that caused that. Trump, there isn't an alternative scenario where Trump didn't like want to run in 2024 and then want to win the election. And he was able to win in his primary, and he already has all the people who voted for him in 2020. I think some people might have swung from Trump to Harris from that period, but I think there's a larger coalition of people that maybe voted Democrat that aren't voting now, maybe voted Democrat that are voting Republican now, or are ultimately just not. I mean, it could have just been that just more people registered Republican and voted. A lot of like people, low propensity voters, people who haven't voted in the past, seem to have been turning out, especially in like rural counties. And that could kind of be seen in 2016, but it looks like the shifts have been greater than in 2016. Are there any other questions or anything that people want me to look at? Arizona is going to be interesting. It is another case too, where like you really do wonder. Biden was going to totally lose this election. I think he would have lost the popular vote. As of right now, it does still seem like Harris will win the popular vote. I'm not sure how much the New York Times is predicting that. Oh no, never mind. New York Times is now predicting 0.4% popular vote victory for Trump, which is pretty bad for Harris. She had a lot of polls about a month ago that were showing her doing well, and that support cratered. And really, it's not clear what caused that. It could have been a lot of pollsters kind of developing their likely voter model away from their priors, like their prior expectations. And it does seem like the people who were inspired to vote in this election were the people who didn't have power. Whereas in 2020, I think a lot of people may have been tired of Trump. But the other problem, ultimately, the Democrats may have made a mistake in nominating Biden in 2020. He is a man who is extremely old. He wasn't really capable of taking it 8 years, and it was very indicative in his second and third year that he probably wasn't going to be able to make it to his second term. And he still insisted on running. And it took a debate where he was like completely, embarrassed for this, for them to switch him with Harris. And I think while Harris did a very good job in doing damage control and maximizing, really making sure the Democrats don't like completely lose the Senate, completely get wrecked in the House, like a landslide type election. One of the big problems was that she wasn't popular while she was vice president. During the election, she increased her popularity significantly, but I think a lot of people were favorable to her and may still not have voted for her. They didn't mind Harris, but they might have tied her a little bit to Biden, or they might have ultimately felt that she just had questions about her. So with the end result there, we have 51% of the votes in Pennsylvania. We can look into the results more now. Silver lining for Democrats, looks like Kansas might have cratered more towards them. A lot of the West, actually, Colorado, the East and the West, different time zones are kind of shifting in different directions. Um, But yeah, let's go back to Pennsylvania for now. Georgia, I'd say, is over. No way Harris nets 200,000 votes to win Georgia. There's just no way. North Carolina, I'd say, is over as well. She's down 5%. She's gone down since then. She might pull it within 3, but this is very much done. She's down 1% in Pennsylvania. Philadelphia still has a lot of votes to count, but I would much rather be Trump in Pennsylvania than Harris right now. And then we can compare to 2020 Pennsylvania counties. Pittsburgh is looking a little bit better for Harris, but I think there's more votes to be counted that'll make it of a closer margin. Philadelphia is worse for Harris, and that is bad. I don't think that's going to get any better. 79-20, 81-17. If Harris is losing 2% of voters in Philadelphia as opposed to 2020, the election's already over. And we can go through each state as the results get more and more. Some things looking promising here, some things not looking promising. Really, Virginia, it might even be worse than I was predicting earlier. Harris might only win Virginia by like 4%. That's terrible for her. She faced a huge shift there. And I don't think this is really Harris's fault in terms of the manner in which she campaigned. She may have created her own support among Democrats, but I think it was a very tall task for her in the election to run against Biden, or run when Biden had already like completely bottomed out the Democratic support. And she can win the debate, which she kind of clearly did, but a lot of the voters are still, not turning out for her. So, I mean, I can say it pretty definitively right now. I would say, it's an 80% chance at this time that Trump wins, probably about a 20% chance at this time that Harris wins. I just can't see her pulling out Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania all together with kind of what the results are showing right now. Now, for the Democrats, they have damage control right now. It's looking like, let's see what happened in New York. New York in 2022 was really bad for the Democrats. But in 2024, it doesn't look like Harris really got blown out in New York relative to the 2020 numbers. I mean, maybe a 6% cratering, not nearly as bad as what some people were saying could happen. And with that, Democrats can pick up some key House race flips. I don't know if Republicans have technically flipped any Democratic House seat yet, so they're pretty good where they're at. Michigan District 10, that would be a Democratic flip seat. I can't see John James losing that if Trump wins Michigan, so I don't even really want to look at that one. Debbie Dingell is going to win. Tom Barrett, just based on the numbers I saw in Eaton County alone, I think Tom Barrett is going to beat Curtis Hertel. I'm going to call that right now. That's a flip. That's the district that I'm actually from. So I can tell when election results don't seem right for the Democrats. And I don't care how much Ingham County needs to come in. Ingham County, Eaton County being that much of a flip, it's so close to Ingham County that I'm fairly certain there's just no chance that Curtis Hertel pulls out that margin there. The other big House race in Michigan that we have to watch is this Paul Young versus Christian McDonald Rivet. This is the Grand Blanc, Flint general area there. And I'm thinking that Trump's winning Trump isn't winning Flint. He's winning some suburb of Genesee County suburb. But really, these are horrible numbers. These used to be like Democratic strongholds, and really, this strategy of Democrats to appeal to suburbanite college-educated voters and then kind of forget their base of working class, union workers or working class wage workers all across the country. In presidential years, you might do pretty well in midterms where not as many people turn out. But in presidential election years, you're just not going to have the support you once did in these, factory towns and all of these rural, small city environments. Obama won so many of these little towns up here, and it's looking like Harris is just completely going to get wrecked in them. And I think that is going to lead, I can say pretty definitively right now. I don't know about Wisconsin. I think Harris loses Michigan, just based on some of these counties I'm seeing. The other thing, the reason why I can more definitively say how I see these elections, it's important to note that in 2020, a lot of these early results were kind of showing, Trump is winning, when no one expected it. But Michigan's counting its ballots extremely fast in comparison to how they counted them in 2020. And that's causing that. I don't think there's going to be that much of a Trump bounce back. And ultimately, a lot of the polls that were saying the Midwest is actually more Republican than Democrat were right. I still think a lot of the poll herding was bad. Pollsters need to release numbers. Pollsters need to release the numbers they get in the poll, and they need to be a lot less worried about what margin they're hitting or being accurate. They need to be more worried about releasing what numbers they see, and eventually it will create like an aggregate, or it will create like a range that is going to show like what the actual results are when you aggregate them together. When you herd polls, kind of like what happened, it makes it very likely that there's going to be some type of surprise shift that no one is catching. And I think this is clearly what's kind of happening with Trump. A lot of the national numbers were catching this, but because of the polls that were being herded so much towards like Harris +1, like tie race. I think ultimately they were just trying to get the exact number instead of just releasing whatever numbers they have. And that's not really creating the most accurate prediction market for the election. Harris is taking the lead in Virginia finally for her. But yeah, it's very too little too late. She's going to win by less than 6% in Virginia, and that's a bad loss compared to 2020. And if she's losing by that much, she's losing 5% in Virginia, she's going to lose 3 to 4% in Pennsylvania, and that's not going to be enough. for those that are still here, are there any questions or any analysis that you'd want to hear more from? It's only been 4 hours since I started. Oh, House ratings? I can look at the House. Democrats have a much better outlook in the House than in the presidency. Let's look at the House races. Oh, flipped a seat in Iowa. Yeah. Let's see. Iowa District 3. That one is kind of surprising. I don't remember how that district looks, but let's click it. Or actually, wait. They have the itemized ones? District map. Oh, man. I thought the New York Times would be doing their itemized house. Oh, yeah, they do. They do have it. Iowa 3. I don't know if, it's only 3%. So, yeah, as much hope as you might have with this race, Democrats are really advantaged by the fact that Des Moines is 100% in right now. I just can't see all of these rurals not flip. There's way more than 10,000 votes in all these little counties. This isn't a flip. Democrats were hoping to gain seats in Iowa. That is not happening. We just have to wait for the results to come in here. It's 74% in, but there's got to be 10,000 votes for Republicans to net. Too many counties. Let's see other, contested House seats. Yeah. Illinois District 13. That is one that's pretty big. That could be a big flip for Republicans. So I think the hope that Democrats had to take the House, it was contingent on Kamala winning the election. I think they're going to get pickups, but they're also going to lose seats. They've gotten lucky in the states so far where they have it, but Yeah, there's a lot of close seats in Texas. Henry Cuellar, the most moderate Democrat in the House, um, representing one of the southern Texas districts of kind of the proverbial like Latino race depolarization voters. Um, it's looking like it's a very tight race for him. He might lose that. Vicente Gonzalez, hopefully he pulls it out and beats Mayra Flores, because Mayra Flores is not really the greatest. Let's see here. I don't think Alabama will change anything. Yeah, the North Carolina, there won't be any big flips. Let's see here. So New York has a lot of these swingy districts. Yeah, Josh Riley and Mark Molinaro. That is not a good result if you're the Republican in this race. 57 to 43. If I remember correctly, a lot of the time in these elections, the Democrats are kind of have that blue mirage effect where they look a little bit better in New York. But I'm not entirely certain how New York counts its ballots, so I don't want to just say like Laura Gillen has a pretty good chance of winning this, but only half the votes are counted, so we don't know what precincts still have to report. Connecticut has a lot of uncalled districts, but I think all of them will go to the Democrats pretty handedly. Rhode Island, it's going to go to the Democrat. New Hampshire, both those seats are going to go to the Democrat. Jared Golden's going to lose in Maine. That's surprising. He might pull it out, but that's what it looks like right now. Oh, Abe Hamada winning in District 8. That's pretty surprising. The Arizona bench Republican. New Mexico. Gabriel Vasquez is winning in his district. How did New Mexico vote presidentially? I don't think I've analyzed that state yet. $54 to $44. This is like a something that wasn't really that expected. Maybe it's the rurals aren't counted yet. I don't know, but the shift in the West. Oh wait, yeah, never mind. Yeah, New Mexico still has a lot of ballots to count. We can't really tell. Colorado seems to have a localized blue wave, but that's kind of expected. The type of state Colorado is, it's just kind of a never Trumper state. Before that, it was a swing state. It liked people like Mitt Romney, even though he still lost pretty handedly there. It's just swung more towards Democrats since. So, I mean, from what the results I see right now, it's looking like Trump is going to sweep the Midwest. Um, I just can't justify any other position with what I can see in how much these counties are flipping everywhere. Indiana wasn't as much. There were some counties that flipped to the left. Michigan has this localized thing as well here or there, but we have Eaton County flipping 4 points towards Republicans. Ionia County 1.6. If the whole state flips 3%, that's by far enough to call it for Trump. So I'm saying that unless Detroit has turnout that we've never even seen before, I think it's pretty much over in Michigan. The thing for Democrats to have hope for is if they can lick their wounds and still win Senate races. It looks like Slotkin is outrunning Harris. Is that going to be enough to keep a Senate seat? I don't know. In Wisconsin, I'd say it's a 2% difference. Tammy Baldwin's a pretty popular incumbent. There's still more votes to be counted in Milwaukee specifically. But it's really hard to tell. Tammy Baldwin is she underrunning Biden's numbers? Let's see. She definitely is in Milwaukee. Wait, it's saying that I'm not sharing my screen? Wait, let's see. You guys see it? Oh, damn, that's horrible. That was like for an hour. I think that was actually 2 hours. You guys need to tell me if my screen, I was meaning to do that for the whole time. That's really bad, guys. So yeah, I mean, I'm analyzing Wisconsin. Yeah, Layla told me an hour and a half ago. I just thought that it was on and there's like something, I thought there was something wrong with it. But yeah, that's the problem. I wish more people indicated that. So really what I can see right now, oh, is Iowa closer? Oh, North Carolina and Iowa. Let's see. North Carolina, this is the Senate race. So if you want a silver lining, Mark Robinson lost by like 20%, but Harris still lost the election. This is kind of proof that reverse coattails don't exist. If down ballot candidates aren't popular, that doesn't mean people are going to vote against the presidential nominee who endorsed them. Trump is still winning by 3% in North Carolina. Harris has the potential to make that closer, but I think 3% is probably one of the best losing margins she can have right now. Virginia is the state where I would say Harris is like the worst. The fact that it's even within 5% is pathetic for her campaign. She should have carried that just like Biden did in 2020, but it is what it is. Georgia's within 3, but they can't fundamentally net the amount of votes they need to win the election. It isn't like 2020 where it's so much closer. I mean, I can show the top line. Trump has almost already gotten more votes in 20,000 votes, and he passes what he got in 2020. Harris would have needed another 200,000 votes to make that difference. I think Biden ended up getting more votes in Georgia than her. We can still see, like, if Gwinnett County has more, but that's only going to net her a couple thousand votes. Let me know if the stream ends again. How do North Carolina and Iowa looks like it's going to be about an 8 to 9% shift towards Republican, or no, it's going to be exactly like it was in 2020. 2020, really. Maybe 2% more towards Trump, really, which is bad for Harris. I mean, also really bad indictment of the Seltzer poll. A lot of this is within the margin of error of what the polling had. So the polling wasn't really that off in 2020. Ultimately, you're looking at, like, we haven't seen California yet, so we don't know what turnout there was like, but it's looking like it's a Trump popular vote victory of less than 1%. The other thing is we can look at the third party candidates. Jill Stein is getting more votes than Kennedy in Michigan, at least. And I will say, I mean, I don't think Democrats can blame third parties at all with this one. You know, they can talk about Jill Stein taking their votes. I find it hard to believe that a single Democrat or a single Green Party voter really is choosing to vote Green instead of Democrat. A lot of those people wouldn't have came out anyway, especially in swing states. New Hampshire has tightened pretty significantly. I still think Harris wins it, but it did tighten more from that 11% we saw earlier. In Maine, she won Maine. It'll be close, though. New Mexico, yeah, it's fine. Arizona, we finally have a lot of results. Let's see the Senate. I'm pretty much already reserved. I'm certain that I'd say it's a 95 to 5% chance that Trump won. There's a lot of ballots that still need to be counted. I don't think that saying that is really anything wrong with that, but I don't think that Harris is gonna pull it out. However, I mean, Michigan, everyone said that Michigan was going to count its ballots quicker this time. It's not looking like it. They're doing a pretty bad job in every county except for Eaton, I guess. Let's look at the Senate margins, though. Rogers took the lead on Slotkin in Michigan, but we don't have enough results to really definitively make any claims here. Wisconsin, 57% of the votes in, and Tammy Baldwin is hovering over her opponent. Tammy Baldwin's outrunning her opponent a little bit more than Harris, but I think I don't know, actually. Let's see. I'm trying to find the right tabs here. I'm just going to put this to the other screen for now. So to the left is the presidential results, and to the right is the Senate. Tammy Baldwin is outrunning the Republican running for Senate. If Harris only loses by 2%, that'll make the difference, and Tammy Baldwin wins. Harris is losing by 2% in Michigan. Slotkin's only down 1.2%. If Harris loses Michigan by 1%, then Slotkin wins Michigan. In Pennsylvania, Casey is down 1%. Harris is down 3%. If Harris only loses by 1 to 2%, then Casey is over McCormick. These three races are going to be really key for the Senate. I mean, they are going to be a problem for Democrats if they like completely lost the gambit there. As for Ohio, it's looking worse. Important to note, they called Ohio, but Harris is losing Ohio by 13 as of right now. And that's with all of Columbus in, none of Cleveland in, I guess. And yeah, this is horrible for Harris, actually. Oh, not 13. Wait, yeah, no, it is 13. Yeah, no, there's no way she wins Michigan. And there's no way Sherrod Brown wins either. There's just no way he climbs back and obtains 20,000 or 200,000 votes. Montana, it's already over. I'm calling that for Sheehy. Harris isn't going to be close enough. Nebraska, I'm going to call that for Fisher as well. Not enough rural votes have been counted in Nebraska yet, and a lot of the big counties. Who looks like winning overall? It's very likely going to be Trump pretty heavily. And he's going to sweep all the swing states, most likely. Just an update on Texas. Allred was one of the races that Democrats were kind of hoping to like win. Allred's down 10% with more votes to count. Harris lost Texas by 13. This is a really bad loss for her. Pretty much across the board, Republicans are running the table. And we're going to start seeing a lot of these districts flip to the House districts. None right now. Honestly, at this point, Trump could probably just declare victory. He might already have. I don't know. I'm not watching Twitter. So this is a pretty interesting tweet how various Democratic Senate candidates are overperforming compared to Kamala. Ruben Gallego in Arizona is overperforming Harris by 7.5%. I would say he's overperforming her so much, he might be the Democratic nominee in 2028. I don't know much about him, but the party is going to be very much in the mold of like a Ruben Gallego in the next 4 years. It's a candidate that the Democrats are going to, the type of candidate the Democrats are going to need to run a like swing state. In his case, Latino from Arizona that was able to win the state of Arizona. In terms of who Harris could have picked to be the VP, I don't think Walz was a bad VP pick. I don't even think that Harris did a bad campaign. I ultimately think a lot of this election was just a matter of Biden versus Trump, and Biden really having to switch out from Biden that late into the game was not good. Biden should have just never ran for president in 2020 or 2024, and it's too late now. I guess one sliver of hope for Democrats. I mean, Mondaire Jones is getting really badly beat, but they have some of these swing House districts like District 22. John Mannion is about to knock out an incumbent, it looks like. Josh Riley is about to knock out Mark Molinaro. They don't look like they're losing anything in New York, partly because they lost everything they could in 2022. But yeah, this is a horrible race for the Democrats. And another thing I predict, Michigan had a lot of areas that were kind of likely to go further red. The UP is a perfect example of that, the Michigan's Upper Peninsula. Biden was regularly getting in the low 30s in the bad counties, and in the upper 30s, close to 40% running in these rurals. As of right now, Harris is losing a couple more percents in all of these counties, and it's just enough to split that difference, make the vote bad enough. When Georgia and North Carolina are definitely already going to Trump, I'd say PA is going to go to Trump for sure. And then Wisconsin and Michigan are going to Trump for sure. It's just, there's nothing. I think it's 100%. I can call it right now that Trump won the election. They just called Sherrod Brown for the Senate. Democrats lose a senator in Ohio. Republicans officially have gained the Senate, in my opinion. Nebraska 100% is going to flip to the Republican. The independent's not going to win there. I don't know why they haven't called Ted Cruz for Texas yet. Ruben Gallego is going to win in Arizona because Kari Lake is a bad candidate. Jon Tester is going to lose. So that's this is 49 seats, 50 seats, 50, 51, and 52 right there. So the Republicans are going to easily get 52 seats in the Senate. And then they could get up to 55. So the Democrats are going to need some type of damage control. They are getting this is a red wave election. I think it's even worse for the Democrats than 2016 was, especially because I think Trump won the popular vote, which was in the margin of error in a lot of the polling. We still have to see if California makes the difference on that, but I don't think California is going to vote more for Democrats than they have in the past. I guess we'll have to see if there's any like down ballot races that went well. You guys can still see my stream, right? Or the stream I'm doing. Oh wow, there's only 2 people. They just called California. So that is that for the Senate and the president. They just called Washington. Now, okay, that's good to see. Okay. Oh wow, it's now up to 6 people on the stream here. So I guess now that a lot of people are swooping in, yeah, it's pretty clear. Trump won the election. There's no way else to put it. I think he swept every single swing state. We'll still have to look at Nevada. No, I haven't ate yet, but that's besides the point. I think, yeah, Trump won in Pennsylvania. He won in Michigan. He won in Wisconsin. I can say that pretty assuredly that happened. The vote sinks just aren't there. Kamala got within 3% in North Carolina, but it's still not a swing state, really. Well, it is a swing state. It's not a blue state. Georgia also. It would be interesting to see if the election was actually a popular vote. I think people in both red and blue states that aren't like inspired to vote actually would vote in an election. I've traditionally lived in Michigan for elections, and I feel more inspired to vote there because it's a state that can be competitive. It's a state where you feel like there's really things at stake when you vote. Living in a state that isn't a swing state often feels like, does it even matter? Is my vote going to be counted anyway? Like, I already know who's going to win this state. And ultimately, I do think that would be better for the general democracy that, everyone is being advertised to, everyone is being, a part of the election. Because in California, it just felt like none of the money was being spent here except for on like kind of weird ballot initiatives or things like that. And it isn't a good element of democracy in America that we still have, the Electoral College. And I would say that even knowing that it's likely that, Trump won the popular vote here by about New York Times estimates about 1%, that's probably going to expand to about 1.5%, depending on how California goes. Yeah, I guess another thing, polling is much better of an indicator than the Washington primary. A lot of people were really hell-bent on thinking that the Washington primary results, because they have a joint primary system that Democrats the fundamentals looked good for them. But in the end, Democrats just blew around 4 to 5% in every state in comparison to what they did in 2020. You can see this map right here. This is a horrible map for the Democratic campaigns. Every single state, nearly every single county. The only areas that I'm seeing which are flipping more blue are states with or counties with very high African American populations, which kind of makes sense that with like Harris, who is African American, and in comparison to Biden, who wasn't, turnout might be a little bit higher in these counties, but they're not going to swing the election when 6% shift in Wheeler County towards Trump, or a 9.3% in Saluda County. It doesn't even matter where these counties are. The general trend is all the same. The trends were much bigger in Florida. Florida's more of a red state now, though, so that's just what happens. Texas was pretty bad for the Democrats. They had always kind of thought that, Texas was just a little bit away from becoming a blue state. And it looks like they dropped the ball there. It's nowhere near close. And you could kind of see that in trends towards the end of the election. Now, does that mean that, 4 years from now, everything's going to be the same? I highly doubt that. I don't think that, the Trump presidency the second time around will be without any controversy. So we will have to see what happens in 2026 and 2028. I also think that the Republicans may have a problem in getting the same people to turn out that came out for Trump after 4 more years of having power, especially when they win so decisively. I mean, in this election, you see they might have ran the table on the Senate too. And there's a significant chance that, Dave McCormick wins, Mike Rogers wins, Eric Hovde wins. They're going to have to learn pretty quickly that when you have a trifecta, you have to govern in a way that, makes people like you. And it'll be interesting to see what happens in that regard, because they have definitely already won the election. There's really nothing else with that. This one's still happening, but Deb Fischer's going to catch up to the difference on Dan Osborne. Dan Osborne would have needed Kamala to do extremely well in Nebraska in order for it to be close. Miami-Dade did swing by 19 points, but that was to be expected after 2022. I don't know. I mean, maybe if Ruben Gallego was the candidate, or I don't know, Joaquin Castro, as top of the presidential ticket. I do feel I don't know. I mean, the Miami Cuban base, they might feel betrayed by Republicans if Republicans don't do what they want after these next couple elections. They're definitely more social liberals than they are social conservatives. But for Cubans, the main policy issue for them is Cuban foreign policy, and they seem to agree with Republicans more. But I would say I don't think Cubans are the main reason why Florida went as far right as it did this election. I think it has a lot more to do with just across the state, Democrats can't capitalize on their population centers anymore, and the state itself is becoming more conservative. But it wasn't a vote sink for Republicans that moved there. People were more likely to vote Republican all throughout the country. Now, that could just be because, people were dissatisfied with the Democrats while they were in office, and Biden he had plenty of flaws while he was in office, and he was quite unpopular when he left. But I think the problem the Republicans have now is they've won so much in like a lot of swing states. They probably, I 100% think they're going to retain the House if they have won the presidency so starkly. They're going to have a problem when it comes to governing, because they'll have the supermajorities. They'll be able to do what they want. Well, not the supermajority, but they'll be able to vote on whatever policy comes up to pass, and they'll be able to stock the Supreme Court. They'll be able to do everything that they want to achieve, and that might not end up being what the majority of Americans want in the end for that regard. I'm not sure if I am fairly certain that Trump will win the popular vote. I'm still not sure if he's going to win the a majority of all votes, but he is looking pretty solidly close to it. This is kind of what the New York Times is predicting each state to look. Plus 85 for Harris in DC, plus 32 in Vermont. Minnesota being Harris's last state. Really, the Atlas Intel polls were the ones that were the most accurate for this election, and they're the third election in a row where Atlas Intel is the most reliable. I definitely think they are a much better pollster than a lot of people are giving them credit for. He might not have nailed the midterms, but I do think there was kind of like the midterms, maybe the turnout, a lot of Republicans just didn't turn out, even though the opinion polls were showing they might in 2022. So really, yeah, Trump seems to have shifted every state by 4 to 5%. Wisconsin is going to be just the same. Pennsylvania and Michigan are going to be just the same. Georgia, 2.7%. Nevada, no votes counted, but I think that's going to be the case. This is the swing map. Let's check Puerto Rico out. Let's see how their election went. Wow. They have counted nothing since I last, oh wait, never mind, 78%. So Puerto Rico votes for statehood pretty clearly. The problem is they also voted for Harris very clearly. So Republicans are in no way going to make Puerto Rico a state. They know exactly what would happen if they did make Puerto Rico a state. It would be harder for them to win elections, so they're not going to do it. San Juan Mayor, New Progressive Party wins. Victory for the New Progressive Party pretty much across the board. I don't know about the different elections there, but oh yeah, PDP wins the resident commissioner, but I don't really know what role that has. But the governor, New Progressive Party victory, defeat of the Independence Party, but the Independence Party did pretty well in the end. But that's all we really need for Puerto Rico. I think the Senate, let's see how bad Harris is winning or losing in Michigan. For 2028 candidates, I can't see Harris running again. I think her political career is pretty much over in the sense of this election, just because you can't lose this bad and then run again. I don't know who's going to be the candidate, But I would say the number one guy I would look at right now is going to be Ruben Gallego, because he's the one that won this election. In 2016, when Hillary lost, Harris was kind of seen as one of the maybe future leaders of the party because she had just won her Senate seat in California. And now 8 years later, it's 2024. Harris, unfortunately for her, loses in the same fashion that Clinton did, more so than Clinton did, actually. I mean, this is pretty much a Trump landslide. It's not really a landslide in the sense of the popular vote's still within 1%. Just with the way the American political system works, Biden, in terms of the popular vote, did win a landslide. He won 4.5% over Trump, a very decisive victory. And then four years later, Trump wins by around 1%. Definitely the biggest victory of the night for the Democrats is Ruben Gallego. I guess you can say Josh Stein in North Carolina. They avoided losing to Mark Robinson. Won by 15%. Wow. Lieutenant Governor also won. Attorney General, Democrat, also won. Agricultural Commissioner, Democrat, lost. Auditor, Republican, won. Insurance Commissioner, Republican, won. Labor Commissioner, Republican, won. That's crazy. You'd vote a Republican Labor Commissioner. Secretary of State, Democrat, won. That is a crazy amount of ticket splitting. Let's check the House results again. Okay, let's see. So we're still 5 hours in. It's currently 8. Harris is down 3% in Pennsylvania. There's no way she covers that. They're not going to finish counting for another week in some states. All the different votes that still have to be made. I guess I can look at the California ballot initiatives because those will be interesting, I guess. We don't have any of the real results yet. I guess Sacramento. If anyone from Sacramento is still here, your ballot was probably counted. But let's see the California state results. Bonds for public education, yes. Gay marriage, yes. Bonds for nature conservation, yes. Lower approval for local bonds, no for the infrastructure bonds. Wow, no for the, wow, that's crazy. Raise the minimum wage. People voted no in California. That could flip as of right now. It's early, but that's a pretty key vote against it. People voted no for rent control. That's surprising. It's another big one. Regulate spending by healthcare providers. Yes, got a majority. Permanently fund Medi-Cal. Got yes. Increase sentences for drug and theft crimes. That got yes. That is, yep, that's what's going to happen there. Alameda County District Attorney, and then Oakland's mayor, we don't know yet. Oh, this is a big flip. Democrats appear to have lost in Ohio District 9. Let's see what outstanding votes there are in Ohio. It's probably just Toledo, which would be good for Marcy Couture. That could go either way, but that is a close election. 2,000 votes. Emily Sykes won. That's the person in the old district of sorry, 1 second. My screen's still sharing right now, right? Wow, this is pretty big. It looks like a flip district. Yeah. So let's look at the Pennsylvania flip districts. This is pretty big. This would be a house flip. Scott Perry would be defeated. This one is also pretty big. Susan Wild was kind of looking like she would win, but now she's not. Mark Cartwright, that's a very close election. Could go either way. Let's look at these New Jersey districts. For right now, they're favoring the Democrat, but could go either way. Oh, wow. New York District 4 tightened very heavily. It's looking like the Republican might pull out there. Tom Suozzi looking really close. Mike Lawler, I'll call that. That went to the Republican. Then Josh Riley. I think Josh Riley will take this one. They just called Virginia for the Senate. That is not how late you want Virginia to be called. Only by 6%, with still 24% to count. Wow. Virginia was a lot closer presidential level. The polls that were indicating Virginia would be close are definitely accurate. Okay, let's see. New Hampshire still goes to the Democrat. Let's look at some interesting things on the down ballot. This is a really good outlet for the down ballot races. Looks like Democrats win governor in Delaware, North Carolina, and then I would assume Washington. Let's just look at the Washington governor race. Yep. Washington just elected a Dem governor. I've seen enough. Okay, let's see some other races that are important here. Indiana maintained their governor. Missouri maintained their governor. Montana. I don't think there's enough results yet. Let's look at Montana. Tester got destroyed in this election. It's very much over. Yeah, this is terrible. This is a terrible result for a Democrat in Montana, especially when they held the governorship in 2016, despite Trump being on the ballot. Let's see other important elections that have been happening today. I don't really care about all these legislative chambers right now. We all have time to look at that on another day. If you guys are interested in the abortion rights referendums, Arizona, California, Colorado, Florida, Maryland, Missouri, Montana, all of these states had those. I'm not really going to look at those right now. Yeah, Dan Osborne officially lost. He's down in Nebraska. He might have a political future, but that is not. He's going to lose by a lot after all. Wow, Florida voted no on legalizing marijuana. Let me see how that election went. In Florida, you have to vote 60% to approve a referendum. So let's see. So partisan school board elections, that was voted no. So they're going to keep nonpartisan school elections. Amendment makes fishing, hunting, and wildlife traditional methods a public right. Wow, that's pretty hilarious that they would make that a right. And then legalize marijuana. They voted yes by 56, but you need 60%. Right to abortion. That would kind of get rid of their abortion ban thing. 57% voted yes, no, 43%. Address property valuations for inflation. Amendment would give homeowners a tax break by adjusting the homestead property tax exemption for inflation. That's just benefiting homeowners. Repeal public financing for statewide campaigns. Looks like a lot of people don't like that. Don't like the idea of repealing public financing, so people voted no on that. My guess is the other races were pretty strong for the Republicans. Miami-Dade sheriff went to the Republican. Let's look at Michigan. There's still a lot of ballots to count, but Trump won. I don't think that's disputed at all. Wayne County cannot get their shit together and count the ballots. But yeah, Trump 100% won Michigan. This is the race that'll be close. I don't know if Slotkin really has what it takes to get the vote she needs. Obviously, Detroit still has to be counted, but she's down 4.5% right now. 5.5%. I don't think she'll be able to make that difference. So Michigan's going to elect a Republican senator for the first time in decades. Curtis Hertel lost. Kristen McDonald-Rivet, that's going to be close. California already counted 24% of its ballots. Washington and Oregon. Let's see if Washington had any interesting ballot initiatives. Pretty much a Dem landslide in Washington. Also a victory for unexpected MGP victory, Marie Gluesenkamp Perez. There's still a lot of votes to count. Guess it could go either way still. Let's see if there's been any big house flips. I don't think New York Times has called a single house flip, which is crazy how late we are into the night. We know that Trump won the election. but we don't know that there's been any house flips. I'm not sure. I think this was a blue district, so that's going to remain a blue district barely. That was a red district. That one is barely going to remain a blue district. And that one is going to remain a red district. They're starting to make all the big calls all around. So not even a single flip in Illinois occurred. In Ohio, Marcy Kaptur took the lead. That's huge actually. Marcy Kaptur taking the lead. That's a key Democratic hold in Ohio in a very swingy district in a very conservative leaning election. The biggest flips that I think are going to happen are going to be in Michigan, maybe Minnesota, because Minnesota's close. Ilhan Omar's won re-election. Kelly Morrison probably will. Betty McCollum and then Annie Craig probably will. New York, Josh Riley is looking closer and closer, like he might pull out a victory. Connecticut, I don't know why they haven't called a single election here yet. Connecticut doesn't know how to count votes, apparently. We still haven't even gotten to Nevada. Man, after all that election counting, looking like Nevada could be, the state where it depends on, we haven't even gotten to it yet. I think Arizona's going to get a lot worse for Harris, probably about 3% contraction of what she currently has, maybe 6% at highest. She's currently winning in Arizona, but there's no way she takes Arizona. Let's go president. No, she's down in Arizona. Gallego is probably going to win Arizona. So that's the one Senate seat that Republicans really couldn't grab. And there's that true fact of coattails being a thing in elections, especially in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. All these races, if Trump wasn't on the ballot, Democrats probably win them. But because Trump was on the ballot, he carries them over the margin. And that's that. Surprised Angus King hasn't been called for Maine yet. Let's compare the presidential to the Senate. Yeah, no, Harris just doesn't have any votes to count left really in these counties. It's going to get worse for her in Pennsylvania. It'll get closer in Michigan because Detroit hasn't come in yet. Finally, some of it did. I got a message from the San Mateo Secretary of State, from the California Secretary of State, that my vote was received and counted. Didn't make too much of a difference in the end, did it? But let's see how California voted. And I will see now. Okay, now they finally have my county. Let's see. San Mateo County. That is pretty much how I'd expect it. One of the probably the most Democratic counties in the country. 78 or 79 to 18.5 versus 75 to 22. So a little bit of a flip towards Trump by a tiny bit, but in the end, pretty big victory for Harris in California, as expected. Alaska isn't going to be closing until 1 a.m. Eastern time, but we have pretty much already known the election results. I don't think Alaska is going to make anything different. In fact, I also think that Harris is going to lose Alaska more than she lost the rest of the country just because of this map right here. Actually, maybe not. Colorado is flipping heavily towards the Democrats, so much so that Lauren Boebert might have actually lost. Let's see that race. Nope, she won. Never mind. That's not going to happen. Oh, wow. This is a big one. Iowa District 1 might be a flip. So maybe the Seltzer poll wasn't completely full of bunk. The Democrats winning in Iowa District 1. There might be a lot of Democrat flips in the House. They might have won the House, actually, which is crazy. No, they didn't. I wouldn't say that yet. Iowa won. Let's see. Where are the ballots still needing to be counted? I'm going to compare it to the 2022 results. So this was won by 6% in 2020 or 2022 by the Republican. We got to do a county map of this. Let us see. Iowa won. Ooh, so it'll be close. Washington County and this other Muscatine County are not counted yet. Looks like she flipped Scott County, which is pretty big. It's just the general shift you'd need. Pretty significant shifts for the Democrat. But this is a crazy pickup for the Democrats if they manage to get this one. This was the that like Seltzer poll prediction that Iowa 1 would go, and doesn't have Des Moines or Cedar Rapids. It just has River City is here. I think, yeah, Johnson County and Davenport. But a lot of key county flips here, it appears. And it's a 5,000 vote difference. So we'll have to see what votes in Washington and Muscatine County have for us. But it might be just enough for Meeks to pull it out. Crazy. I think it's going to be just enough for Meeks to pull it out and win. Which is unfortunate for Christina Bohannon, who really outran Harris in this race. Large amount. But yeah, that's just what happens in elections that are in wave years. Even valiant efforts will, just get trounced out by the general party wave. This is another, it's already 8:46. We know that Trump's going to win the election. We know that the Republicans are going to easily take the Senate, but we haven't got a single call for a flip district House seat yet. Not a single call. Okay, I'm still here, everybody. Any other races you want me to look at? The House results are probably the most promising results for Democrats. They've won Alabama District 2, Alabama District 7. Yeah, that's expected. Really, the House might still go to the Democrats. That is crazy to see. We'll have to see how Kristen McDonald-Rivet and Curtis Hertel do. After I saw the Michigan results, I'm pretty convinced that Curtis Hertel gets bounced, and that's going to be a pickup for the Republicans. But we're seeing that the Democrats might actually win in Iowa, one of the seats. Utah is finally coming in. They're not losing anywhere in Massachusetts. Maine District 2 will be close. They might keep that one. I don't think New Hampshire District 2 goes away for them. Connecticut, they're not going to lose a single one. New Jersey, I think they keep that district. And then they keep that district too. I don't think they lose anything in New Jersey. Pennsylvania will be another key one. Matt Cartwright, that is a close margin. I don't think he pulls out of that. I think they lose that seat. Susan Wild, ooh, that's also a close margin. I would not want to be her. I think she's lost that seat. On the other hand, Janelle Stelson, it appears that she might have taken Scott Perry's seat, so that could be a trade. But there's still 30% of outstanding ballots, so it's no way to tell. I can call it right here. I'm pretty certain that Marcy Kaptur has won her district by very thin margins. Illinois, everything's the same. Minnesota, I don't think there'll be any changes in Minnesota. They've already had their realignment there. Washington, looks like District 8 has gone to them, and then District 3 is close, but I think they keep that one. Oregon, it looks like, oh wow, they could grab one of the seats there, but that could be still close. I don't know. California is a place where they still could grab a seat or two. It's very close. New Mexico, that seat will be close. Nebraska, they're getting close in District 1. In the next couple years, they might be able to run a good candidate to win that seat back. Oh, wow. Tony Vargas beats Don Bacon. That's a big incumbent flip. Let me see how that race is looking on the ground. I want to see. Neb 2. Yeah, this is a key race here. Oh, wait. So he's up 3,000 votes, but there's still a lot of District 2 Saunders County votes to count. This could go either way. Who's still watching? What is crazy, I would never have expected Democrats to do that well in the House while losing the popular vote nationally. It looks like they haven't really lost any of the seats that they were, vying for, with the exception of some of the ones where they don't have incumbents. Texas, it looks like even Henry Cuellar and Vicente Gonzalez, these two swing districts in Texas that, in a red wave year normally would go to them, go to the Republicans. It looks like they may have held them off. Let's see in Pennsylvania District 8 where the remaining votes lie. I'm going to call this a flip. This is going to go to Robert Breshnahan. Matt Cartwright lost a seat. That is all. That's going to be the first Democratic loss I think. Then we'll look at this other one, PA 7. Susan Wild is in a pretty tough district, but all of the remaining votes seem to be hers. It's not going to matter. She's down 9,000. She's not going to find 9,000 votes in Lehigh County. So I think, Ryan McKenzie is the second flip in the House. Let's see this one, Janelle Stelson and Scott Perry. So Stelson is up 4. And almost all of the votes are in the county that she is winning. I cannot see Scott Perry win this one. So that's going to be another flip in the House. All in Pennsylvania, 3 flips, 2 to the Republicans and 1 to the Democrats. That one is going to keep Democrat. He's still up 6%. There's no way they make that margin up. Marcy Kaptur kept her seat. John James and Carl Malinga, I think that John James wins that. He's already up big. This is the one. This is where I'm from, this district. I'm not really sure how that's going to go because I bet the outstanding ballots are Ingham County. Let's see, though. Michigan 7, I believe it is. Oh, they were saying this is going to be a big flip seat. Yeah, no, there's no way. The Clinton County isn't even in. And Oakland County swung towards the Republican. Wow. Wow. Libertarian probably hurt the Democrats there. It's a crazy loss for the Democrats. Let's see how the Democratic legislator in Michigan did. Slotkin's still down 3%. Harris is down like 5% in Michigan. I mean, did Trump already give his victory speech? Definitely the only true hope the Democrats have for this election right now is the fact that the House does not look as bad as it could be. I still don't think they win the House. There's no way they get enough flips. They might get lucky in Iowa. They might, you know, win some in New York, but I just can't see them getting it. Maybe in Arizona. I just don't know which districts would need to be flipped there. I don't see how they can be doing better in the House than they did in 2016. I guess the districts are just different now. Mondale Jones really got beat there. Yeah, Josh Riley looks like that's a pickup. What's the current House look like? It's very close. It's currently, oh my God, I just want to see the numbers. Damn. They're just not giving me the. Okay, here it is. Okay. So it's currently 220 Republicans, 3 vacancies, 212 Democrats. In the House races, let's see. If Jared Golden loses, and I think he has a pretty significant chance of doing so, that would be one off for the Democrats. The Democrats are probably going to pick up one in New York to cover for that loss. They might get 2. They get lucky, they get 2. They're probably hoping for more, but that's all they're going to get. I think New Jersey, they're going to keep the same. They're going to net lose 1 in PA, and then they're going to net lose 1 in Michigan, and probably 2 in Michigan. Yeah, I don't think there's any way the Democrats can do it. The math just is not looking good for them in the House. They'll win Nebraska 2 probably. They'll snake by New Mexico. Utah gerrymandered so that no Democrat could win there. They're going to barely get by with that House seat. I don't know which one is going to win the 3rd district. Darrell Issa, he just moved to a new district so he could keep winning. I don't know if any of these California. Derek Tran beating Michelle Steele, that would be a big win if Democrats do it. But I think a lot of these early votes are a lot of these votes are probably more lenient to the Democrat because they're counted early ballots. I don't think that's going to flip. And it's a Republican wave year. I just don't think they're going to flip in a lot of these key areas. Which one was my district? It's like right here, isn't it? There's 2 Democrats in my district. I don't know. Let's see. Maybe it wasn't. I'm just forgetting it. Well, that's a big one. Democrat might win the 13th district. You guys still here? Anybody have any questions here? It's 9 p.m. and we have a lot more results than I would have thought that we would have had by now. 77% of Wisconsin is in, and it's pretty clear that Harris has lost not only Wisconsin. And then if you're on this stream, I'm not gonna show any of the concession speeches or the victory speeches. I don't really care about that stuff. I just like looking at the results. But let's see. So yeah, let's look at Michigan because that's going to be key. The senator could still end up being a Democrat in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, even if Harris loses. And that's going to be pretty key in seeing if Trump has any checks to his power or not. As of right now, Trump is winning by 5 in Michigan. There's still a lot of ballots that need to be counted, particularly in Detroit. Also in Flint and Saginaw, but Saginaw won't net much. That can make a big difference. Slotkin is only down by 3. That is around 70,000 votes. Only 50% of the state is in, and very little of Detroit is in. Very little of Ann Arbor's in. Most of Ann Arbor's in. There's still a lot of rural counties here and there. So I don't know what the top line is going to end up looking like, but Detroit has a lot of ballots left. It's not going to mean anything in the presidential level, but that's around 500,000 votes that Democrats still can net out of Wayne County. Wayne County includes Dearborn, so I would subtract probably 80,000 votes from that top line. They're going to net at least another 300,000. I don't know how much Republicans are going to get throughout the rest of the state, but it'll be a closer race. There was just a big ballot drop. I'm not sure where. Probably in West Michigan or in one of the strongholds for Republicans in Michigan that just turned it into a 5-point race. That's crazy result there. Yeah, now it's 6. It's Trump's leading by 6. It was never that much in 2016 or 2020. Never that much in 2020. Pennsylvania, it's the same thing. 85% counted. Trump is up 3%. 85% counted. Bob Casey is only down 1.2%. Oh, presidentially, it's been known for about 2 hours that I think Harris lost. It's That's definitely the case now. But what we don't know is the Senate candidates that were outrunning Harris. Slotkin is currently down 5, but I think Detroit still has around 300,000 votes you can net. I just don't know if that'll be enough. Could be up to 400,000, but I think, Detroit includes Dearborn, and it does not look like Democrats did well there. Didn't make the difference overall, but they did not do well there. Tester is very much done. In Wisconsin, Tammy Baldwin, very strong incumbent. Harris is down 4 in Wisconsin. Let's see how much votes Milwaukee still has. 40% of Milwaukee still has to vote. A lot of the rurals have counted most of their ballots. But the Green Bay and the greater Green Bay suburbs still have to count. That might be even worse for Harris than we expected. Klobuchar is plus 17. Yeah, Klobuchar wins every time. Honestly, she could have ended up being the first woman president. As much as I hate to say this, because I was a Bernie supporter in 2020, Klobuchar would have been way better to nominate than Biden. She knows how to win elections, and that's another landslide election that she just won, outrunning Harris significantly. Klobuchar might run for president again. I would say some of these Senate candidates, Whitmer has a good chance for running. Josh Shapiro might do it, but I don't think he's kind of not that good. Ruben Gallego, I really think a lot of people will look to him once he wins this Senate election. People are going to look to him as like a potential leader of the Democratic Party, especially because the narrative is going to be that they got hammered with Latino votes this election. But really, they got hammered with the white working class. They got hammered with Latino votes. They got hammered pretty bad all across the board. Now, I think Trump is going to do plenty of things to remind Americans the type of president that he is and the type of human being that he is while he's in office. So I think 2026 and 2028 will look better for Democrats, but they really need these 3 Senate candidates to get over the top. Nevada doesn't have any ballots out yet, and that's kind of surprising me. Nevada ballot counters are notoriously bad. So, I was expecting some results, but I guess they forgot how to count. Really, Nevada's going to look bad for Harris, I think, in the same way that Arizona did. People probably should have seen a lot of the early voting indicators that Harris wasn't hitting the same margins Biden was, but I think people were rightfully unsure of what to think of it, just because you can't really make a prediction based on early vote. Election day vote could be anything different, but as we know right now, it looks like Trump won. I guess, one thing that is kind of sad about American politics is that stark difference between, Republicans have a very large advantage when it comes to the Electoral College. So, winning every swing state, as it's very likely that Trump is about to accomplish right here, is something that, is a pretty big victory for Trump. the sheer fact that when we look into this live forecast, his popular vote estimate is only 1.1%, right? So he won the election by 1%. In 2016, he did win the Electoral College, but he didn't win the popular vote. And in 2020, Biden won the popular vote by 4.5%. So as we see that here, it's very easy to think of like America, like is a very like, Trump won a landslide, but it's still a very, a lot of people still voted for Harris. It was a very close election. It was just a pretty big swing towards Trump from the last election. And the swing happened in a lot of states where it was inconsequential, particularly Florida and Texas, maybe California as well. But it is looking more like, let's compare it. Yeah, California as well, a little bit. It cratered. But I think that the Electoral College is giving a little bit less of a picture of what the election really was. It was still a very across the board close election, but Trump was able to edge it out on top. Now, for these Senate candidates, it's really going to be what we called the red mirage effect in 2020. It's going to be what is going to take these Senate candidates to victory if they can get there. Every one of these seats is going to be extremely crucial for the Democrats if they ever want to control the Senate again. They cannot afford to lose 3 Senate seats for 6 years. This is going to be all the way into, these seats will be held all the way until 2030. That's going to be 2 years into the next presidential term after 2028, whoever wins that election. And it won't be Trump because he, honestly, even if he wanted to try and like change the law to allow him to run for a 3rd term, he wouldn't be able to get away with that. So it's going to be a different Republican other than Trump. It'll be the first Republican since 2012 that isn't Trump to be at the top of the ticket. So it'll be an interesting change. And usually, with how Democrats are treating incumbents now, or not Democrats, but how Americans are treating incumbents now, it might not be that good for Trump, like whoever tries to succeed Trump in 2028. But yeah, what I was saying, all 3 of these Senate seats are going to be so crucial. This is going to be the difference between Republicans having a 55 Senate seats and 52. We already know they have 52. They might get 53, depending on Nevada. What this really does mean, though, is that it almost enshrines the fact that Puerto Rico, despite voting for statehood, wanting statehood, because it's likely they'll vote for Democrats, the presidential, for the presidential, Puerto Rico is not going to be a state because Republicans won't want them to be. And DC is also not going to become a state because they don't want 2 senators from DC. Even though it has a higher population than Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, they won't get 2 senators. Oh, that's crazy. I don't know if Bob Casey's going to do it. What if Romney had won in 2012? I don't think Romney would have won in 2012, and I don't even want to go into that. What if that's just like saying, what if Gore won in 2000? The whole country would be different. The different people would be on the Supreme Court. It would be a totally different country. Democrats are going to need to find their new Obama if they want to win. I don't think Harris was it. Well, yeah, it clearly wasn't. She ran below a lot of the swing states. A lot of people are going to, wonder what really caused that. I mean, I don't think Harris ran that bad of a campaign, and her approval definitely isn't it. I think if she had been able to run without the history of Biden, it would have been beneficial for her. But I don't think it was Harris's fault per se. I think it was just a referendum on Trump, and I guess more people like what they saw with him. I don't know. Phew, Pennsylvania for the Senate is close. My God, 1.1%. That's probably the most likely senator to hold out of these three, Bob Casey. But I'm not liking his odds because he needs to net 65,000 votes. And I guess he could get another 50 out of Philly alone. So maybe he has a good chance. We're in the red mirage phase where it's like the final results might be a little bit more democratic for after this 10%. We're in the phase of where people would say there's voter fraud. The ballot measures. You want me to see the ballot measures in California, Jared? I will show you those. Let us see California ballot measures. Issue bonds for public education. 57% says yes. So we're going to spend $10 billion in bonds in a high interest rate year to fund schools. I guess that's good. This proposition makes it so, essentially this is just allowing gay marriage to be enshrined in the Constitution. That's voted yes. Issue bonds for national or natural resource conservation. This one, $10 billion for wildlife prevention, safe drinking water, and protection against the effects of climate change. That's $20 billion in a high interest rate year. But I guess it doesn't matter. California is better at balancing its budget. That's the only reason why I voted for those ones, even though I can see why people voted against it, because it's just like, why $10 billion bonds? Isn't it a job of the legislator to fund these types of things? But yeah, the local issues. Rent control got wrecked. I did know that one. 40/60. A lot of people don't like rent control, apparently. The involuntary labor of the incarcerated. That one is really close. That's kind of surprising to me. I expected that one to get passed pretty much universally. I can see where votes still need to be counted. I think it's generally more blue votes need to be counted in California, but I could be wrong. Could go either way. A lot more votes need to be counted in San Francisco, San Mateo, Marin. Anecdotally, a lot of people are against the prison labor ban. Yeah, no, same here. I was surprised by some people. A lot of people are not happy that prisoners have a right to work. Uh, apparently, um, they don't want prison. I don't know. I guess they want more people in prison. This was also crazy. Like the I mean, I understand why people wanted it. The one to bring back the felony charges for robberies under 950, 70% of Californians voted yes. That one is going to come in. Looks like the recalling the Alameda County attorney happened as well, unless Oakland hasn't came in. Let's see if Oakland. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way that flips. So she's going to get recalled. Also, yeah, Sheng Tao got recalled, which is kind of crazy because she did do it. I think she did do something that was a little corrupt, but like they're like blaming a mayor that's been in office for 2 years for all of Oakland's problems. And in my opinion, Oakland has had problems way before Sheng Tao. And if you're just going to blame her, you know, anybody can be mayor of Oakland. Granted, I don't really know much about her personal politics or anything. I just felt it was kind of like scapegoaty. The Nevada proverbially again is incapable of counting ballots. They have counted 0 ballots tonight, and they were supposed to have the results in 2 hours ago, 2.5 hours ago. So that's like extremely shameful. You know, I will say I don't think the minimum wage is that insane after inflation like scared a lot of people. I think it's going to get passed, but I think a lot of people are thinking like, you know, everything costs so high and it's because wages are so high. That's why I think Trump also won. They're blaming Democrats for inflation, and a minimum wage goes hand in hand with that. California already has like double the minimum wage of like a lot of other states, almost double. So that's why people voted no on it. I mean, it depends. Expand local rent control, that got completely wiped. The regulates spending by healthcare providers. This one I hope passes because that like allows for negotiation of drug prices by Medi-Cal. I think that will pass. It'll be close. I think the remaining ballots swing liberal. You still have a lot of Alameda County, which is Oakland and the like. You still have 70% of San Francisco, and you still have 60% of LA. Orange County is still blue. Not surprising, I guess. California's coast is pretty liberal. Even San Diego remained blue. Imperial County and such. A lot of people live in LA. Bad day for Oakland's mayor. All the anti-crime stuff passed in California, so that rhetoric really has, shifted towards Democrats. I'm gonna go back to the House, or actually, did Michigan have some ballot initiatives? I'm sure it did. Let's look at Michigan. It's just a bad cycle for affordable housing here. Yeah, I think that could be it. So if Trump, if I think Slotkin might barely win this Senate race. I don't know though. Trump's expected to win Michigan by 2. No, that's the problem. All of the people that aren't voting for Rogers voted Libertarian. They didn't vote for Slotkin. She might not be able to net enough votes to win that. She lost by 1 point. Let's look at the ballot initiatives. Oh, there weren't any ballot initiatives in Michigan. Wow, that's stupid. Would have been a perfect time for one. It's called Zach Nunn. I don't think it's like a bad cycle for affordable housing in California. I think it's a bad decade. I think it's going to get worse before it gets better, especially with what's going on nationally now. I don't think that Trump is going to want to do anything to make California look better than it actually is. And there are going to be constant lawsuits between the state administration and the Republicans. It's going to be really ugly between the two states, and it's going to be very petty, just like it was 4 years ago. Yeah, it probably shouldn't be. It probably will take a legislator, or I mean, maybe there's hope in the fact that Republicans will just get rid of all the zoning laws, but I don't think they would do that because a lot of Republicans are like people who obviously are the type of people that don't want, transit lines running through their neighborhood. They don't want, apartment complexes built next to their neighborhood. Republican voters were like kind of the demographic of people that were historically the like NIMBY, like not in my backyard people. Um, so while Democrats have plenty of those people in their ranks, I just don't think Republicans are going to be the one to cut up all the like zoning regulations. They're going to be cutting up like clean water regulations. They're not going to be cutting up housing regulations. California has to do something statewide, and that's going to take getting rid of Newsom. I mean, we can look at the people running in the California governor primary for 2026. They're all going to say they're going to do good on housing. I don't think Newsom's going to really do much while he's still he wants to run for president. He's happy that Harris lost right now so he can run for president. I highly doubt he's going to win the primary because we tried a California liberal. We just did. Oh my God, Hillary Clinton already endorsed someone. These are the California candidates already running. You have Tony Atkins, who I don't even know. Let's see, former president pro tempore of the California State Senate. You have a nobody, Eleni Kounalakis. That's the incumbent lieutenant governor. Betty Yee, California Democratic Party vice chair. She's not going to win, I don't think. And then this former mayor of LA. Endorsements are going to Atkins. She's probably not going to win. I think it's going to be the lieutenant governor, but I just can't see her being any different from Newsom in the long run. And I don't know if she's going to prioritize housing. How do they already have a primary debate? That is crazy. They had a primary debate in 2024. Wow. If you guys are interested in California governor primary debates, that's definitely going to be there. That's crazy. They already have their campaign apparatuses. Michigan. If Trump wins by 2, I don't know if Slotkin's going to win. These Senate races are really going to be the difference between like losing pre-existing condition healthcare coverage and like, oh yeah, Florida did make a constitutional right to hunt and fish. Florida is like the most unsalvageable state in the country right now, not because of how they voted in the presidential line, but just everything else. Bob Casey's still down by 1.2. Man, if Baldwin, Slotkin, and Casey all get wrecked, that would not be good. Well, I don't think Florida needs to be flooded. I think that it's already going to happen. All the hurricanes and everything. Not that that's a good thing, obviously. Well, there's going to be plenty of water to fish in for the Floridians once the sea level rises. I guess I could look at the house again. Wow, Jared Golden pulled in close. That could be big if Jared Golden holds a seat. Lily Tang Williams, I can show you guys her. She is a Chinese American Republican. Let's see the gun ad. That is not who I really want to be my House rep candidate. So it's good that New Hampshire isn't voting for her. Will the record turnout promises be broken? What do you mean by that question? There's a lot of promises that Harris made to the American people that she did not meet tonight. That is very clear, and it is, a little bit unfortunate in that regard. But what do you mean record turnout promises? Oh, Michigan clerk. Yeah, record turnout happened, and half the people voted Republican. That's what happened. The Detroit clerk. Also, anyone that's celebrating that Detroit clerk, she is a horrible clerk. I remember I was supporting one of their challenges a while ago. He's actually the incumbent lieutenant governor of Michigan now. It was in 2020 or 2017 in this election. His name is, I'm slipping on his name, Michigan Lieutenant Garland Gilchrist. So he was running against her, and not to say that I think that have any theories of voter fraud in Michigan or anything like that, but that election was not really the cleanest because she was the clerk of her own election, and it was really close, and she pretty much only won all of the mail-in ballots that were at that time in 2017. The only people who did mail-in ballots were like 80-year-olds. So like she was like winning all of the old people, and all the people that actually like answered their doors and like voted on election day went to Garland Gilchrist. So yeah, I don't really like that Detroit or the Wayne County clerk or Detroit City clerk. I don't know what her role is, but she did promise record turnout, but it was record turnout in the rural areas too. I mean, a lot of people voted. Oh, that's crazy. Republicans might have flipped a Maryland district. Is this a wake-up call for Democrats? Hillary Clinton losing was the fault of Hillary Clinton. That was the most winnable election ever, and she didn't campaign in Wisconsin and Michigan. She totally could have won that election if she, did some strategy differences and everything like that. 2020, Biden barely got by winning when he could have won by a lot more, just based on the fact that COVID happened and he wasn't doing any ground game whatsoever. 2024, I think Democrats lost because a lot of people weren't really happy with how Biden governed the country. And Biden wasn't the incumbent running, and people had already lost faith that Biden was capable in running the country. So I don't think that 2024 is an indictment on how Harris ran her campaign. I don't think she really had time to run her campaign as is. A lot of her, messaging was pretty hard to like come up with on a whim. A lot of the campaign staff are the same people as the Biden people. 2024 is an indictment of running an 80-year-old man to be president in 2020. Because even when he wins, what's he going to do in 2024? He's going to be a stubborn asshole, and he's going to want to stay in power until he gets dragged out of the role. And ultimately, if he was still president, we would be talking about how we lost Virginia, New Jersey, all of these House races that are very close would have not gone to Democrats. It would have been a landslide election. And he won the popular vote, Trump did, but there was a time in which Harris had a significant chance of winning the election. It slipped somewhere about a month ago. If you look at the polling averages, she was polling at like 4 over Trump, 3 to 4 at one very short point of the campaign. She very well could have won the election if she had just gotten 2% higher. That's what she needed, or no, like a 2% electoral victory, the same margin that Clinton did. But she bottomed out in Texas and Florida, and it looks like Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, the same story as 2016. It's more that the Democrats failed to really have the right candidate to beat Trump, because Harris was so heavily tied with the Biden campaign and Biden. And I think most people voted as an election between Biden or Trump second time around. And I think a lot of people have rose-colored glasses about, the Trump presidency. They don't remember it as bad as what it was. They just, remember experiencing inflation and everything. I think now, I think Trump is probably, he might have like some whatever tiny little bounce of approval, but very quickly he's going to start legislating things, and very quickly Americans are going to start to remember why they voted him out the first time. That's my prediction on that. But you have a long time until there's going to be any consequences for the election, right? The Republicans just won. You have 2 years until there's any check on their power. There's a tiny chance the Democrats still win the House, but I just don't see how they can thread the needle in all these races that they need to. Odds on Trump getting impeached after midterms. If Democrats win the House, yeah, I don't know. I mean, how do they just? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, another big flip. It looks like that in Iowa District 1, it wasn't enough. The Republicans won by less than 1,000 votes. That's the thing. When the top of the ticket's bad, even your highest performing candidates, like in that race, are gonna lose. And it just looks like Muscatine County came in, Washington County came in, and it just wasn't enough in these other counties. Is Trump giving a victory speech right now? Because I do not want to watch it. People are posting like, remember when we were down in Pennsylvania? The ways that people are counting the ballots now is different. This election is over. It is it's completely over. Um, it's totally cope. If you think that they still have a chance, what's wrong with Nevada? They're incapable of counting ballots. Every single election official in Nevada is a corrupt casino. I don't even know where I'm going with that. But no, they're actually bad at counting ballots in Nevada. They're always bad at doing this. They can't report anything. And we won't know who wins Nevada. We might know who wins Alaska before we know who wins Nevada. There's no way Alaska has like a blue wave. By the way, it is just too similar to all the other states. They just called Georgia. My friend said there's more of a path to House control. Yeah, Nevada does use a big slot machine to count the votes. Yeah, the Democrats have an easier path to House control. Than they do the presidency. But I'm going to ask my friend if he thinks that Casey and Slot can pull it out. I have no faith in Democrats winning in Pennsylvania. The presidency at least. I think there's a good chance that Casey pulls through. He's down 1%. Oh my God. 60,000 votes. Where are these vote sinks? He has 25% of Philadelphia County. Harris. He's going to net like 20,000 in Philly alone. A lot of the rurals are in. Yeah, most of the rurals are in. Okay, I think Bob Casey's going to do it. Call me crazy, but maybe not. Maybe though. No, can he net 60,000? Dauphin County? No, Atlas Intel was 100% right. They should get 100% credit. They are the best polling agency in America. They got everything right 2024, 2020, and 2016. They did miss in 2022, but I think that was because Republicans messed up their turnout. And like a lot of people just didn't want to turn out with Trump off the ballot. That's going to be the big test of 2028. If Trump's no longer on the ballot, who's going to get the Republicans to vote? I don't think people are probably going to be a little bit disillusioned with Trump by then, but maybe I could be wrong. I don't know. Okay, Philly, Dauphin. So you can see, while I'm trying to calculate here, you can see that Harris, there's no way she's going to net that 100,000 she needs to win Pennsylvania. She's going to keep it close. Trump has an 86% chance of winning. That's what they're just saying. Pennsylvania. I think Pennsylvania's done. I think he has an 100% chance of winning. But Casey just needs to net 60,000 votes. That's going to be out of Philly, which 25% of Philly still has to vote, Montgomery, Chester, and Delaware County. There might be like a couple votes still in these red counties, but they're going to be pretty even. And they won't be able to run up the margin as much. Wait, what just happened? I think there was another county that just had a big drop that was really bad for Casey. Never mind then. I don't know. But each one of these Senate races is going to really sting if Democrats don't win it, because that is a winnable race that they could have done. Michigan will tighten a lot, but I don't know if it's enough for Slotkin. No, it isn't. Milwaukee might save Tammy Baldwin. No, it won't. Damn. Oh, damn. Yeah, Green Bay isn't even in yet. Oh, that is going to hurt. Madison's in. Which awful site? New York Times. New York Times is like the best site for election shit. Oh, state. State being Wisconsin? Yeah, what a shitty state. Why do we have to care about Wisconsin? Oh, Pennsylvania. Even worse. Oh, Nevada. Okay. We have it. We got them. The rurals of Nevada are coming in. Okay. Nevada is coming in. Let's see what areas of Nevada is coming in. These are the heavy rurals for Nevada. I saw some of the early vote data. No one really said that Nevada was looking good. So let's see here. Douglas County, Leon County. Let's compare for the two. For the Senate race, that's going to be pretty key. 64-33. It's pretty much the same, but I don't know how the total vote margins are going to go. Whew. So let's see here. Are there any other results that you guys want me to check out other than Nevada right now? They're really slow to count ballots, so I don't think that there's really going to be much. I can't see a path for Slotkin in Michigan right now. It's going to tighten significantly when Detroit gets counted, but I just don't see a path for Slotkin. So really, these three Senate are going to be brutal for the Democrats to lose. That's going to ensure the Republicans win 52 seats in the Senate. If Nevada goes 53, and then all the way up to 56, the Republicans could sweep 56 Senate seats. If that's the case, then Democrats may not get a chance to take back the Senate all the way until 2030. And yeah, that's really the end of the story there. The House has been a lot closer than expected. There's not been a single flip called yet. I can essentially call a couple. This one is going to flip to the Republican. This one's going to flip to the Republican. Oh, I was expecting that one to flip to the Democrat, but I guess the Republican maintained it. This is kind of what happens when the election, the top of the ticket does so bad. Even your, gold star candidates that are outrunning the party by 5%, they still get dog walked in these races they should be winning. One that's very clear here is just this one. Scott Perry is a very unliked incumbent, and they're just not going to win that race. At the very least, Democrats held on to these like Ohio districts despite getting obliterated in Ohio. They held on to all their Florida districts despite getting obliterated in Florida. They held on to all of their Texas districts, which is actually really surprising because Kuhler and Vincente were very close there. And they'll flip a district here or there. It looks like they just barely missed out on Iowa. And yeah, there's not much to it. I mean, I can't see how Nevada doesn't go to Trump. I think Trump sweeps the swing states, just clearly. He doesn't get anything beyond that. The biggest tell, though, is that did they even call Virginia yet? Let's see. Yeah, they did call Virginia. Harris only won it by 5% instead of the 10% that Biden won it by. New Jersey only by 4% so far. That is crazy. That is there's no way. There's got to be more Democratic votes not being counted right now. Yeah, no. Burlington County hasn't been counted yet. That makes sense. It's probably going to be more like 6 to 7%, but New Jersey is really tight. New Hampshire is within 3%, but I think there's some more votes that need to be counted there. That hasn't been called yet. Maine hasn't been called yet, but I think it's pretty solidly going to go to Harris. Minnesota has tightened to one of the like closest races I've seen for a Democrat, which is pretty crazy. Minnesota has always been reliably blue state, but not so much anymore. It's down to its 2016 margin. So in the end, Pennsylvania might be the closest swing state for Harris, and it didn't look good at that. Arizona still got a lot of ballots to count. They haven't started counting Las Vegas yet, so Nevada's not going to really show. But if Harris has lost with Washoe County, that is bad news for Democrats. Very, very bad news for Democrats. Which one is losing more? Okay. Jackie Rosen is winning Washoe County. Oh shit, 74%. Whoa, since when did Nevada get quick at counting ballots? What the hell? That was like the biggest meme of 2020, that Nevada was like incapable of counting ballots, but I guess they just reported Clark County or something. Wow, Harris is only down 3 in Nevada. Maybe she wins Nevada, and that's like the only swing state she wins, but I can't see her winning with Washoe County being that bad. That's where Reno is. Looks like Jackie Rosen secured the bag, beat Sam Brown. So yeah, this is the key thing here. It looks like Jackie Rosen definitely is going to win. So that makes it so Republicans 52 Senate seats, that's guaranteed. So at most they might get 55. Dan Osborne kept it within 4, it looks like, which is crazy, because an independent doing that well in Nebraska is very surprising. Let's see the House races. New York Times has yet to call a single flip House race. That's how like gerrymandered our House of Representatives is. That all of these politicians still win their same districts despite having a massive swing election in the national level. But I think Democrats are going to end up losing a couple seats in the end, even though the margins look pretty good. I think they're going to lose 2 seats in Pennsylvania. They're not going to get that pickup I thought they would in PA 10. In New York, I think they're going to get 1 pickup, maybe 2 pickups. So that would offset their losses in Pennsylvania. They might win in Maine. There's really no way to tell who's going to win that race right now. New Jersey, it doesn't look like they're losing anything. They're going to hold on to that Virginia district, and they're going to hold on to that close North Carolina district. They're going to hold on to this Maryland district, even though it looks very tight there. they're going to hold on to both these Ohio districts that are close. They're going to lose this Iowa district by less than 500 votes. That's just sad, to be completely honest. For Wisconsin 3, that is really close, but it looks like they lost it. They're not going to pick up that seat. So it does look like they've held Kilde's seat. Kristen McDonald-Rivet, I think she's gonna win that seat. The one I don't think who's gonna win is Curtis Hertel. I think Tom Barrett's gonna completely win that election. John James is gonna win. Sri Tanadar is gonna win. So Democrats are going to lose one seat in Michigan. They're going to keep that one in Indiana. They're going to gain one in, I don't know if this is a gain technically, but there's this Alabama seat. I don't know if they introduced it in 2022 or 2024, but they will gain this Nebraska seat. Nebraska 2nd District. Don Bacon has been there for a really long time. So it's good that they finally got rid of him. They're going to hold this Colorado district very closely. So it's like they evaded total disaster, but they're still kind of getting pretty handily defeated. Whoa, this is a crazy result. Montana 1st District. I wasn't expecting this at all. This has got to be because the House... This has got to be because the favorable areas to Democrats vote are in. Yeah, that's definitely the case. Missoula County is all in, and the places favorable to Democrats or favorable to Republicans just aren't in yet. I think they're going to lose this seat, even if it looks good for them now. No way they win in Montana. Just not a good year for that. They might get a pickup in Arizona, but I would be very careful in looking at any of these races in Arizona. It's going to get a lot worse for Harris. She might lose it by 4 or 5%. A lot of polls are indicating that. The person who's going to win is Gallego in the Senate, and pretty handedly. I want to go back to Pennsylvania and check how our boy Bob Casey, incumbent senator, is doing. Yeah, that's not what you want to see. He's not netting the votes he needs. He's down 2%. He's not outrunning Harris as much as he was earlier. That's only 90% in instead of 93%. So he still can do it, but I just don't know where they're going to find 100,000 votes for him to win. So it's going to be close, but I don't know if he's going to pull it out. And that's going to be a 3-way route for the Democratic Senate candidates: Michigan, Wisconsin, PA. And Detroit still hasn't counted their ballots. Sherrod Brown closed the gap a lot. He's down 4%. You can really see how strong of a candidate Sherrod Brown is, that he ran that close of Bob Casey, or really that close. He outran Harris by like 6-7%. It's a shame that Ohio isn't giving him 6 more years. Harris is down in Nevada pretty handedly. And I would say Rosen is going to make it out of Nevada, the Senate candidate. It looks like Wisconsin, Michigan, and wait, message redacted. What happened there? Oh, I don't know. Let's see. They hit a jackpot. Yeah. Trump has flipped 39 counties. Okay. What do you think, guys? Anything you want to comment or have me talk about here? Really, I'm just waiting for some of the results to get a little bit better. Harris doing a little bit better in Minnesota. Does not look like the Minnesota I'm used to, being like blue rurals, and man, it's a different country, I guess, now. New Hampshire was a little close. That was not supposed to happen. I wonder if Trump declared victory yet. I would have declared victory 2 hours ago if I was him. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. Anything? Oh wait, everyone left. Yo, what the hell? Why did everyone dip? Everyone dip my stream. Only 2 people remain. Yeah, 2 people left here. Okay. Really, yeah. The Senate is all that's left, and it appears that the Democrats fumbled the bag in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. They really fumbled the bag. Ruben Gallego is the only. I honestly think I'm calling it now. Ruben Gallego is a 2028 presidential candidate, just based on winning this election. Jackie Rosen, good for her in winning, or at least, it's close now, but I think she's going to win. She's going to get a lot more votes in Reno and Clark County. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. These are the 3 states that still matter in terms of the Senate. Oh, man. I don't know what math I could do. I mean, Bob Casey could have enough votes in Pennsylvania just sitting for 100,000, but it just feels like it's too much of a gap to catch up. There'll be a lot of late mail-ins that they have to count, which is going to take a couple more days. And could flip it towards Casey. How much does let's see what the top line, what New York Times thinks the top line is for Pennsylvania. Because from what I can see, I just don't think Slotkin's going to have the juice to take her over, but Casey might. So they're expecting a 2.3 margin. And he's down 1.8. I think of the 3, Casey's the only Senate candidate that has a chance. That's the only one that Democrats can really hope will get by. How much is Harris going to lose Wisconsin by? 1.8. Wow, that's pretty surprising how close that'll be. I don't think the votes favor Tammy Baldwin in the end for that catch up to be made to make up a 2% difference. She's only running behind Harris 1%. Let's see, Wisconsin. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, and that's not even 2%. That's 2.5%. So it's going to tighten, but she's going to be down 1% in the end. Man, that's going to hurt. Maine is getting closer. I'm really surprised they haven't called Angus King yet. Or Tim Sheehy either. John Tester is surprisingly doing better than I would have expected. Let me see to compare that to the presidential line. So Harris is losing 15 in Nevada or in Montana. John Tester's down 2. So I guess Tester might have the juice in him, but my guess is a lot of the remaining counties are going to be red counties. Let me check it to the presidential results. Yeah, Great Falls is a red county. Billings is a red county. Bighorn County is already in. John Tester ran a good campaign, but in the end, he can't outrun a Republican 16 in your own district. Whew. The worst thing about this election is I have to work tomorrow. Ugh, man. Wow, that's a huge surprise. Jared Golden just pulled out in Maine too. So he's winning now. I'm going to look up an actual house flip map. Because New York Times isn't showing when they flip. CNN isn't saying they're flip districts either. Oh. Let's see if Axios has it. Really, you should put crosses in the, like, for the districts that have been like flipped. You indicate that they've been flipped, or like won over. That's something that would be way better. Maybe DDSQ would have something like that. Decision desk. Okay, yeah, they do have this. This is the one thing they do better with. I kind of want to do a cartogram just because, yeah. Let's see if they have it. This is a big flip. Oh shit, we have Alaska results. Wow. They just called Hawaii for Harris, obviously. They called it for Trump. I mean, yeah, it's over. There's just no more ballots. Yeah, I think everyone should have called Pennsylvania already. It's been over. There isn't like an amount of ballots that could put her over this time. Like with Biden, sometimes when they're leading, they actually are leading. Another tough race here would be if Peltola lost. It looks like the early results in Alaska are from more conservative areas of the state. However, I don't have anything to like verify that right now. If she does lose, she would be the best candidate for the Senate. My assumption is a lot of the Alaskan independence people are going to be voting for her. Who the hell is like supporting Alaskan independence? The federal government, federal, state, borough, city are all thieves. Wow, it's just a hilarious thing to be looking at right here. This is getting 5% of the vote in Alaska. That would be a really bad loss if the Democrats lose that one. Okay. Yeah. See it, Ernesto. It is a sad ending there, but yeah. Hope it is not too late in Cuba. for the House elections. It's still pretty close. That could be another big flip in New York, which could take up for the fact that Democrats lost in Pennsylvania key races. Curtis Hertel lost a seat. That's that. That's that. I don't know about the California ones. California, it's going to take forever for these final elections to get figured out. They always take forever to count all these. Oh, wow. Michelle Steele might have lost. That'd be fucking great. Oh, the Nevada races. It looks like Democrats held all of their House races in Nevada. Unless there's like some late shift that I'm not seeing. That's crazy. They lose the presidency and then they still hold all those races. I think really what this just shows is just that Harris didn't have the national appeal. Biden did have it in 2020, but he lost it by the end of 2021, really. And then for all of Harris's favorability rating, she just didn't have the national appeal she needed to win. It's going to be interesting to see who runs in 2028, but that is a very long time from now. I can try and count the House seats right now to see who's going to get control of the House. Nothing really coming in now. Been streaming for 7 hours and 30 minutes. I think I should hit 8 and then call it a day for now. There's not really anything else that is going to happen. It was a pretty clear victory for the Republicans down the ballot. A couple California House flips could happen. The House is probably going to be closer than it was in 2022. But the Senate is not. So really, we're gonna have to see if there's any like moderate Republicans in the House in the same way that there is in the Senate. I just don't know if that's going to happen. A lot of them got cleaned out of moderate Republicans, that is. $160 to $186. Let me do some math. Who's still here? It's only 2 people. I'm gonna do a house map on 270 to win to calculate all this out. I don't think Democrats win the House, but I do think it's going to be close. So let's see. This map is too tiny. Oh, it's not easy to pull around. Okay, here. Okay. Can I do I kind of just want a cartographic map because some of these districts are tiny and hard to see. Ugh. Nah, that's fine. Well, I'll just do this one. I'm pretty sure there is a way to do it, the cartographic one, but the 270 to win's the best website usually, so I'll just do it this way. So New York 19 flipped. New York 17. New York 4. That's blue, yeah. New York 17 remained red. I think that's all for New York. New Jersey 7. I'm thinking that's blue. That's a red one, and that's a red one. Scott Perry barely pulled it out. This is going to be way closer than I expected. Crazy. They held on to those 2 seats. Looks like New Mexico they're holding on to. Boom. That is 213 for the Democrats. Colorado 8. They're not going to get Colorado 3. I wonder if they're going to keep Alaska. That would be a question. Arizona 2, 5, 6. I think it's too early to tell for that one. Arizona 1. I don't think that's going to flip. I'm just going to assume Perez wins, but let's see. I should go to Washington results here. District 1. I know, District 3. I think she wins. I'm calling that. Oregon 5. CA 13. Wow, the Democrats are up there. That doesn't mean they'll win, though. CA 22. Yeah, no, that's a red. 27 could go either way. What about 41? Wow. Wow, that could go to the Democrat. So, the big networks besides Fox will call it tonight. Oh, AJ, are you still actually okay? Are you the only one here right now? But yeah, I think I'm pretty. I think they should have called it 2 hours ago. To be completely honest, this election's very much over. There's no way. There's no path to victory for Harris right now. There's a tiny path to victory for these Midwest Senate candidates. I'm just trying to calculate the House seats. The Democrats might have actually just won the House, which would be crazy when they lost the popular vote. But they absolutely are going to keep it within 1 to 2 seats, depending on how these last few West Coast states vote. But I think if they take out like a couple more of these incumbents, it's over. And if Peltola holds it, all we really need is that. Let's see what I was saying though. The Senate, Mike Rogers, Slotkin. Mike Rogers beats Slotkin. I think that's pretty guaranteed at this point. She's 5 points down. Detroit hasn't reported, but I don't think it's going to be enough. It's just going to get her down to 1 or 2. Tammy Baldwin is down 70,000 votes. And while Milwaukee hasn't reported, so hasn't Green Bay, and then some of the WOW counties still haven't reported. And yeah, I just can't see Tammy Baldwin taking it any closer than what she has. She might be within like 40K, but it's going to be just like Mandela Barnes. It's going to be a tough loss. For Pennsylvania, Bob Casey doesn't have the votes. Philly just reported everything. It does look like Philadelphia has depressed turnout compared to 2020. I'm just going to check it right now. Yeah, 600,000 votes in 2020. Only 500,000 votes in 2024. That's just bad. I mean, I would call it right now if I were any person. They're just not going to find the votes they need in order to win. Maybe Casey wins. He's the only one of these three that I really think could do it. But again, it's Milwaukee, Detroit, and Philadelphia not reporting the results in time. Jared Golden's winning, which really surprised me. He's winning by 200 votes right now. Let me see if I can pull up the main two. Montana 1 is also a crazy election. That could go to the Democrats, but Maine 2. I'm not liking this. The results that still need to be counted are like rural, but I don't know where any of these people live in this county. This is like one of the most depopulated areas of America. Oh, there's more votes in Bangor that need to be counted. That's going to be a razor thin election. This is going to decide the House right here. Maine 2nd District. And he's outrunning Harris pretty handedly there. Let me, oh, it's going to be so close. Each one of these towns reporting in could flip it. I don't think Jahana Hayes is going to have any problem. Mondaire Jones got wrecked. So yeah, the crazy thing about tonight is the Democrats pretty much they didn't win the House yet, but they are very close within striking distance of doing that. And if they do win the House, that would be crazy. Puerto Rico, they elected a new governor, same pro-statehood party as the previous governor. This one is pro-Trump, though, so maybe they can negotiate statehood. Find that pretty hard to believe when 73% of them voted for Harris, though, in the plebiscite. In Iowa, it looks like the Democrat lost by 500 votes. So that Seltzer poll was very wrong. That was the closest House race. That could have decided the House right there. Curtis Hertel hasn't even got any closer. He got really badly walloped. Monica Tranel is still within striking distance there. Utah gerrymandered all their districts. Democrats somehow managed to hold all of their 3 House districts that are competitive. Oregon 5, I think, is going to flip, which would be crazy. If Oregon 5 does flip, Democrats only need to get 2 seats in Arizona or California to flip the House. I think it's pretty much it isn't a done deal yet, but I think Tony Vargas beat out Don Bacon. So if the Democrats manage to hold all the ones they're currently winning, which they're doing pretty fine in all these districts, like New Mexico, I just confirmed they're going to win that. I think they did lose all the Pennsylvania districts, sadly. They're holding in front in all of the Ohio districts they were close in. This one Maryland District 6, I think that's got to go to the Democrat. That's David Trone's district. That one was not expected to be that close, so I think it's just an error there. New Jersey, they look fine. These two seats, they flipped New York 4 and Mondare. I don't know why they haven't called New York 17. Mondare Jones isn't even close. Santa Hayes won. Okay, yeah, Golden might not have won, so I'm gonna take that away from Golden. So I don't think that he won it when he didn't. So really, Democrats just need 3 seats out of Maine 2. I think Arizona, one of these could flip. Arizona 6 could flip. I really don't think District 1 flips, just because the remaining votes are going to be really heavy Republican. But if you're up 8 points, I'm just going to say that's a flip right now, just being up that far. They only need 1 California flip district. They still gotta win that Oregon flip district. That would be crazy if they won that. And any of these flip districts, yeah. 27, it looks like it won't be that close. Or no, it is close in 27. $13, it's close. And then they were winning in 45 too. That one could go either way. And then 41 is the other one. They're up 4%. So I think the Democrats have a very significant chance of winning the House right now, which would be crazy. The Republicans already are going to lose seats. I think that's a guarantee, just because Nebraska 2 is going to be a big loss for them. It's a real shame the Democrats only came within 500 votes of Iowa District 1, but that's just how elections go. I don't think they win Montana 2. There's got to be something other votes hiding there for the Republicans. They flipped a couple New York seats. I think Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez holds strong in Washington. So that would be all they need there. Yeah, Kim Schreier won. Whew. But yeah, I do think they're going to call, all the networks are going to call it for Trump. They should have already called it. The election's over in the House or in the presidency. It would be crazy if they impeach Trump again. I think there's a significant chance that happens. Maine second is getting even more interesting. There's no way to tell who's going to pull it out on top with all these small towns everywhere, with no way of knowing like how populated these are, like 100 votes in all these areas. It is kind of crazy that Tom Barrett destroyed Curtis Hertel in Lansing. That's a pretty important election. I guess it was something a lot of people predicted, but I didn't really see it being that much of a landslide. I think Michigan is going to be one of the 2026 states that is one of the more big Democrat target states. But tough break for Republicans, or for the Senate Democrats, to just get swept like they did. Okay, so I want to look at if the Dems actually are going to win the House right now. I want to check if I have Alaska on my list here. Yeah, no, Alaska could really swing either way. It would be really dumb to put that as a guarantee. So 100% the Republicans have won in Michigan in the 7th district. I'll probably take away that Arizona district just because we don't know yet. But this is what the map looks like. It's down to the last 8 seats, or 7 seats, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Last 7 seats. And I guess there's a few seats that could be different, like the Oregon 5th. Maybe I want to make that one clear, just because I don't want to overcommit to anything right now. But one thing that's clear is the Republicans administratively will have power with the Senate. Trump's going to be able to appoint anyone he wants. He's going to be able to replace Clarence Thomas in the Supreme Court. He's going to replace Alito if Alito wants to retire, and he's going to replace John Roberts if John Roberts wants to retire, with some 25-year-old, just fresh out of law school, Heritage Foundation guy. That could happen. All of his cabinet's going to be approved. There's going to be no issue with that. You might see shifts from Murkowski and Collins against Trump, because they're kind of like the quintessential never Trumper Republicans that are still in the Senate. They might even switch to be independents, particularly Murkowski. Murkowski is like not a Democrat by any means. She would never vote for like Democratic policy, but she also does not like the flair of Republicans now. So the Senate will be pretty much a solid hold for Trump people, because McCormick won, Rogers won, and Hovde won. I'm pretty certain that's going to be the case. That's just how it works when your top line presidential candidate loses in the Midwest. In Nevada. Oh, wow. I wasn't expecting that. It looks like, let me double check. Jackie Rosen is down, but I think that's just because the last votes in Vegas aren't out yet. It's really hard to tell with Nevada how everything goes, but I think that Brown is outrunning Biden's numbers, if I remember correctly. Let's check here. Nevada's Biden number 53. Oh, it's going to be tighter, actually. 51-45. 50-46. 50-46. Yeah, I think that there's nothing to worry about that Senate race in Nevada. They're going to count the ballots in Clark County, and eventually that's going to net enough votes for Jackie Rosen. Let me go back to the House map to make sure Nevada didn't tighten anymore. Yeah. The only one I'd be worried about is Susie Lee in the 3rd district. Let's see the 3rd district here. Nevada 3. Okay, yeah, this is considered a safe Democratic district. They must just be the Las Vegas ballots haven't been counted there. I don't think that's going to be anything to worry about for the Democrats. Man, this is crazy result. This isn't even like with Cedar Rapids. It's just the Davenport and the Johnson County Democrats. Oh, what's up, Andrew? Yeah, really, as much as my personal politics are aside, when I see data go a certain way, I'm gonna call an election the way I see it, and yeah, it was the same thing with 2016. I just could tell that Harris didn't have the numbers, or no, that Clinton didn't have the numbers in 2016. In 2024, when I started seeing, really what flipped it for me was when I saw Virginia numbers being so much more in favor of Trump, and it looked like Virginia was only going to be won by 5 or 6, and it just clicked in my head. Virginia is going to be 5 points off of what Biden's margins are. Then so is Pennsylvania. Harris might win Michigan, but probably not. And then no way Georgia or North Carolina swings this time. And that's just what happened. It is still like I have to repeat though on this front, still crazy. The Democrats might win the House despite Trump winning the popular vote. And that will be the only check on his power. That would be really bad for Trump. I mean, like, think about all of the stuff that he could have had go right for him, and now he's going to have to deal with Hakeem Jeffries negotiating all his policies and everything. He could have. He easily could have spent more time campaigning for House candidates, and Republicans could have spent more money on down ballot races, and it would have benefited them. But instead, they fumbled the bag in the last possible minute. Ooh, Alaska's starting to worry me. 51% of the votes are in. Still a 6,000 vote edge for Nick Begich. You're going to want Peltola to, if you're rooting for Peltola, you're going to want her to be, I don't think Alaska ever does maps for some reason. I don't know why nobody is able to report precinct maps of Alaska, but Peltola, if she's going to win this election, she's going to need to at least get very close to Begich, because I would not bet on a bunch of Alaskan independence libertarians, saving the Democrat from the Republican in the end. There's another Democrat in the race, so she'll probably net another 2,000 votes from him. I don't know what his issue is, why he was even running in the first place. Who is Eric Hafner? Jailed Alaska candidate could tip Congress to GOP. Hafner is serving a 20-year prison sentence in Otisville Federal Correctional Institution in New York after pleading guilty in 2022 to phoning in false bomb threats. Who the fuck is this guy? Yeah, no, Steven, look at this shit. In Alaska, the reason why fucking Mary Peltola might not win is because you have this psychopath libertarian Alaskan independence candidate getting 4% of the vote. And then Eric Hafner, this like literal felon criminal that somehow managed to make it as a top 4 candidate. The other Republicans dropped out of the race, making sure you could advance. Who is like the 1% of people that's just like voting for this random Democrat? That's fucking crazy. But yeah, so they have 51% of the votes in. That's a really close enough edge. Alaska is a very confusing state. The rurals, my assumption is the rurals get counted last in Alaska, and the rurals are going to heavily benefit Peltola because of the larger amount of Inuits that live in the rurals. We can also kind of see that from the top line for Harris in Alaska. Let's see the presidential top line. I want to go here. Let's see president. Alaska. So she's only down 14 in Alaska right now. Let's see what New York Times has her at. New York Times says she's going to be down 12. So the Democrats will probably net another 2% out of the last 50%. Maybe a little bit more for Peltola. She's going to need every vote she can get. Remember in Alaska. Oh, yeah, the funding is going to be bad for Harris. Harris got a lot of her money from either Democratic leaning billionaires. She had better grassroots funded campaign. She had more of a grassroots funded campaign, but they blew a lot of money in the swing states. But ultimately, I think all of that money was good investment because the swing states were less of swings than a lot of the normal states like Indiana. Swung like 4 or 5%. The swing states only swung like 3%. So, I mean, all the money she spent, that's just how elections go. I think it would have been very hard for any Democrat to actually have defeated Trump. Now that I see the results now, I think Whitmer might have been able to do it. She at the very least would have won Michigan and Wisconsin. But, Democrats do have a little bit of a soul-searching period they're going to need to do. Again, I will say that this Ruben Gallego guy, I'm fairly certain he's going to win in Arizona. And that's going to be a key candidate for the future for the Democrats. Nevada's kind of concerning that the Democrat hasn't won yet there, but there's a lot more ballots to be counted in Clark County. It's officially 8 hours straight. Let's go. Okay. Okay, Tammy Baldwin has a tiny chance. Okay. It's too bad that all those texts that the Harris campaign sent me could have went to people who actually could have fucking voted. I guess there's a chance District 3 goes. Let's see. Colorado District 3 is like this really massive, confusing district. 77%'s been reported, but netting 8,000 votes out of what is currently left does not look like something that is possible. Unless all of the remaining votes, Tim Walt. Yeah, I think the problem with Harris, her biggest fault was when I listened to her speak, she didn't really say anything. And that's not to fault her as much as like anything else. But she really never really had anything good, or like she never had anything really compelling to say. And sadly, that just didn't translate to votes for her. She didn't campaign against Trump as hard as she could have. She's like saying the defend democracy stuff. She's talking about abortion. These are all issues that a lot of people care about, obviously. But she really didn't mark the difference between her and Trump. I'm pretty surprised they haven't called Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin on New York Times yet. It's over. Oh wow, they finally called Gabriel Vasquez, New Mexico. Okay, so New Mexico is a sweep for the Democrats. 55% are in for the Alaska. They're not showing me the Peltola results when it hit 55 yet, though. Only 51. So right now, we're kind of just seeing is that they haven't called all these California races. This is going to get very close to 210, and Republicans are only going to get a little bit closer. I actually think there's a pretty significant chance the Democrats win the House, or at the very least, it's going to be within two seats. Let me check Golden again. Okay, Golden is actually widening his lead. He's up 1,000 votes now. If we take for granted Golden winning, which is obviously not a guarantee, but if we say Golden wins, that's 214 to 214. And all Democrats would need to do is hold Alaska, which is, remember, this is ranked choice voting. So all of the votes that are going to this other candidate might end up going to Peltola. I don't know though, because this is some random libertarian Alaskan independence guy. So I think Peltola has some room to gain, but that's going to be close. I think she gains around 2% towards Begich. But I'm not going to say that she's going to win yet. I think that would be stupid to say she's going to win. Let's see if California House races have counted their ballots yet. No, it's like 50% for all these races. The key one is like the 13th district. Democrats are winning in that, but let me see. California 13. I'm going to look at all the California races that are remotely close. This is like Merced County. There's really no way to tell who's going to win this one. I'm pretty sure that David Valadao is going to win this one. There's no way to tell what ballots are being counted in Riverside. Okay, Michelle Steele passed Derek Tran. I think it's fair to say that that one's a guarantee Republican. That one is not 22. 45. Mike Levin held his seat. David Min in the 47th. That's Katie Porter's district. Ooh, that one's tight. I don't know why Pennsylvania it isn't controversial. Trump won the election. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are all over. It's tough. I'm really going to have to figure out how to save this video. before when I end the stream, just so I don't end up deleting 9 hours worth of live coverage of my feed. Yeah, they just called Pennsylvania. I called it 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago, probably. They're a lot quicker in counting ballots in New York this time. Thank God. New York used to be like, they used to hunt the election down 3 weeks. So I think Golden is going to win, but it's going to be really close there in Maine. That's 214 to 214. Did Alaska get any closer? No, it's still 51% there. Let me compare the top line amounts on the ballots. $6 million votes in Florida is pretty crazy, actually. 6 million votes in Texas, over 1 million votes. That's crazy. Another 6 million. California is going to be into that. Well, Michigan had lower turnout. Harris got more votes in Georgia than Biden did, but still got less than Trump. Same thing as North Carolina. Got around the same, but Trump got more. Pennsylvania. Lower turnout in Pennsylvania, unless the final ballots figure it out. Michigan, less votes. Wisconsin is going to be less votes. Minnesota. Oh, wow. Now Minnesota's at 6%, so it's not as close as we thought. Tim Walz probably made that difference. Here's how Bernie can still win. Okay, yeah, Bernie can still win. But in terms of the actual votes here, so the House, I am looking at the House. Sorry, I need to figure out how to zoom out here. Here we go. No, not that way. Oh, shit. For some reason, oh yeah, I have to maximize it to zoom out. Unless, no, I don't know what's going on here. Oh, here it is. Oh, what's up, Josh? Did you leave? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I had 3 people, but I guess 2 people dipped. But I'm actually looking at the House margins, and it's pretty crazy. The Democrats might have managed to win the House while losing the popular vote in the presidency, which is pretty impressive. The thing is, I don't know about Alaska. The Senate is looking pretty bad for the Democrats. I think 55 seats for the Republicans. And then, unless one of them can pull out of the Midwest, which I don't think is going to happen, I think it's pretty solidified now. It's going to be 55 Republicans. And then I think 45 Democrats or independents. Nevada, the Democrats going to pull out on top because most of the votes left are in Las Vegas. Yeah, I'm pretty sure of that. She's still got another 100,000 votes to split that difference. 9,000 is very easy to catch up on. Ruben Gallego, it's going to get a lot tighter in Arizona in the next couple of days as they count ballots there. However, he's up 6 on Kari Lake, and I think that's just enough to win the Senate election there. Harris is down, as of right now, 1.5 in Arizona, but that's going to get a lot tighter, get a lot worse for Harris. It's going to a lot of these votes that are counted, I think, are mail-in, and then the election day people are going to probably be more right-wing. So it's going to tighten that Senate race in Arizona and a lot of the other elections, but I think the Democrats still went out there in the Senate, not in the presidential. The House is crazy. This is not really a total picture of everything. I calculated what is most likely to happen with the House based on the current results. Democrats have 214, Republicans have 214. Democrats are currently leading in Maine too, so I gave them that, but that could go either way. Alaska, I think Peltola can pull it out, but there's no way to know until the end of the election. I think one of these Arizona districts could flip to the Democrats. Probably 6, because it's running with Gallego. I don't think District 1's going to flip just because it's so close already. No, yeah, see ya. 6% is a pretty large margin, unless it's all in. Let me see Arizona 6. Oh, That's why. A lot of the ballots that still have to be counted in Arizona 6 are rurals. It's got about a 40,000 vote lead, though, in Tucson. How did Arizona 6 vote in 2022? That's now, but 2022. Where did I put my 2022 map here? Wow, it voted 50.7 to 49.3. So that's anyone's election, really. Arizona 1st District was really close too. But man, let's see if we can find the exact number here. Wow. So that one could still go to the Democrat here. Let's look at Arizona 1. That was supposed to be more of a proverbial swing district, but I think over the course of the past 2 years, it became less of one. Oh, it's all Maricopa. There's no way to really tell how the last 33% of those votes are going to come in, or even which precincts are in that one. So, I mean, it could go either way there. That is a crazy close margin, though. My guess is Arizona's probably not going to be the place that saves the Democrats for the House. It would be more those California districts that are going to be really competitive with Republican incumbents. Let me check how Golden's doing. 64%. He's up 2,000 votes. That's very good for him. Laura Gillen is up. John James. Let's see here. Kind of want to check the 2022 results for Maine 2. Oh, it's ranked choice there. I forget that that's ranked choice. So the write-ins could always flip it too. That's kind of a crazy kind of end result. I think the fact that a lot of the Bangor districts haven't reported yet is very good news for Golden. I just don't know what population margins are anywhere in this district at all. So I'm not going to pretend to know how that's going to go. My guess is the Bangor districts are going to flip it to Golden, though. It's going to keep him in the top. Let's see. What other districts might be key here? Wow, they just called Minnesota. Minnesota. Okay, yeah, Alaska could go either way. It's really hard to tell right now, especially with how these ranked choice votes are going to go. Never really know. This one is definitely going to stay Republican. Let's see what else. Oh, shit. No, Nebraska 2. That is not what I wanted to have happen. Oh, shit. Most of Omaha is in. That's got to be crazy how much Don Bacon's outrunning Harris there. Douglas County. How bad is Harris must be winning that area. Let's see. Okay, I'll flip it in the House results. That's crazy. I have to make that flip. Wow. I think that just one Republican's the House. So really what Democrats are banking on is Oregon 5. Let's see how Oregon 5 looks now. How close is Oregon 5 in 2022? I got so many different maps open. %, 7,000 votes. Did let's see nationally, did president shift? Oregon doesn't have any shift lines, but Colorado does. Some of these Midwest states are shifting towards Harris, which would be a sign of like a kind of a west side or like a Western push towards the Democrats here. Really, what we can see right now. Oh, they called Pennsylvania, but they're going to call Michigan and Wisconsin any moment now. Yeah, the Senate race for Bob Casey's over. Lissa Slotkin's over. And then Tammy Baldwin's the only one close enough with the 2% margin, but not all those votes are Milwaukee, so she's not going to win. I'm a little nervous about Ruben Gallego only being up 6% when I think there's going to be an onslaught with the E-Day votes. But there's nothing I can do about that. Jackie Rosen's going to pull it out. She still has Clark County ballots to be counted. That would be another 30,000. Okay, let's see the House. I have to check the Nebraska Senate, or no, Nevada Senate. Alaska not reporting the results is irritating. Okay, what's the House looking like? Any flips in Pennsylvania? No, that's a guarantee. That's a guarantee. I'd say Golden's got it now. I'm gonna call it for Golden. Okay, I'm still here, and I am still looking at the House results as they come in. A lot of the races that haven't been called yet aren't what we're looking at. They're very much going to go one way or the other. The key races to watch are going to be some of these California races we may not know for another couple of days. California 13, California 27, California 41 are those real key ones there. Then the other ones are going to be Arizona 1 and Arizona 6. My guess with how the rest of Arizona is going, I don't think those will be that likely to go for the Democrats. The other one could really swing either way, Nebraska 2, and then Alaska. Alaska could go either way. It's currently incumbent with the Democrat. Yeah, what they're saying is if you just go through all the House seats right now, based on who's ahead, the Democrats are winning. But I think that's misleading because there's a couple where Republicans are leading that might turn Democrat or vice versa. Especially Arizona 1. I don't think that's going to go to the Democrat. If I have to give a final prediction, on the House, I'm pretty certain that Republicans are going to find a way to get on top. I don't know which seats are going to be the ones that flip, but I mean, there's no way if the national environment is like that, the Democrats actually find a way to win the House. I think Golden will do it. I used to think Peltola was going to win, but I mean, she's within 6,000 votes. That could go either way. I think, sadly, Nebraska 2 is over. I was pretty convinced this one's going to flip to Vargas, but there's just more votes in Saunders County than there are in Omaha. With that, I think I'm going to call it a night. Pretty certain how everything's going to go other than the House. It's already midnight and I've been streaming for 9 hours, so I'm going to call it a wrap. Don't know who's still here. But thank you all for sticking around.